With a dazed expression, Yun Qi's mouth slightly gaped open. He wasn't surprised because of Chu Yuechen's title of #1 beauty. With her absolutely breathtaking looks, this title was fully deserved. He was not surprised that she was one of Frozen Cloud's 7 fairies, and even ranked first. After all, she had strength that was half a step into the Emperor's profound realm. He had also vaguely guessed this point before. However, he never would thought that she would have this many admirers, and they would all be so grand. Not counting the rest, included amongst them were Xiao Sect's current sect master, Heavenly Sword Villa's current villa master, and even Blue Wind's emperor, Kang Wanhai of these 3, whose reputation was not earth-shaking. Since even these 3 admired Chu Yuechen, the total number of men that were foolishly in love with Chu Yuechen would obviously be a number that would shock a person to death. And if these men knew that their fairy of frozen beauty had been given up to him, would he not have to? Thinking of this, Yun Qi almost broke out in a cold sweat. "Junior brother Yun, what's the matter?" Suddenly feeling like Yun Qi's body had trembled a little, Kang Yue lifted her head and looked at him in worry. "No, nothing, the wind is large, it's a bit cold," Yun Qi said vaguely and then probed. "Then, since so many people admire her, has she taken a fancy to any? Since the quality of the men that admire her are all," Yun Qi swallowed, "really high." "No." Kang Yue shook her head gently. "I've heard that Chu Yuechen and her sister were all alone in the world with no support since young. When they were very young, they were picked up by the mistress of Frozen Cloud Asgard. The women of the Frozen Cloud Asgard all have hearts of ice and will not develop feelings for another. Of course, Chu Yuechen is that way too. Also, she seems to despise men from the way she always turns down her admirers ruthlessly, and how she even might kill them. In addition to that, both her own strength as well as the Frozen Cloud Asgard acts as deterrents, so nobody can ever force her. Therefore, for all these years, there has never been a single person who could get in her good graces. There has never even been a man who could get the chance to live with her." "Oh," Yun Qi nodded and silently let out a breath of relief. He had almost let the word thankfully slip out. "You just mentioned that she still had a younger sister." "MN, her sister is named Chu Yueli, and she's one of the Frozen Cloud 7 fairies, ranked at #5. Similarly, she's also a Frozen Cloud beauty, and they are jointly named the Chu Yue Ultimate Duo. However, just like Chu Yuechen, nobody has ever been able to get her affection. Junior brother Yun, why did you suddenly ask about Chu Yuechen? Is it that you've seen her?" Just when she had finished asking, Kang Yue denied it herself. "That can't be. Chu Yuechen usually resides deep within Frozen Cloud Asgard. And it is said that even if she appears, she would wear a veil and would never let anyone see her face. Could it be that you've heard some news related to her from somewhere?" "MN. I suppose it counts as that." Yun Qi replied, waves rippling in his heart. To be with Lan Zuruo, he'd have to face a Fen Jucheng. But if he wanted to completely get Chu Yuechen, damn it. Without even talking about Chu Yuechen's level. A bunch of those overwhelmingly prestigious men had been madly in love with her for half their lives, had not even gotten a good look of Blue Wind's #1 beauty, yet they had been wiped clean by a junior. If these men were to know, they wouldn't even stop at killing him. Feeding the dogs after tearing him to pieces would be considered light. The wind rushed in his ears. Looking down to get a bird's-eye view, the large expanse of land beneath was blurry and stretched to the boundaries of the intersect of heaven and earth. The giant snow eagle's wings stopped flapping, and they glided in the wind, flying forward as fast as lightning. The Heavenly Sword mountain range was located within the Blue Wind Empire's borders, but it was not under the jurisdiction of the Blue Wind Imperial family. Rather, it solely belonged to the Heavenly Sword Villa. This was originally land that belonged to the Blue Wind Empire, and it had been named the Heavenly Cloud Mountain Range. But after the Heavenly Sword Villa had become the greatest influence in the Empire, the Imperial family had completely granted it to them in a bid to win them over. And thus, Heavenly Sword Villa renamed the Heavenly Cloud Mountain Range to the Heavenly Sword Mountain Range. The Heavenly Sword Mountain Range spanned a distance of 400 kilometers from north to south, and 450 kilometers from east to west. Its main peak reached a several thousands of meters tall, and was named the sword that penetrates the peak of the sky. Disregarding all those short mountains, there were still 6 subsequent summits that were over 3,000 meters tall. Ever since Heavenly Sword Villa had been situated as such, 100,000 years had passed, and significant changes had happened to the entire Heavenly Sword Mountain Range. Looking over from afar, a terrifying aura seemed to come over, assaulting the senses. It was as if the entire mountain range was surrounded by waves of icy, sharp sword energy that people could only look from afar but not dare to approach. Heavenly Sword Villa is situated within the main summit and the 6 subsequent summits. The entire villa stretches on for more than 25 kilometers. Up high above, the giant snow eagle had already begun its descent as Kang Yue pointed at the summits before them that reached through the clouds while explaining to Yun Qi. More than 25 kilometers. Can that still be called a villa? It's practically a small city. Yun Qi said in surprise. Kang Yue continued speaking. This entire mountain range belongs to the Heavenly Sword Villa. Without permission, nobody is able to step foot into this enormous mountain range at all. Within this huge mountain range is an endless supply of all sorts of hidden treasures, gemstones, herbs, profound beast areas that had been specially left behind, as well as many naturally existing or otherwise established training and trial grounds. Of course, there must also be secret places that nobody else knows of. Yun Qi was speechless. The Heavenly Sword Villa's generous inside information could be said to be unimaginable. It was already nearing evening. The start of the ranking tournament was scheduled to be tomorrow afternoon, and by calculations, they would still be able to reach there in time. Heavenly Sword Villa's current villa master is named Ling Yuefeng, and this year, he's 51 years old. He is the youngest in Blue Wind Empire to have reached the highly regarded Emperor Profound Realm within these 300 years. The year he was 47, he had broken through the pinnacle of the Sky Profound Realm and officially stepped into the Emperor Profound Realm, throwing the entire Blue Wind Empire into a huge uproar. My father had even personally visited him to give his congratulations. Kang Yue playfully stuck out her pink tongue and said very directly, "Wow, the Emperor Profound Realm? I've heard that everyone in that realm are called Throne. Even in my entire lifetime, I'll never be able to reach that realm. I'd heard that even above that is the Tyrant Profound Realm's Overlord and Sovereign Profound Realm's Monarch. It's really hard to imagine what sort of feeling reaching that sort of realm would be." 51 years old? Yun Qi revealed doubt. I remember that the young villa master of the Heavenly Sword Villa, Ling Yun, is only 20 years old, and the second son, Ling Chen, is only 15. Oh, he should already be 16. Ling Yuefeng only had his first child at 31 years of age. Or could it be that above Ling Yun, there's still another brother? Ling Yuefeng did indeed only have his first son at the age of 31, and that would be Ling Yun. He had married the current villa mistress when he was 30, and it wasn't because he was so crazy about training that he refused to marry, but rather, guess. Kang Yue's intonation changed, and her beautiful brows lifted slightly as she looked at him smilingly. Yun Qi muttered lightly, saying, "Could it be because of Chu Yuechen?" He, so smart." Kang Yue's lips curved up and she giggled while saying, "I'd heard from father that not only did Ling Yuefeng have shocking innate talent, and was selected behind closed doors to be Villa Master of Heavenly Sword Villa at 18 years of age. He was also outstandingly handsome. His appearance was like jade, and even his temperament was refined and scholarly. He did not show traits like arrogance, willfulness, or bossiness that were frequently innate in heirs to large aristocratic families. He could have been said to be flawlessly perfect, and countless of young girls had been infatuated with him then. Some even vowed that if they could not marry him, they would never marry in their entire life. But during the year he was 20, he saw the then only 15-year-old Chu Yuechen, and from then on, he became wholeheartedly a fool in love. Just to get a glimpse of her face, he had went to frozen cloud Asgard 70 times in 10 years. For Chu Yuechen, he was willing to set himself as low as sand, and even implored the lowest-ranked maid in frozen cloud Asgard. One who has seen the world does not stop at small things. Seeing that level of woman oftentimes is not a boon, but rather a curse. This Ling Yuefeng could, as a matter of fact, be counted as a person who has been foolish in love. Yun Qi said very awkwardly. In his heart, however, he was cursing torrentially. Ling Yuefeng, you are already an old man of over 50 years. My little fairy didn't take a fancy to you then, so she even more so can't possibly take a fancy to you now. Not only did Chu Yuechen not give him any chance, she did not meet with him even once either. After persevering for 10 years, it wasn't known if he was disheartened or if he had no choice, but to go back to succeed in the position as Villa Master. But he married a wife and had kids in the Heavenly Sword Villa, succeeded as Villa Master, and no longer went to the frozen cloud Asgard. As they were speaking, the giant snow eagle was already descending, and the Heavenly Sword Villa's largest mountain entrance, had already vaguely appeared in their line of sight. Look, we're almost there. Palace Chief Qin and Yuanba are still behind us, so let's wait for a while first and then go down together. Heavenly Sword Mountain Range in front of the main mountain gate. A party of 7 moved forward together. 3 old and 4 young, they climbed the stone steps to reach the front of the mountain gate. Amongst the 4 youths, the oldest looked to be about 23 to 24 years old, while the youngest looked only 18 to 19. Although they were young, the profound energy aura surrounding these people was shockingly thick, and the concentration of extreme power between their brows was even more so, enough to make an overwhelming majority of those at the same age feel ashamed of their own inferiority. Of the 3 elders who were walking together, 2 looked to be around 50 years old, and the other's beard and hair were completely white. He looked to be already 70 or 80, but his face seemed to be completely unwrinkled, and his eyes were as calm as ice with practically no trace of aging. 7 esteemed guests, please enter. A Heavenly Sword disciple who was guarding the mountain gate walked forward and said politely, "May I know if 7 esteemed guests came to participate in the ranking tournament? Please display your invitation letter and your entry certification. Please verify." The middle-aged person handed over the invitation letter and name list over and said lightly. The Heavenly Sword disciple took the proffered invitation letter and name list and glanced through it quickly, after which his gaze became slightly more respectful. "So it's Xiao Sect's 7 noble guests, pardon the disrespect. Please come in. Walk forward 5 kilometers and you will reach the villa." After finished speaking, he handed the invitation letter and name list back to the 7 and moved aside. The person in the lead nodded slightly and brought the other 6 through the mountain gate. After the 7 had left, that Heavenly Sword disciple quickly said to the person beside him, "Zai, go report to the villa master quickly and say that the Xiao sect have already arrived. Xiao sect's leader, Xiao Juishan, has personally brought the group over, and with him are the Sword sect's chief elder, Xiao Boyan, and Medicine sect's chief elder, Xiao Wuji. Xiao Quanjiu, who was ranked 3rd in the last tournament, is also here, and it's probably to accompany them. The 3 who are taking part in the tournament are Xiao Juishan's 3rd son, Xiao Quangle, Xiao Boyan's youngest son, Xiao Zhen, as well as Xiao Wuji's oldest grandson, Xiao Nan. Go, yes." The Heavenly Sword disciple, who had been addressed as Zai Mo, answered quickly and quickly retreated to a quiet corner to relay this information to Heavenly Sword Villa through sound transmission. Entering the mountain gate, a mountain road as long as 5 kilometers was up ahead. At the end of the road was Heavenly Sword Villa. After Xiao Sect's party of 7 entered the mountain gate, a conscious difference in pacing appeared as the distance between them grew larger. Xiao Juishan, Xiao Quanjiu, and Xiao Quangle walked in front. Xiao Boyan and Xiao Zhen walked in the middle, while Xiao Wuji and Xiao Nan fell to the rear. Xiao Sect's sect master Xiao Juishan had a total of 4 sons with the names Wind, Rain, Lightning, Cloud. From the eldest to the youngest, they were individually named Xiao Quangfeng, Xiao Quanjiu, Xiao Quangle, and Xiao Quanjian. Xiao Quangfeng became famous during the ranking tournament before the last. Xiao Quanjiu placed 3rd in the previous ranking tournament and was equally as famous everywhere. This time, however, was the current 20-year-old Xiao Quangle's turn to be on stage. As for the youngest son, Xiao Quanjian, although he was younger than Xiao Quangle by a month and was also a full 20 years old, it was known to everyone that he was a playboy. If being blunt about it, he was a 100% idiot who only loved wine and women, so it was obvious that Xiao sect did not bring him to make a fool of himself. But in Xiao sect, Xiao Quanjian was the most pampered. After all, he was the son of Xiao Juishan's one and only true wife. Xiao Juishan indifferently shot a glance behind him and said to Xiao Quangle, "Layer the heavy responsibility of breaking away from the name of the 1,000-year-old number 3. In the ranking tournament, this time is now up to you. I, your father, am not hoping that you will defeat Ling Yun, but with your innate talent, aside from Ling Yun, there is no reason whatsoever for you to lose to any other. This, of course, includes Xiao Zhen. He is like a tiger watching his prey when it comes to competing against you and seeing who is better. Your child understands and will definitely not disappoint father and the sect," Xiao Quangle said while nodding, as a hint of resolution appeared on his face. "You are in regards to the matters of ranking tournament, you have to explain it again to Layer tonight. Also, when the last 16 knockout stages begin, don't forget to give the earth-shocking sword to Layer. It is our secret trump card for this ranking tournament. Xiao Juishan warned. "Rest assured, father, I know how I ought to instruct third brother." Xiao Quanjiu faintly smiled. Behind them, what Xiao Boyan said to Xiao Zhen was pretty much the same. Xiao Boyan's long eyebrows slanted slightly and had an expression that did not look gentle at all. He said in a low voice, "Zhener, this ranking tournament is your chance to be world famous. Your opponents are not only the other sect disciples, there is also Xiao Quangle. That time during the struggle for the sect master position, I lost to Xiao Juishan and could only end up as the sword sect's elder in the end. This I have accepted. However, my son definitely will not lose to his son. Not only do you need to seize second place for Xiao sect, you also have to defeat Xiao Quangle and make your father proud." Xiao Zhen nodded his head seriously. "Father can be at ease. This child of yours will definitely not disappoint the sect, and will more so not disappoint father." As for Xiao Wuji's conversation with his grandson Xiao Nan, it was even more simple. "Nanner, bringing you to the ranking tournament this time was an opportunity Grandpa fought for with difficulty. You are still young, so entering the top 10 is fundamentally impossible. But as a Xiao sect disciple, whatever happens, you must not place outside the top 50th. You have concentrated so long in cultivating, so this time's real combat is the best experience for you and is the best place to check of your hard work." "Yes," Xiao Nan respectfully replied. "Grandfather, a few days ago when this child of yours came out from closed-door cultivation, he has occasionally heard that the one you engaged Yuerui to, I think his name was Xiao Luocheng, was crippled by another. Is this true?" "That did indeed happen." Xiao Wuji nodded, but his expression was neutral. It was evident that he did not care about this matter too much. Yuerui's aptitude is mediocre. Her appearance and temperament is definitely not that showy. Instead of looking for a phoenix tail within the main sect, why not look for a chicken head at a branch sect? And with grandfather here, nobody within the branch sect would dare bully her. Although that Xiao Luocheng's aptitude is only so-so, in New Moon City, he is still regarded as a top genius. If he did not get crippled, he ought to have already married Yuerui by now. HMPH, just let him be crippled. Only his looks are pretty decent. Our Xiao sect has a few hundred branch sects. Wouldn't finding someone stronger than him be a dime a dozen? What's more laughable is that the people from the New Moon branch sect actually said it was a youth of 16 years impersonating the Divine Phoenix Empire's eccentric god hand. Huangfu he that crippled Xiao Luocheng and even stole everything in the sect's treasury. They are virtually treating me like a fool. How extremely ridiculous. They obtained an Emperor Profound Dragon Core from the Black Moon Merchant Guild, and even the Black Moon Merchant Guild confirmed it. Yet they kept on saying that it was only a fake, and actually took out a nascent Profound Beast's Profound Core to fool me. It's simply outrageous. Not crippling their entire branch sect was already as benevolent and humane as possible of me. As he spoke of the later parts, Xiao Wuji's voice already carried hints of hatred and anger within. So something like that actually happened. A insignificant New Moon branch sect actually dared to keep such a treasure like a Emperor Profound Dragon Core and not offer it to us. When grandfather lowered himself and personally visited, they even deceived grandfather again and again. How really unforgivable. It's fortunate that Yuerui didn't marry over. Xiao Nan chimed in, agreeing. No need to mention these little things anymore. You should stroll around some more in the Heavenly Sword Villa tonight, then rest early and store up some energy. Grandfather awaits to see your performance tomorrow. Yes, grandfather. In front of the mountain gate, the appearance of a group of 5 instantly attracted the gaze of everyone around them. All 5 of them were females. Their attires were very similar to each other. All of them wore a snow-gauze long dress that covered their feet and almost touching the ground. The long dress was originally pure white, but as they walked, bits and pieces of ice-blue glimmers that were like stars naturally floated around their bodies, embellishing ice-blue colors and a fantastical aura on the hems of their dresses. The age of the 5 females all seemed very youthful, other than the young girl in the back who wore a white gauze on her face and seemed to only be 16 or 17. The other 4 women all appeared to only be around 20. 2 out of the 5 women who were at the front and the back had their face covered with light gauze, hiding their facial features, only revealing their crystal-like charming eyes. The other 3 women had nothing covering their face, and every single one of them was extremely beautiful. All of the 3 extremely beautiful faces were hazed by a kind of deep coldness. They didn't apply any makeup, yet their skin were as soft and smooth as snow jade. It made people subconsciously think of the words skin of ice and bones of jade. face of snow and lips of scarlet, the instant they saw them. Although each of the three charming faces were different from one another, they were all flawless and impeccable. Within the peerless allurement, they revealed a trace of sacredness and loftiness that others almost would not dare to look directly at. They were like goddesses that stood over the 9 heavens, not stained by any trace of the mortal world. Looking at them from afar, one would clearly feel a wave of ethereal aura mixed with ice-cold air directly penetrating one's chest cavity. On their right-hand side, a sects group that was also walking toward the mountain gate stopped in their tracks at the same time they saw them, and watched them in stupefaction, as if all of their souls were sucked out in that instant. As they walked closer, the heavenly sword disciple that stood guard in front of the mountain gate froze for an entire 5 seconds before he finally bit the tip of his tongue with effort. Only after concentrating his attention with all his might while regaining his mind and calming his heart, did he finally calm down with difficulty. But his head remained downwards, and no longer dared to look at them directly with his eyes. Taking a step forward, he spoke while somewhat stuttering. I assume that 5 esteemed guests are fairies of frozen cloud Asgard. Please present the invitation letter and list of names. After this heavenly sword disciple finished speaking these words, he wished he could slap himself twice on the face right then and there. Greeting guests at the mountain gate was a serious affair that affected the villa's face. It was why he, who was an important disciple that was able to deal with any kind of situation, was chosen. He wasn't fazed at all and had no change in expression, even when facing sect master-rank personages from the Xiao sect and Burning Heaven clan. But facing the fairies of frozen cloud Asgard, his mind still became chaotic. After all, he was but a normal man. Even though he had not seen the invitation letter yet, women who possessed such transcendental beauty and disposition could only belong to no other place than frozen cloud Asgard. Those floating fantastical ice auroras was furthermore the ironclad proof. In addition to that, in order to more easily control the possibility of unexpected situations arising, there was a hard regulation in the ranking tournament's rules. For every single participating force in the tournament, the total number of participating disciples plus escorting personals must not surpass 7, and even forces like the 4 major sects would not be an exception. A limit of 7 people was too little even for a small sect. A situation where less than 7 people from a force would almost never appear, except for frozen cloud Asgard. It was extremely rare for the frozen cloud Asgard to be willing to contact the outside world, especially places where there was a lot of men, and everyone was well aware of the reason. Only 5 people coming this time from the frozen cloud Asgard was not surprising in the slightest. Standing in front of him, the impeccable beauty who wasn't wearing a veil took out the invitation letter and name list and handed them over to the heavenly sword disciple. Looking at the jade hand that was seemingly made of snow and wax, the heavenly sword disciple's heart rate instantly sped up. It was the first time in his entire life he had learnt that a woman's hand could actually be beautiful to such an extent. He even had a feeling that he would die willingly if he could just touch at this jade hand a single time. However, even if he had 10,000 times the guts, he still would not dare to do so. He carefully reached out his hand, pinched a corner of the invitation letter and the name list, and received them. With his gaze sweeping across the invitation letter and the list of names, he hastily lowered his head and said, "So it is the fairy of frozen glass and fairy of frozen beauty from the frozen cloud Asgard that have personally graced us. Ah, frozen, fairy of frozen beauty." The heavenly sword disciple subconsciously raised his head and looked toward the woman who wore a face veil and had a gaze that was as cold as ice. The moment he contacted her gaze, his entire body ran cold with a startle and immediately realized that he had already seriously lost his composure. He once again hastily lowered his head and spoke with respect. "The fairy of frozen beauty's name is like thunder striking through my ears. Please forgive this junior for losing composure. 5 esteemed guests, please enter." After he finished speaking, he moved aside with weak steps. As a wave of ice-cold fragrance swept over his front, he didn't even dare to lift his head. Only after they had walked far away did the heavenly sword disciple completely regain himself. He looked at their receding back silhouettes in a somewhat stupefied manner. His mind was a little unhinged for a while. At this time, the disciple beside him suddenly spoke. "Senior Brother Heya, what you called out before was Fairy of Frozen Beauty. Don't tell me it was the rumored Chu Yuechen." "Yes," the disciple called Heya nodded. Chu Yueli, Chu Yuechen, Shui Washuang, Wu Zuxin, Zia Qingyu, that is indeed Chu Yuechen's name. She actually personally came. Should I report to the Villa Master immediately? If Villa Master knows that Chu Yuechen actually came, he will definitely be excited. Report your head? Ling Heiya smacked his head. Villa Master and Villa Master's wife are currently welcoming guests together. In the villa, even idiots know the name Chu Yuechen is an enormous taboo to the Villa Master's wife. If you were to report this and make trouble arise, let's see how you can handle the consequences. Then how should I report it? Ling Heiya thought for a bit and said, just say Frozen Cloud Asgard has arrived. A total of 5 people, and the Fairy of Frozen, Chu Yueli, is leading. In any case, her name is the first name on the attendance list. You must not bring up Chu Yuechen. Oh, all right. The Heavenly Sword disciple moved hurriedly, took out a sound transmission talisman, and spread the news within the villa. At this time, the group of people that had been struck dumb finally walked over, and the middle-aged man in the front said with cupped fists, "This junior brother, were those people just now the fairies from Frozen Cloud Asgard?" "Yes," Ling Heiya nodded simply. Sure enough, hearing about it 100 times is truly not as good as seeing it once, and seeing it once is far better than hearing about it 100 times. The middle-aged man sighed emotionally and said, "I came from the Eastern Domain's profound sword sect, just to visit the Heavenly Sword Villa." A bunch of sect groups arrived continuously. Although every group only had 7 people, not one of the elderly wasn't famous in an area and an overlord-level person, and not one of the youths wasn't a peak genius. In the past few days, these overlords, with names that shook the world, as well as genius youths that stood at the highest summit, gathered at this Heavenly Sword Pavilion to decide their relative superiority at the ranking tournament. At nightfall, a somewhat unusual group of people arrived at the mountain gate. The reason they were unusual was because the group only consisted of 4 people, which was even fewer than the number of Frozen Cloud Asgard people. These 4 people were precisely Qin Wusheng, Kang Yue, Yun Qi, and Zia Yuanba. Just as they walked in front of the mountain gate, Ling Heiya strode over and said respectfully, "Guests, please halt. Our villa is preparing for the Blue Wind ranking tournament these few days, and we're not accepting guests. Please leave." There were only 4 people. Other than the elderly man, 2 of the 3 young people were only at the true profound realm, and the 3rd person was actually only at the elementary profound realm. In this assembly of talents at the Heavenly Sword Villa, this was simply a spectacle too terrible to behold. No one would believe they were here to participate in the Blue Wind ranking tournament. Being treated in this way was not one bit out of Qin Wusheng's expectations. He originally thought that Kang Yue would bring a few experts to guard their journey, so aside from the 3 participating disciples, he did not dare to bring any other people without permission. He didn't expect that Kang Yue would leave alone. Out of the 3 disciples, 2 were crippled by Yun Qi and 1 was forced away. After adding Zia Yuanba, there were only 4 people. Even he himself felt that it was somewhat laughable. He stepped forward and said, "This little brother, I am Qin Wusheng, and I have come this time to attend the ranking tournament." "You 4 are here to attend the ranking tournament." The Heavenly Sword disciple guarding the mountain gate blankly stared for a while. At this moment, Ling Heiya noticed Kang Yue. After blankly staring for a while, he promptly said, "And this is Blue Wind Imperial Family's Blue Moon Princess?" "Yes." Kang Yue slightly nodded while handing over the invitation letter and the name list at the same time. "We 4 came here to represent the Imperial Family and participate in this time's ranking tournament. This is our invitation letter and list of names." Naturally, the name list only had 4 names: Qin Wusheng, Kang Yue, Zia Yuanba, Yun Qi, and in the participating disciple section was only the name Yun Qi. Ling Heiya's facial muscles twitched, then walked to the side and politely said, "So it's actually the Imperial Family's esteemed guests that are here. I ask that you'll forgive me for my rudeness earlier. 4 esteemed guests, please come in. 5 kilometers ahead is where the villa is located, where Villa Master and Villa Mistress are already personally awaiting for you. Please." After the 4 passed through the mountain gate, the few gatekeeping disciples all looked at each other in dismay. Only brought along 1 participating disciple, who's also only at the true profound realm. I believe that in these ranking tournaments thus far, there seems to never have been a participating disciple at the true profound realm. A disciple said, "Ever since Kang Wan became seriously ill, his power was forcibly seized, plundered, and divided by the Crown Prince and Third Prince. With the political unrest and instability within the imperial family, I suppose he is in no mood to think about some ranking tournament. The imperial family's performances thus far had always been dismal. I'd reckon that this time the broken pot has truly been broken apart. For the Blue Moon Princess to personally bring the team here is probably only to show how much they care about our villa. There are two definites, Ling Heya said. In this ranking tournament, the imperial family's performance is not only going to be dismal. I believe that they'll be first place in reverse. As for the second, during tomorrow morning's age and profound strength assessment, the imperial family would probably become a big joke. Sigh to think that our Heavenly Sword Villa's ancestor and the imperial family's ancestor became mutual brothers to help each other. One held worldly authority, while the other held worldly might. Nowadays, our Heavenly Sword Villas is at the crown of the Blue Wind Empire, unreachable by any. Although the imperial family declined day by day, they still were an authority for the commoners there. In the eyes of those large and influential sects, they were no longer a deterrence with each passing day. There would probably be even more people looking down at them this time. It is truly regrettable. Xianxia and company walked along the mountain road. Although there was a distance of 5 kilometers from Heavenly Sword Villa, the dignified atmosphere emitted from its majesty could still be clearly felt. It is worthy of being called the Heavenly Sword Villa. This kind of atmosphere lets one feel like there are countless swords dancing by their side. Xianxia said with feeling. Not even in my dreams would I think that I would actually be able to personally come to Heavenly Sword Villa one day. Even Uncle Sikang, who I used to admire the most, had never come to Heavenly Sword Villa before. On the road there, Xia Yuanba looked in all directions with 2 eyes that were always wide open, unwilling to blink for even a second. Xia Yuanba's emotionally excited manner made Kang Yue unable to hold back her smile. She said to Xianxia, "Junior brother Yun, Heavenly Sword Villa is unlike any other places. This place could be regarded as Blue Wind Empire's holy land, and also the one and only holy land. Even the lowest-ranking disciples of Heavenly Sword Villa are distinctive geniuses in the outside world. Those disciples guarding the mountain gate earlier are all at the Spirit Profound realm. 20-year-old Spirit Profound rankers are all qualified to become instructors in every Profound Palace branch, but in Heavenly Sword Villa, they are merely gatekeepers. Heavenly Sword Villa's inside information is ample, and their strength is enormous. It is not something that an ordinary person is capable of imagining. Senior sister, I understand. Don't worry. If I am mocked or provoked in any way, as long as they don't touch my bottom line, I will retreat." Xianxia nodded with a slight smile. He knew the meaning behind Kang Yue's words, because Kang Yue knew that he was a person who refuses to suffer a loss. Amongst the 1,000 or so participating disciples, his profound strength level was the lowest of the low. It was likely for him to be ridiculed, and if he struck back here, if by chance he angered Heavenly Sword Villa, even if Kang Yue personally steps forward, it might not necessarily be possible to keep it under control. But his prerequisite was that it had to touch his bottom line. As for this bottom line, it was obviously up to him to decide. For a nobleman to take revenge, 10 years was not too long, but that was in regards to noblemen, and never once did he believe that he was a nobleman. At the same time, Frozen Cloud Asgard's party of 5 had already approached Heavenly Sword Villa's main entrance. "Elder sister, aside from that time when you went to get 3 Sky Profound Beast Profound cores so King you can cultivate Frozen Heart Liquid Jade, you haven't left Frozen Cloud Asgard in 10 or so years. Why have you taken the initiative now to come to this ranking tournament?" Chu Yueli's eyes shifted as she asked the question that she had been wondering about in her heart ever since leaving the Asgard. Chu Yuechen's eyes shone like crystals without the slightest of ripples. Her voice was even more like the wind that brushed by with profound ice. Soft, yet it also contained a bone-chilling coldness. "I have lived away from the world for far too long. I want to see whether this generation's young juniors are flourishing or are already in decline." Chu Yueli actually shook her head. "Elder sister in this world, I'm the one who understands you the most. Other people may believe this reasoning of yours, but how can I possibly believe that? Chu Yuechen, you suddenly left Asgard half a year ago and only returned last month. When you returned, your heart was always restless. Elder sister's Frozen Cloud Arts and Frozen Heart Arts have both reached the 6th stage. If something huge did not happen, that would absolutely not be so. And now that elder sister suddenly says that she wishes to personally come to Heavenly Sword Villa this time, Heavenly Sword Villa is at hand. No need to ask more about what should not need to be asked. Chu Yuechen coldly stated, interrupting Chu Yueli's speech. The coldness within her voice had made the bodies of the three frozen cloud disciples at the rear tremble with terror. Chu Yueli immediately stopped talking and did not dare to ask again. At this time, Heavenly Sword Villa's main entrance had now appeared. King, you put this on. Until the very last moment, do not take this off. Chu Yueli turned around and put a frozen crystal necklace in the hands of a young veiled girl. Yes, master. The young girl took the frozen crystal necklace and encircled it around her snowy neck. Ling Yuefeng was more than 50 years old, but he only looked to be around 30. When reaching the Emperor Profound realm, one's lifespan would increase by 400 or 500 years. To a throne, 50 years of age was only the beginning of youth. Ling Yuefeng's complexion was like crown jade and did not need to be enhanced by makeup. He was elegant, and his temperament was gentle and mild without the dignified air of a sword master. Bother his hands were like white jade, and did not seem like they had frequently wielded swords at all. When he saw his guests, not only did he personally welcome them, he also had on an amiable smile and gave the proper courtesy in a warm manner without the pride and arrogance of Blue Wind Empire's #1 master. A few participating young disciples that saw him all revealed an admiration that was close to infatuation. Standing next to him was a 30-year-old or so woman dressed in floral pattern. She was Ling Yuefeng's only wife, Xuanyuan Yufeng, and also the birth mother of Ling Yun and Ling Jai. Her temperament was graceful, and her appearance was as beautiful as blossoming flowers, even though her looks were also 1 in 1,000. If compared to Chu Yuechen, it was still like comparing a mortal woman with a goddess of the heavens. There was at least a difference of 108,000 miles. To make the Ling Yuefeng who was infatuated with Chu Yuechen take Xuanyuan Yufeng as wife. Naturally, it was not on account of her looks, and instead was because of her family's background. However, after some 20-odd years of their marriage, no one had ever dared to ask about the background of Heavenly Sword Villa's Villa Master's wife, and none also dared to investigate. It was because her surname, Xuanyuan, made a deep sense of fear emerge from one's heart just by thinking about it. Because that was the surname of a certain sacred ground master that belonged to one of the 4 sacred grounds in the profound sky continent. Frozen Cloud Asgard's Chu Yueli has brought senior sister Chu Yuechen, disciples Shui Washuang, Wu Zuxin, Xia Qingyu to visit Heavenly Sword Villa, and also sends our mistress. Regards on her behalf to Villa Master Ling and Villa Mistress Ling. Facing Ling Yuefeng and Xuanyuan Yufeng, who were welcoming guests, Chu Yueli stood at the very front and slightly bowed towards the coupled surnamed Ling. As soon as they came over, Ling Yuefeng's state of mind was already in great turmoil because he saw Chu Yuechen. Even though Chu Yuechen wore a snowy veil, even though 31 years had passed since he had seen Chu Yuechen, he still recognized those eyes of hers in one glance. Only he didn't dare to be certain because he did not believe that Chu Yuechen would personally come to Heavenly Sword Villa. It was only until the name, Chu Yuechen, came out of Chu Yueli's own mouth did he dare to believe it. 31 years had passed. No one would think that he had missed and yearned for her for a full 31 years. Even though he had taken a wife and had children now, and even though 2 of his sons have already reached the marriageable age, he still had not let that extremely beautiful figure walk out from his heart and the depths of his soul. This was the first time in several tens of years that this #1 master's state of mind was in great turmoil. After Chu Yueli announced her entire sect, he had actually stared in a daze for a full 3 seconds before laughing ashamedly and returning the courtesy. Welcome, 5 fairies, and thank you for honoring our lowly villa with your presence. It has also been several years since I have seen the Asgard mistress. I wonder if she is still well. Mistress has always been well. I thank Villa Master Ling for his concern. Chu Yueli slightly nodded her head. Oh, this is the world-famous fairy of frozen beauty, Chu Yuechen. Xuanyuan Yufeng's gaze fell on Chu Yuechen's body as she revealed a meaningful smile. Several years ago, Yufeng has heard of Blue Wind's #1 beauty, fairy of frozen beauty's great name. I didn't expect that I would have the fortune to actually meet you. May I ask if the fairy of frozen beauty could remove her veil to let Yufeng have a look at the gracefulness of Blue Wind's #1 beauty and resolve one of her life's wishes? How many in the entire Blue Wind Empire would dare to not reply to the words of Blue Wind's #1 master's wife? Although these words were clearly directed towards Chu Yuechen's eyes did not waver in the slightest. She coldly looked straight without the slightest of movements, as if she did not hear her say anything. Xuanyuan Yufeng's crescent eyebrows suddenly slanted to the side. Ling Yuefeng chuckled and opened his mouth to speak. "Honey, these fairies are our esteemed guests. I understand that you are impatient, but asking guests who have not entered our household a favor really is a bit somewhat neglectful." Xuanyuan Yufeng nodded with a slight smile. "I was indeed a little short-tempered, and I hope that fairy of frozen beauty won't mind me. Fairies, please enter. There will naturally be personals taking care of the residents for you all. If you have any needs, you can tell the disciples within the villa without holding back. If there are any neglections, I hope for your magnanimity and forgiveness." "Madam is too polite." Chu Yuili gave another courtesy, and thereupon, the group of 5 entered the Heavenly Sword Villa. Xuanyuan Yufeng's expression also draped down after they entered the villa. She glanced at Ling Yuefeng and sneered. "Ling Yuefeng, you really are deeply sentimental with love. You bitterly chased after her for 10 years and didn't even get to see her shadow. We have been married for over 20 years now, yet you actually still haven't forgotten about her. This time she came to your doorsteps herself instead. Aren't you feeling pretty elated right now?" "Honey, you are misinterpreting me with your words." Ling Yuefeng grasped Xuanyuan Yufeng's hand and said with a wry smile, "I was young at that time, so naturally would have done some stupid things like a young man would. We have been married for 21 years. How would the naive longing back in the days be comparable to even 1/10,000th of our affection of over 20 years? I, Ling Yuefeng, having a wife like you, am already satisfied to the point of wanting nothing else. I haven't even accepted any concubines in these 20 years, so how could I have any other thoughts? Losing myself in a trance earlier was only because I had recalled the dumb things I did back then, and merely had some lamentations." Holding Ling Yuefeng's hand with a reverse grip, the dark clouds on Xuanyuan Yufeng's face dispersed completely. However, she didn't know that as Ling Yuefeng spoke, the voice in his heart was more than 10 or 100 of times louder than his voice from the mouth. "She actually came. She actually came. I finally got to see her again." Author note. Does it feel a little repetitive mentioning about Ling Yuefeng being infatuated with Chu Yuechen? Actually, this is a very, very, very enormous fuse to be lit. Crap. Even those words are forbidden. Not long after the people from Frozen Cloud Asgard entered, the 4 people from Blue Wind Profound Palace entered the villa as well, and they did not encounter each other. After entering the villa, they were quickly directed to their prearranged residence. And, as the standard for a temporary residence, it was greatly beyond Yun Qi's and Xia Yuanba's expectations. Because this was not just a simple guest room, but evidently an exquisite small courtyard. No, a big courtyard. There were exactly 8 separate rooms in the courtyard, and within it were trees, a pavilion, a pond, and even a weapon rack filled with dozen different types of weapons. Wow, this can't be real, right? I had initially thought that we had to squeeze 2 people in a single room. I did not expect the place to be this big and luxurious. Xia Yuanba constantly exclaimed as he looked at the big courtyard. As expected of the Heavenly Sword Villa, with just their arrangements in entertaining guests, it is not something the other sects can compare to. Yun Qi exclaimed as well. Qin Wusheng laughed and said, "The participating teams in this ranking tournament number more than 500, and every participating team has one of this courtyard. The number of rooms in each pavilion are never less than 8, so as to allow each guest to have their own private room. With the Heavenly Sword Villa's large size, forget about 500, even if another 500 teams were to come, they would still not have any problems with an arrangement like this. Distinguished guests, please select your own rooms. When night comes, I will bring the meals to your rooms. To prevent any unnecessary conflict before the tournament, a banquet was not arranged. Please forgive us." The Heavenly Sword female disciple, who brought them over to their residence, politely said. With just 4 people, there was naturally a large leeway when they had 8 rooms to choose from. Qin Wushang chose the 2nd room from the right. Xia Yuanba chose the 3rd from the right. Yun Qi chose the 4th from the left, and Kang Yue chose the 3rd from the left. The 4 of them were only separated by the room which was right opposite the courtyard entrance. Although it was just a guest room, the furniture in the room were not simple, and when compared to the room given to inner palace disciples in the Blue Wind Profound Palace, it was many times more luxurious. With the existence of spatial rings, they naturally did not have anything similar to luggage to unpack and move. Qin Wushang said, "This is the first time Yun Qi and Xia Yuanba have visited this Heavenly Sword Villa. This is a rare opportunity, and since it is still early, why don't you two take a walk around the villa and experience the magnificence of Blue Wind Empire's #1 villa? All right. Yunqi and Xia Yuanba nodded at the same time. Kang Yue immediately said, I'm coming as well. I came here once 3 years ago, and I still remember some places, especially the Sword Management Terrace vividly, so I can bring you two around. Palace Chief Qin, are you not going to stroll around the villa? I will pass. I have come here several times in the past few years, and I don't wish to once again see those nasty faces filled with ridicule. Qin Wusheng said with a laugh. Kang Yue obviously clearly knew what those nasty faces filled with ridicule Qin Wusheng was referring to. She consoled him. Palace Chief Qin, don't worry, this time junior brother Yun will definitely allow us to vent out our frustration and hold our heads up high. Good. Qin Wusheng smiled and nodded. Get going then, I just happen to feel like meditating. This villa is reverberated with endless sword essence, and every single time I'm here, I would always benefit from it. When the three of them left the courtyard, their vicinity was filled with human activities. The guest residences were concentrated together, and most of them were nearby. As the day for the ranking tournament approached, this guest residential area would naturally become more lively. Several old acquaintances would stop and converse with each other. People who were not acquainted would still smile and greet each other. In this heavenly sword villa, these leading individuals who were usually extremely prideful and respected, no matter if they were old or young, would retract their pride and become modest and polite. After all, in their own territories, they were individuals capable of controlling everything with the back of their hands. But in here, they might be at the very bottom in terms of influence, and at best, they would only be mediocre. No one would dare to be entirely sure that the person walking over to them would not be able to kill them with merely a finger or two. And, in this Blue Wind Empire, there was never a single person who dared to act wildly in Heavenly Sword Villa. Do you two want to first visit the Sword Management Terrace or the Sword Discourse Arena? There's thousands of swords in the Sword Management Terrace, and every single one of them are beyond ordinary. If a Heavenly Sword disciple wishes to obtain a sword from the Sword Management Terrace, he has to subdue the selected sword. The scenic view of countless thousands of swords flying around, I guarantee that once you guys see it, you will never forget it for your entire lives. Kang Yue said with sparkling eyes. As for Sword Discourse Arena, that's the place where the ranking tournament will be held. It is made up of one main stage and 30 other small stages. The preliminaries of the ranking tournament will all be held at the small stages, while the 32 finalists will compete on the main stage. Suddenly, the moment Kang Yue finished her explanation, behind her, a surprised voice sounded. Princess Kang Yue? Yunqi raised his head and looked towards the source of the voice, and he saw a group of 7 people currently walking towards them. Among the 7, there were 4 youths and 3 elders. Every one of them was dressed in red, with a red flame crest embroidered on the chest. Among the 7, the oldest was someone whose hair and beard were already pure white. Both his elderly face and slightly cloudy eyes had a great amount of vicissitudes settled within. However, the profound aura being emitted out from his body was actually incomparably dense, causing several passers-by to reveal expressions of deep shock and worry when they looked towards him. Instinctively, these people would take a detour, as they did not dare to approach him. And this elder caused Yunqi to feel a sense of familiarity. He pondered for a moment and recalled the time he met this person, Scarlet Dragon Mountain Range, the Flame Dragon Settlement. He was among the 5 from Burning Heaven clan who had attempted to take the Flame Dragon's life. Referred to as the Great Elder by the other 4 individuals, he was Fen Moli, who possessed strength at half a step to the Emperor Profound Realm. In other words, these 7 people were members of the Burning Heaven clan, and the one who called out was a youth of about 23 years old. He looked at Kang Yue with a smile, and his gaze showed hints of surprise and infatuation. Hearing his voice, Kang Yue frowned, turned around, and politely replied. So it was young Master Fen, what a coincidence. Fen Jucheng walked over. With a smile mixed with joy and elegance, he slightly bowed towards Kang Yue and laughed. Jucheng should be the one calling this a coincidence, because Jucheng finally made a successful bet. Jucheng went through many troubles to earn the right to visit the Heavenly Sword Villa this time, and my sole reason for it was to see your Imperial Highness. As I thought, your Highness did indeed personally make a visit. Jucheng is extremely elated. Fen Jucheng's eyes were entirely fixated on Kang Yue, completely ignoring Yunqi and Xia Yuanba who were by her side. One was at the true profound realm, and the other was at the elementary profound realm. They basically did not have the privilege of being made known to him. "Young Master Fen, that's kind of you." Kang Yue forced out a smile. "I still have to bring my two friends on a tour around the villa. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave." Fen, Ju Cheng did not pester her any further and slightly bowed. "Then I will be taking any more of your highness' time. Ju Cheng will make another visit at a later time." Kang Yue casually nodded once, then left with Yun Qi and Xia Yuanba. "Hee, big brother, this is the first time I have ever seen you this patient with a girl. It's already been an entire 3 years. I really want to know how long your patience will last." Fen Jubai walked over and said with a face full of smiles, "But this Blue Moon Princess sure is out of the ordinary. Even Big Brother doesn't catch her eye. Unless the person she wishes to marry is the Jade Emperor of the Heavens. If one day you're tired of playing this game, with just your one word I will personally tie her up and send her to your bed. How about it? Do not fool around." Fen Jucheng snorted. The exhilaration from subduing a woman is way better than simply obtaining a woman. And, although the imperial family is gradually declining and will soon be in our control, she's after all still an imperial princess. She's not someone you can simply kidnap. If you happen to anger the Heavenly Sword Villa because of that, I would really like to see how you're going to clean up the mess. At the very most, the Heavenly Sword Villa will guarantee the safety of Kang Wan. I doubt they would have the mood to care about a princess' life. Fen Jubai laughed and then looked towards Kang Yue's graceful and beautiful back while slowly licking the corner of his lips. Fen Jucheng looked towards the courtyard Kang Yue walked out from, and coincidentally, the Heavenly Sword female disciple, who made residential arrangements for Kang Yue and the rest, walked out. Fen Jucheng took a step forward and asked, "Junior sister, I am Burning Heaven Clan's Fen Jucheng. Do you mind telling me which room Princess Kang Yue is residing in?" The night sky began to fall, and all of the participating teams for the ranking tournament had arrived. After circling around the open activity areas in the Heavenly Sword Villa, Yun Qi and the rest returned to their own rooms. The meals prepared by Heavenly Sword Villa were exceptionally fulfilling as well. After finishing dinner, it was already about 7 in the evening. Although it was still not too late, as there was still a slither of light in the sky, the guest residence area in the Heavenly Sword Villa was already in a state of silence. To prepare for the ranking tournament tomorrow, almost every single participating disciple was having an early sleep, so as to recharge their energy. Those who came to accompany them naturally did not make any noise to interrupt them. But to Yun Qi, it was still a little too early to sleep. After tossing and turning a few rounds on the bed, he sat right up from his bed, opened the door, went out, and arrived before Kang Yue's room, which was beside his. Kang Yue's room was still brightly lit. Since she was not going to participate in the tournament tomorrow, she naturally did not need to sleep early. "Knock, knock, knock." Yun Qi raised his fist and knocked on the door. "Senior sister, it's me." The door was opened really quickly, and what appeared before him was Kang Yue's snow-white beautiful figure, shined upon by both the moonlight and candlelight. "Junior brother Yun, the tournament is tomorrow. Why aren't you asleep yet?" Yun Qi smiled gently, and without saying a word he entered her room, closed the door, and pulled the door lock. Then, under Kang Yue's tender cry, he suddenly carried her by the waist and walked over to the bedside with large strides. "That's obviously because I have been thinking about you, senior sister." But you have to compete tomorrow, MNN." Before she could even finish, her lips were already forcefully kissed by Yun Qi. Her entire body was also pressed against the bed. The sounds she instantly turned into moans. She instinctively struggled for a moment, and then willingly closed her eyes, immersing herself in her lingering kiss with Yun Qi. Kang Yue's pair of lips was as tender as a flower, with a soft and creamy feeling. Yun Qi was completely mesmerized as he continued to suck on them. Placing his 2 hands at her hips, his tongue stretched directly into her mouth, coming into contact with Kang Yue's tender and timid small tongue, and they tangled around each other. Kang Yue made a MN sound. Her delicate brows slightly trembled from her nervousness. She instinctively gently bit on Yun Qi's tongue, which had invaded into her mouth with her front teeth. Breathing erratically, her scented breath gently brushed against Yun Qi's face. In the midst of lingering kiss, Kang Yue's face had unknowingly been flushed entirely in red. Her pair of eyes, which occasionally opened and closed, had turned completely hazy. In the midst of the immersion, the belt at her waist had already been pulled out by Yun Qi, and the jade buttons on her garment were opened one at a time. Yun Qi stretched his hands, invaded into her clothes, and without any restraints, his hands began to swim around her tender waist. Mn, having her skin in direct contact, Kang Yue's eyelids suddenly jumped, and her beautiful pair of eyes were wide open. As she moaned, she instinctively began to struggle. Turning her head aside, she finally managed to escape from Yun Qi's tongue and heavily panted. "No, don't. You still have a tournament tomorrow. With senior sister giving me strength, I will definitely perform much better tomorrow." After saying that, he pushed his head forward and once again pressed his lips against Kang Yue's. The two hands which were under her clothes suddenly went upwards, grabbing onto the pair of exceptionally tender snow lumps, and gently began to fondle them. "Mn, Mn." With her sensitive part being assaulted, Kang Yue's moans and struggle became even more intense, but with just her strength alone, how could she be able to resist against Yun Qi? Very quickly, her struggles began to weaken, and not long after, a strange and foreign feeling began to slowly well up inside her. The pair of hands which were violating her pure body seemed to begin to feel hotter as well. His hot touch passed through her skin and entered her body, causing her to suddenly feel as though a fire was burning within her body. Unknowingly, her soft waist began to gently fidget and erratic breathing sounds were being produced unconsciously from her nose. Her face was dizzily red, and from her eyes she looked even more tipsy. At this very moment, Kang Yue was incomparably seductive. At this time, without any warning, Yun Qi suddenly stopped his movements. His pair of hands were still gently holding onto Kang Yue's pair of towering breasts, but his lips had left Kang Yue's scented lips. His expression became calm, and his breathing had returned to normal as well. Kang Yue slowly opened her hazy eyes, and her voice was as tender as water. "Junior brother Yun, SHH, someone's coming." Yun Qi lowered his head, gave her another kiss, and said with a very soft voice, "Knock, knock, knock." Not long after Yun Qi's voice landed, a very light sound of footsteps came from outside, accompanied by a series of knocks on the door which were neither light nor heavy. Kang Yue instantly restrained her breathing. Currently, her entire face flushed red, her long hair in a mess, and her clothes were even spread open by Yun Qi, revealing a large part of her upper body's snowy skin. She was currently in no condition to see anyone. Keeping her breathing steady and forcing out a calm tone, she asked, "Who is it?" Fen Jucheng's refined and gentle voice came from the other side of the door. "It's me, Fen Jucheng." "Mn." Yun Qi shot a glance to the door and then looked into Kang Yue's eyes with a complicated smile. Looking at Yun Qi's gaze, Kang Yue was a little flustered in her heart. Afraid that he had misunderstood her relationship with Fen Jucheng, she hurriedly used a cold tone and replied, "For young Master Fen to visit this late, is there anything I can help you with?" Fen Jucheng said with a smile, "Earlier I was roaming the villa in the night, and when I coincidentally passed by this place, I saw that your Highness' room was still brightly lit. Since it's still early in the night, I believed that your Highness should not have gone to sleep. Tonight just happened to be a night with a full moon, and Heavenly Sword Villa's full moon gives off an intriguing feeling. If one were to miss it, it would definitely be a pity. If your Highness is free, Jucheng wonders if he could have the honor to invite your Highness to gaze upon the moon together." The corner of Yun Qi's lips twitched, and he grinded his teeth hatefully. He was currently making love with the princess and was about to advance to the next step. But this trash actually came over to invite her to gaze upon the moon. "Why don't you gaze upon your sister's ass?" As he thought that, Yun Qi suddenly applied force to his two hands, grasping the pair of snowy-filled round plumps to be within his hands, with each of his fingers pressing deeply into them. "Ah!" Kang Yue let out a moan. The moan was short but seductive, and was able to instantly stimulate a man's heart to madly throb. Her voice also landed in Fen Jucheng's ears, hurriedly asking, "Your Highness, what happened?" Kang Yue grabbed onto Yun Qi's wrists, looked at him with bashful eyes, and tried her best to calm down. "Young Master Fen, thank you for your goodwill. However, I'm not entirely interested in moongazing. If there's nothing else, young Master Fen, please take your leave." As she was talking, Yun Qi's pair of hands started to move about in a bad manner. He gripped, rubbed, and pinched, causing Kang Yue to pant erratically. She had no choice but to grit her teeth, forcing herself to not emit any sound. Fen Jucheng went into silence for a short moment before letting out a sigh. "Your Highness, there are a few words that Jucheng had always been wanting to tell you. Jucheng hopes that your Highness will give him this chance. After saying those words, Jucheng will definitely leave immediately and will not bother your Highness." At this time, one of Yun Qi's hands quietly stretched downwards, parted away Kang Yue's long skirt, and his hand immediately sank deep within. Without any sort of restraint, he touched her long and smooth legs. Following the perfect curve of her thigh, his hand slowly moved upwards. As though she was shocked by electricity, Kang Yue's body trembled. She was both embarrassed and anxious, as she used both of her hands to forcefully block Yun Qi's dirty hand from approaching her thigh. With great willpower, she used a calm tone to reply Fen Jiucheng. I'm already heading to bed. If there's something you want to tell me, that will have to wait until tomorrow. Young Master Fen, please take your leave. Under Yun Qi's over-excessive violation, her voice slightly quivered. Although Fen Jiucheng was able to notice it, he did not put it into heart. Never would he think that the princess he was smooth-talking to was currently being pressed under a man's body and was being taken advantage of. He held onto his patient and gentlemanly demeanor, and rather than pressing onto the attack, he calmly said, Jiucheng is extremely ashamed for interrupting your highness' rest. I know that your highness has a prejudice towards Jiucheng due to certain affairs, but Jiucheng's intention towards your highness is true and clear, and the sun and moon can be my witnesses. If your highness is willing to give Jiucheng a chance, Jiucheng will exhaust all of his means to fulfill all of your highness' wishes. I hope that your highness will not stay 1,000 miles away from Jiucheng and reject Jiucheng time and time again. Kang Yue. After Fen Jiucheng left those words, he took 2 steps back, and without staying for another moment, he slowly took his leave. After he left the courtyard, he raised his head and glanced at the night sky. He then closed his eyes and muttered to himself, In this world, other than I, Fen Jiucheng, no one else has the qualifications to possess you. After all, you are the one and only imperial princess, and the only girl whom I, Fen Jiucheng, is willing to be this patient with. After Fen Jiucheng left a distance away, Kang Yue was once again pushed down by Yun Qi. While tossing and turning on the mattress with Kang Yue, in the midst of her continuous moans, her clothes had all been quickly stripped off by Yun Qi. Her perfect body, like a fine white tallow jade, was completely exposed in front of his eyes. Kang Yue shrank to a corner of the bed, pulling over the blanket to somehow block the lovely sight of her chest. With misty eyes, she said pitifully, There's really nothing going on with Fen Jiucheng and I. You can't be angry, right? HMPH, nothing going on? Yun Qi pretended to give a straightened face. It's late in the night, and he actually came straight to your room to find you. You must have told him. Ooh, no, that's not it, really. He must have heard it from the Heavenly Sword disciples. Really, if you want to prove it, then pull away your blanket and obediently let me eat you. Yun Qi grabbed onto the other corner of the blanket and said indecently. Ah, Kang Yue softly cried out. She unconsciously tightened her grip on the blanket, and with a face flushed entirely in red, she pitifully said, Don't, wait till you're done with the tournament, all right. After the tournament, no matter what you want to do with me, I will. Yun Qi laughed. He flung the blanket away, leaned forward, and gently hugged onto Kang Yue's soft and tender body. However, he did not make any other movements. This is what senior sister personally said. When that time comes, you can't go back on your words. Chenji? Kang Yue held onto her chest with both of her hands and burrowed her head into Yun Qi's chest. She no longer dared to look at him in the eye. The candlelight in Kang Yue's room extinguished. Qin Wushang, who had been meditating at the corner of the courtyard, while staying unnoticed by Yun Qi and Fen Jiucheng the entire time, shook his head and uttered softly, Ha, what an enviable youth! 9 in the morning. The next day, Heavenly Sword Villa's Sword Discourse Arena. The main stage of the Sword Discourse Arena and the 30 other small sword arenas were all circular in shape. The main stage was 300 meters long, and the small stages were close to 60 meters long. The Sword Discourse Arena was the place used by Heavenly Sword Villa disciples for sparring. It was also where the Blue Wind Ranking Tournament was held. Currently, the seats around the main stage were already filled with people. In front of each seat was a plaque that indicated the group that was present. Normally, 7 people sat behind each plaque, but for Blue Wind Imperial Palace there was only a pathetic number of 4. It's 9. It is about to start. Qin Wushang spoke softly. Suddenly, a loud and clear sound of screeching swords could be heard from mid-air. Everyone lifted their heads instinctively and saw that there were suddenly 100 swords about 300 meters above them. The floating swords seemed to have a mind of their own and started dancing around in the sky. The screeching sounds of the swords broke the silence of the skies, and the sounds were extremely sharp. After circling the stage for a few rounds, they halted in midair above the main seat and arranged themselves neatly. Below the floating swords, a white-bearded elder walked out slowly, greeted with cusping fists, and spoke in a clear voice. "This old one is Heavenly Sword Villa's Sword Baptizing Pavilion's Elder Ling Wugu. I am glad to meet all the heroes and outstanding youths today. I represent our villa to thank everyone for turning up at Heavenly Sword Villa. This year's Blue Wind ranking tournament. Ling Wugu's nickname is Scarlet Sword. Even though he looks like any normal elder, he is rumored to be at the 8th level of the Sky Profound realm already. I'm no longer considered an opponent for him. He has already hosted several years of the tournament and is fair and just. He does not joke around, and even within the Heavenly Sword Villa, he is a well-respected figure. Even Ling Yuefeng has to show some respect towards him." Qin Wusheng whispered to Yun Qi and Xia Yuanba. "Wah, stronger than Palace Chief Qin?" Xia Yuanba opened his mouth wide with a face of shock. Ever since he entered Blue Wind Imperial Palace and found out that Qin Wusheng was the legendary Sky Profound realm, he treated him as if he were a deity. "Haha, in Blue Wind Empire there are many people stronger than me." Qin Wusheng laughed. "I am only in the 3rd level of the Sky Profound realm and am far below Ling Wugu. Even if there were 10 of me against one of him, I would not be his opponent. When reaching the Sky Profound realm, every level is as hard as ascending to heavens. The time and effort needed is far beyond what is required to pass through 10 whole levels of Spirit Profound realm. Furthermore, the bottom half of the Sky Profound realm and the top half of the Sky Profound realm is 2 different worlds. Below the 5th level, they can be found at any flourishing sects. Above the 5th level, they are scarce even in the major sects. They are the true powerful experts. The famous Frozen Cloud 7 fairies are all above the 5th level of the Sky Profound realm. Not counting the Frozen Cloud Asgard Mistress and the experts in secluded cultivation, the ones whose profound strength is in the top half of the Sky Profound realm in Frozen Cloud Asgard are only those 7. When he finished, Ling Wugu's usual pre-match brief had almost already finished too. Suddenly, his voice grew higher, and each of his words were deafening. "This year's Blue Wind ranking tournament's witness comes from Profound Sky Continent's 4 great sacred grounds. Mighty Heavenly Sword Region's Elder Ling Kun. With Elder Ling Kun's strength and birthplace, I believe no one would doubt Elder Ling Kun's qualifications and authority." When the 4 words, Mighty Heavenly Sword Region, came out, everyone was instantly stunned, especially those who had been to the tournament before. The hearts of those who have heard of the legendary Mighty Heavenly Sword Region beat faster as they all gasped. Mighty Heavenly Sword Region was one of the legendary 4 great sacred grounds. When hearing this name, even all the sect masters all felt an invisible form of pressure. If someone from the sacred grounds came to stand as witness, what kind of level would he be at? Who would dare do anything funny during the battles? It has long been rumored that Heavenly Sword Villa and Mighty Heavenly Sword Region had some relationship, and the elder that came this time also bore the Ling surname. This inevitably proved something to the people. Mighty Heavenly Sword Region, what kind of a place is it? The surrounding audience's reaction made Xia Yuanba very curious. "A place 1,000 times stronger than Heavenly Sword Villa. Don't ask any more questions," Yun Qi whispered. "Ah," Xia Yuanba's eyes grew wider than an ox. When Ling Wugu shouted, a green-attired middle-aged man stood up beside him and nodded slightly. At the moment he stood up, as if attracted by an invisible force, all eyes were instantly gathered upon him. He looked to be about 40 to 50 years of age, with an average built and expressionless face. Even though everyone appeared to be able to see him, they could not sense his presence at all. It was as though he was an imaginary illusion. As he sat down, everyone's eyes seemed to be repelled away as they all fell on different places. Instantly, everyone's heart were filled with a deep respect and fear. It was no wonder he came from one of the sacred grounds. The level this Ling Kun was at was completely incomprehensible by anyone there. "Now let this old man declare the prize of this ranking tournament." Ling Wugu's words made everyone focus their gaze back onto him again and listened earnestly. The prize for every single ranking tournament was different. They only heard Ling Wugu read on. 3rd place in the ranking tournament's individual rankings will receive 1 purple-striped dragon heart pellet. 2nd place in individual rankings will receive 3 drops of purple-veined marrow-quenching fluid. As Ling Wugu said till here, the audiences below was already filled with cries of shock. The names of purple-striped dragon heart pellet and purple-veined marrow-quenching fluid was like a thunder striking through the eardrums of everyone present on the seats, because these were all godlike medicine that were difficult to obtain even with immense wealth. The former was rumored to be made by refining the power of true dragon profound cores, and could let all of the profound entrances of those who took it be opened for the next month, increasing their cultivation speed by several times. The latter could refine one's bone marrows and brain, enhancing their physical and mental prowess by a great extent, allowing one to obtain permanent benefits. These two medicines were both incomparably famous and precious, and it was almost impossible to purchase them no matter how great the amount of money one had. Especially to the younger generation, the purple-striped dragon heart pellet and purple-veined marrow-quenching fluid were completely and genuinely medicines of miracle. All of the participating disciples present, including those disciples of the top-notch sects, were already staring with their eyes stiff, as gulping sounds continually came from their throats. However, the conditions to acquire one of these two kind of medicines were extremely harsh, rising up to the top 3 places amongst 1,500 tip-top talents. Really was harder than trying to climb up to the heavens. First place in individual rankings will receive a sky-profound artifact, dragon scale armor, that originates from the mighty heavenly sword region. WHOA. The moment the prize for the first place was announced, the entire audience immediately clamored as if hot oil in a pan, and couldn't die down for a long while. Sky Profound Artifact, Dragon Scale Armor. As expected from the mighty Heavenly Sword region, it really is a show of hands that makes it hard to keep calm even if one wished to. Xiao Sect Master Xiao Juishan said with a face full of shock. I had heard that this dragon scale armor was made by a dragon scale from a true dragon. While being incomparably tough, it also possesses a certain amount of reflective properties toward foreign profound energy. With the dragon scale armor on hand, it's comparable to having several more lives. Layer, this time you absolutely must expend 120% of effort. For this dragon scale armor, you must try your best even if it's Ling Yun you face, and mustn't declare forfeit from the start. Yes, Xiao Quengle forcibly nodded his head in response. There are only 3 protective armors of the Sky Profound rank in the entire Blue Wind Empire. Moreover, none of them could match up to this dragon scale armor. Burning Heaven Clan's great elder Fen Moli also could no longer stay calm. However, he wasn't as optimistic as Xiao Juishan, and his expression quickly became insipid again. However, regrettably, this dragon scale armor is merely used to dazzle our eyes. With Ling Yun here, who could win against him? From what I see here, this may be a great gift that Ling Kun brought from the mighty Heavenly Sword region, as a mean to instigate our eyeballs while taking advantage of this situation. In the end, it'll still be something of their possession. Ling Wugu's declaration continued. Top 10 forces in the ranking tournament after the tournament will be qualified to explore Heaven Basin Secret Realm in teams. The top 10 forces in the ranking tournament after the exploration of Heavenly Basin Secret Realm will have the opportunity to see the demon sealing ritual carried out personally by Elder Ling Kun of the mighty Heavenly Sword region with their own eyes. Demon sealing ritual. What's that? Yun Qi puzzledly asked in Qin Wusheng's direction. Qin Wusheng thought for a bit and said, I am not very sure either. Counting this time, I've been here 3 times altogether, yet I have never heard of this sort of reward. But the word demon, I have heard of. It was rumored that 100 years ago, mighty Heavenly Sword region had sent a demon to Heavenly Sword Villa and sealed it under the Sword Management Terrace. That gigantic sword at the center of the Sword Management Terrace exists precisely to seal that demon. Perhaps this seal needs to be reinforced once in a while, or perhaps the reason why this Ling Kun came to Heavenly Sword Villa was not to witness this session of Blue Wind Ranking Tournament, but to reinforce that seal instead, of course. This is only a guess. The matter of Heavenly Sword Villa having a demon that was sent here by the mighty Heavenly Sword region. Yun Qi had heard Kang Yue mentioning it arbitrarily before, as she introduced the Heavenly Sword Villa to him. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and found that most people were all whispering to one another with confused expressions. Clearly they all didn't know what the so-called demon sealing ritual was. The time hath come. Now this old man declares, this session of Blue Wind Ranking Tournament officially begins. The enormous Sword Discourse Arena immediately became quiet. One could only see the figure of Ling Wugu waver. He had already flown up into the air. Leaving a line of hazy gray phantom, he landed on the dead center of the Sword Discourse Arena in the blink of an eye. There, a gigantic profound assessing stone already stood in place. This session's ranking tournament has a total of 513 sectoral forces to be ranked, and involves 1,535 participating disciples. The age of every single participating disciple must not be younger than 16 and must not be over 20. Anyone not within this age range will be immediately kicked out. Now begins the lot drawing of the ranking tournament. Before the number is drawn, one must be tested for age and profound strength, and then let everyone know the names of younger generation's outstanding individuals as well. Now, participating disciples called on by this old man come up immediately for profound strength assessment and lot number drawing. In every single session of the ranking tournament, the profound strength assessment had always been an essential process. However, what this profound strength assessment truly tested for was not profound strength, but was instead age. After all, the ranking tournament had an extremely tight restriction toward the participating disciples' age. Skyblade Clan's Li Batao, Jai Hong, Yi Changqing. The three whose names were called by Ling Wugu immediately walked down from the seating and put their palm on the profound assessing stone one by one. The resulting age was respectively 19, 20, and 20. The respective profound strength ranks were Spirit Profound Realm Rank 3, Spirit Profound Realm Rank 2, and Spirit Profound Realm Rank 2. Afterwards, they drew their own ranking tournament numbers on the side and returned to their seats. Thunderbolt Mountains Wu Mu Wu Farron Wu Qingyun, Skyriver Cloud Pavilion, Moon-worshipping sect, Divine Cloud Isle. Waves after waves of participating disciples, with sects as units, came up and carried out profound strength assessment as well as the number drawing. Same as previous sessions, most of the participating disciples' age all grouped at 19 and 18 years olds were already very rare, and 17 extremely so. As for 16, nearly half of the disciples had already gone up, but there still wasn't even one. Moreover, over 90% of these participating disciples had a profound strength centralized between the first level of the Spirit Profound Realm and fifth level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Ones that surpassed fifth level of the Spirit Profound Realm didn't even reach 1/10. To be able to step into the Spirit Profound Realm under the age of 20, even if it was in the imperial capital of the Blue Wind Empire, one would be considered as the genius within geniuses. Even for the Blue Wind's #1 Profound Palace, there were merely 3 people, including the foreign Fen Juchen. For those small cities like Floating Cloud and New Moon, one wouldn't even dare to imagine it. But in here, it could only be reduced to ordinary. And for young profound practitioners of 5th level of the Spirit Profound Realm and above, they would be the prodigies blessed by heavens within prodigies blessed by heavens, as well as the top-level group of the ranking tournament. As for true Profound Realm, at least until now there hadn't been even a single one. Xiao Sect Xiao Quangle Xiao Zhen Xiao Nan. The moment the name Xiao Sect was announced, the entire audience abruptly became quiet again. The 4 major sects that inspired awe in the Blue Wind Empire finally begun to enter the stage. The 3 participating disciples of Xiao Sect walked out from the seating area and walked toward the center of the Sword Discourse Arena shoulder by shoulder. Even the way they walked was different from the disciples of the other sects. In between their brows, there brimmed a prideful air that almost seemed to be natural. Xiao Quangle, 20 years old, Spirit Profound Realm Level 9. Xiao Quangle was the first to take the profound strength assessment. As the result was shown, a burst of exclamation came from below the stage. Especially those disciples who was usually prideful and referred to as #1 prodigy in their own regions. They immediately became wide-eyed and slack-jawed and couldn't believe their own eyes. At a mere age of 20, he was actually already at the 9th rank of Spirit Profound Realm, and was only 2 steps from entering the Earth Profound Realm. How was this possible? Was what they yelled within their trembling hearts. The exclamation that sounded beside the ears made Xiao Zhen emit a cold snort, as he took a step forward and pressed his hand onto the profound assessing stone. Xiao Zhen, 20 years old, Spirit Profound Realm Level 9. This time, those young disciples who were already wide-eyed and slack-jawed stared their eyes even wider. They had only heard the awe-inspiring name of the 4 major sects with their ears before. Yet this time they had used their eyes and genuinely witnessed the dreadfulness of the 4 major sects. Xiao Nan was last. Xiao Nan, 18 years old, Spirit Profound Realm Level 6. Even though Xiao Nan's profound strength was the bottom of the 3, he was after all 2 years younger than Xiao Quangle and Xiao Zhen. This age, coupled with this profound strength rank, The shock factor was not in the slightest weaker than the previous two. Not long after, Burning Heaven Clan's 3 participating disciples also went up on stage at the same time. Fen Jin, 20 years old, Spirit Profound Realm Level 9. Fen Jubai, 20 years old, Spirit Profound Realm Level 8. Fen Yuanj, 19 years old, Spirit Profound Realm Level 7. Fen Jin is the eldest grandson of Burning Heaven Clan's Great Elder Fen Moli, and is also the #1 disciple for Burning Heaven Clan in this tournament. As for Feng Jubai, his aptitude is inferior to that of Feng Jucheng, and cannot become the #1 main character for Burning Heaven Clan in this ranking tournament. Qin Wusheng explained on a whim. Frozen Cloud Asgard's Shui Wushwang, Wu Zuxin, Xia Qingyu. Amongst the 4 major sects, Frozen Cloud Asgard had the lowest number of disciples. Because when Frozen Cloud Asgard chooses their disciple, not only was it restricted to females, they also had extremely strict requirement for aptitude, talent, as well as appearance. And hence, if one were to talk about the average strength of disciples, even Heavenly Sword Villa couldn't match that of Frozen Cloud Asgard. At the same time, every single one of the Frozen Cloud Asgard's disciples were as beautiful as blossoming flowers. The #1 beauty, Chu Yuechen, who had made countless young and talented men infatuated, had precisely came from Frozen Cloud Asgard. As expected, when Frozen Cloud Asgard's 3 females came out, the entire surrounding was immediately filled with the echoing of continuous gulping. The young disciples that had the ability to arrive to this place have already established themselves as the pinnacle of their territories, so it could be said that they had all kinds of beautiful women at their disposal. But how could ordinary women compare to the quality of Frozen Cloud Asgard's female disciples? They had natural ice auroras floating around them that enhanced their dreamy atmosphere even more. The last young woman's face was covered by a veil, so there was no way to see her true face. The gazes of the young disciples all concentrated upon Shui Wushwang and Wu Zuxin's beautiful faces and figures, staring for so long that their wide eyes had almost become vertical, as if their spirit had left their bodies. Brother-in-law, quick look, it's big sister. Although Xia Qingyu wore a veil, Xia Yuanba still recognized her at a single glance. He promptly grabbed Yun Qi's arm as he shouted with excitement. "SHH?" Yun Qi quickly silenced him and said in a low voice, "I know that she's Qingyu, and I already knew that she would participate in this ranking tournament. You can call me brother-in-law, but you must not call her big sister again. Frozen Cloud Asgard's female disciples are forbidden to marry. If someone else hears about something, it would be detrimental to her. We too would receive unnecessary attention." Xia Yuanba promptly covered his mouth with both hands, nodded repeatedly, and did not dare to yell out loud. Yun Qi's gaze fell upon Xia Qingyu's back as his heart pounded. It had been a year and a half since he'd last seen her, and she had clearly grown taller. The original incomparably slender and graceful delicate body had become even more perfectly beautiful. Just looking at her from the rear was enough to imagine what kind of peerless beauty she had become. Once she took down her veil, her face had perhaps become even more breathtaking since long ago. "That girl wearing a veil is Yuanba's elder sister, your wife." Others did not hear what Yuanba had said, but the Kang Yue sitting next to them heard it clearly. She stared at Xia Qingyu with a somewhat blank look on her face. When seeing the wife of her lover, her voice and expression all revealed an indescribably complex emotion. Regardless of whether or not they had real feelings for each other, regardless of whether or not they were truly husband and wife, she was still his wife. They were officially married, paid respects to heaven and earth, paid respects to their elders with heaven and earth as witness. Yes, Yun Qi did not ignore Kang Yue's murmur. He went straight to the point and replied, "She is Yuanba's sister and is also my wife, who married me 18 months ago. She's 17 this year, and her birth date is only 9 days later than mine." But he was using Xiao Qi's birth date as a reference and not Yun Qi's birth date. He was basically unsure of when his birth date was. Kang Yue's lips slightly moved, and then she softly asked, Do you really not have any feelings for each other?" This question caused Yun Qi to go silent for a long while. Then he faintly said, "During the few days after our marriage, I once tried to use various methods to nurture her feelings towards me. But before I could see any results, an incident suddenly happened, which caused me to have no choice but to leave the Xiao clan. She does not have any feelings towards me. At the very least, she does not possess the type of feelings between a man and woman, but she doesn't treat me badly. As for me, I don't dare to say that I don't have any feelings between a man and woman towards her. At the very least, I can't help but be attracted by her beauty, the atmosphere around her, and her personality. I even believe that no matter which man were to get along with her, they will no doubt be attracted to her. But compared to love, I have more respect for her. When she was 12, she was selected by Frozen Cloud Asgard. She became a disciple of the Frozen Cloud Asgard then, and even their sect master valued her greatly. But she still stayed in Floating Cloud City until she was 16, and did not head for Frozen Cloud Asgard. Even though she was a girl, she was obsessed with cultivating. Her talent was also at the extremely high. But in the key 4 years of foundation, she forced herself to remain in Floating Cloud City, all for the sake of completing the marriage between us. This action of hers was to fulfill her father's promise, so as to prevent her father from being known as a man who goes against his words. However, even more so, she did it to protect me, and to protect my grandfather's reputation. After all, back then, I was still a cripple, yet she was a Frozen Cloud Asgard disciple that all people looked up to. There was a difference of a heaven and earth between us. If anyone from the Frozen Cloud Asgard were to appear and announce her as a disciple of Frozen Cloud Asgard, she would have been brought away much earlier, and no one would think it to be too much if the marriage promise was broken just like that. No one would have criticized her father for going against his words. Rather, everyone would think it as a logical course of action. After all, compared to placing a fresh flower onto a piece of cow dung, it would be the most normal, most correct, and most definite choice as a person who have received the tender care from the Frozen Cloud Asgard. But she did not do that. The rumors circulating around said that the Xia family was unwilling to bear the name of a family that goes against their word, but I understand that she was grateful towards my father, Xiao Ying, for saving her life. Hence, she used 4 years of her precious time and accepted our marriage so as to protect my grandfather's and my reputation. After the marriage, she still took my dignity into account at all times. When the two of us were alone, she did not allow me to touch a single hair of hers, but when there was someone else present and I forcefully grabbed onto her hand, she simply endured. She was not willing to harm my dignity in front of others, and she clearly told me that I could take in any concubines and she would not interfere. If I were to think of having someone else as my legal wife, I could divorce her at any time as well. So, no matter what, I am unable to feel any animosity towards her. Kang Yue quietly listened. Her feeling of awkwardness towards Xia Qingyu silently disappeared, and what took over it was a feeling of admiration from the depth of her heart. It's just that my relationship with her is probably nothing more than this, and currently I have no idea if our names as husband and wife still exist. Yun Qi looked at Xia Qingyu's back and sighed. Why? Kang Yue was curious. On the day I left the Xiao clan, everyone criticized me as trash picked up from somewhere else, that my marriage with Xia Qingyu was a form of shameless deceit. They forced me to hand over the marriage certificate and tear it off to remove our relationship as husband and wife. I left the Xiao clan soon afterwards, but before I left, I handed the marriage certificate to Xia Qingyu. As to whether she tore the marriage certificate after that, I do not know. Yun Qi smiled. His smile was stiff, which proved that he did not know of the outcome, but it did not mean that he did not care about it. He had never asked Xia Yuanba about it, because, subconsciously, he did not want to hear the answer that he was not willing to hear. When Yun Qi spoke to there, the sense of discomfort that welled up in Kang Yue's heart because of Xia Qingyu had already been completely extinguished. Rather, she hoped that Xia Qingyu did not tear that marriage apart, because only that way would she, under everyone's eyes, sacrifice herself to protect the very last of Yun Qi's dignity back then. After all, what she genuinely cared about was not the relationship between Yun Qi and Xia Qingyu, but only Yun Qi. The results of the profound strength of the 3 disciples from Frozen Cloud Asgard were quickly announced. Shui Wuxuang, 20 years old, Spirit Profound Realm Level 9. Wu Zuxin, 20 years old, Spirit Profound Realm Level 9. The former 2 Frozen Cloud Asgard disciples' level of profound strength were not weaker than anyone from the Xiao sect and Burning Heaven clan. And from these results, after being startled for a moment, the people from Xiao sect and Burning Heaven clan heaved sighs of relief. In the previous tournament, Frozen Cloud Asgard came out with a devilish disciple, Mu Lingsu. Her level of profound strength was the highest in the tournament, reaching the peak 10th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, and it was her who defeated Ju Cheng. Although in the end she lost against Ling Yun, Back then, Ling Yun had the profound strength at the 9th level of the spirit profound realm. When discussing profound strength alone, no one in the tournament was able to compare to her. But in this tournament, Frozen Cloud Asgard's disciple with the highest level of profound strength is equal to Jinner, and also equal to Xiao Sex, Xiao Quangle, and Xiao Zhen He. Looks like Frozen Cloud Asgard might not be able to protect their position as the runner-up in this tournament. The people of Xiao sect also had the same thought, and Xiao Juishan said with a smile. In the previous tournament, the disciple from Frozen Cloud Asgard had a high level of profound strength, which obviously pressured us to a certain degree. But this time, it's actually a tie. Layer, looks like this time we have overestimated our opponent. The runner-up position, we will definitely obtain it. Everyone's eyes landed on the third Frozen Cloud Asgard disciple, the young girl whose face was covered by a shawl. Xianxia, 17 years old, Spirit Profound Realm Level 8. In that instant, the audience was silent for an entire 3 seconds, and then, suddenly, a large wave of exclamations was set off. The audience, both old and young, even Ling Yuefeng from the Heavenly Sword Villa, instantly stood up from their seats and looked at the notification revealed by the profound assessing stone with astonished expressions. 8th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Even though it was an extremely high level in the 4 great sects, it was not really exaggerated. What shocked the people was her age. She was only 17. A 17-year-old at the 8th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. The #1 expert in the younger generation, Ling Yun, when he was 17, he was also at the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. And this girl's talent was actually encroaching upon Ling Yun's. Who is this girl? Xianxia. Why have I never heard of a disciple with this name in the Frozen Cloud Asgard? Xiao Juishan was no longer able to keep his calm and said with a tight frown. He could not help but admit that, even though his Xiao sect was powerful and prosperous, he was sure that his sect was unable to bring up a disciple to the 8th level of the Spirit Profound Realm at the mere age of 17. This old man has never heard of her before either. This girl is only 17. She must be a new disciple Frozen Cloud Asgard had accepted in the recent years. Xiao Wuji said as his brows sank. With her age, she will definitely be able to participate in the next ranking tournament as well. This old man had thought that the threat posed by Frozen Cloud Asgard has greatly decreased, but I did not expect that they would still possess such an astounding disciple. We must definitely put everything we have in this ranking tournament, otherwise, if she were to appear again in the next ranking tournament, although this old man is not trying to sell ourselves short, I'm afraid that our Xiao sect will not have any disciple capable of going against her. Xiao Juishan tightly frowned. He was not able to deny Xiao Wuji's words at all. 8th level of the Spirit Profound Realm? Yun Qi's chest rose as he took in a deep breath. Even he was deeply shocked by Xianxia's profound strength today. Yue, big sister, is actually, already, so amazing. Xia Yuanba's eyes widened roundly as he let out an exaggerated yell. In the younger generation among the male practitioners, no one is stronger than Ling Yun. This girl called Xianxia, if she were to maintain her talent, before long, she will become #1 among the female practitioners. Qin Wusheng sighed. He looked at Xia Yuanba's figure and once again sighed in his heart. Xianxia and this guy, are they really siblings? One of them is at the 8th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, while the other is only at the Elementary Profound Realm. This. Not long after Frozen Cloud Asgard, Ling Wugu finally shouted out Heavenly Sword Villa's name. Heavenly Sword Villa, Ling Yun, Ling Feiyu, Ling Jai. At that moment, the Sword Discourse Arena once again quietened down. After all, this was the appearance of Blue Wind Empire's true #1 powerhouse. With Ling Yun taking the lead, he placed his hand on the profound assessing stone. Ling Yun, 20 years old, Earth Profound Realm Level 3. Ling Yun slowly removed his hand from the profound assessing stone and slowly left. Without a care about the noise that sounded like the roaring tidal waves surrounding him, his footsteps, his atmosphere, and his expression was as calm as the cool breeze, as though he was a pure and speckless white cloud. The first Earth Profound Realm practitioner appeared in the profound strength assessment, and at the same time, he was the only one in the entire history of the profound strength assessment. This one and only one was also not at the beginning level of the Earth Profound Realm, but had also reached the 3rd level. This level was like a grenade, exploding in front of the eyes and hearts of the countless participating disciples, causing them to be completely dumbfounded. They could not believe what they saw and did not regain their senses for a long while, because to them it was basically an incomprehensible reality. A 20-year-old at the Earth-profound realm was so unreal, it was close to being a mythic tale. In Blue Wind Empire, there were countless of Spirit-profound realm practitioners. But the number of Earth-profound realm practitioners did not even make up 1/100th of that number. Because when one entered the Earth-profound realm, not just among the younger generation, but to the entire Blue Wind Empire, it was an actual step into the realm of experts. Even Qin Huayu, who was also at the Earth-profound realm, had the qualifications to become an instructor at the Blue Wind Profound Palace. If one were to regard going from elementary profound realm to nascent profound realm, from nascent profound realm to true profound realm, from true profound realm to spirit profound realm, as crossing over a large realm, then from spirit profound realm to the earth profound realm was basically crossing over a different dimension. Not only did the difficulty of breaking through increase exponentially, even the difficulty of raising one's profound energy was several times much harder. And Ling Yun was only 20 years old. Not only did he step into the earth profound realm, he even reached the 3rd level of the earth profound realm. It was a realm which even a young practitioner who belonged to the upper levels did not dare to think of. Just by the revelation of his profound energy alone, forget about obtaining victory over any of the disciples from Xiao sect and burning Heaven Kalan. Even if all 6 of their participating disciples were to go against him together, Ling Yun would probably treat it as child's play. In contrast, the astonishment of the people from Xiao sect and burning Heaven clan only lasted for a few moments, before they completely calmed down. The current Ling Yun possessing the power of the earth profound realm was not something completely unacceptable. There was no other reason, it's just because he was Ling Yun. In the previous tournament, Ling Yun, who was merely 17 years old, took the top spot with ease. In this tournament, there's basically no one capable of competing against Ling Yun for it. In the future, he will definitely become another Ling Yuefeng. Qin Wusheng sighed. 3rd level of the earth profound realm. The corner of Yun Qi's lips twitched for a couple of times. This guy calling him abnormal is simply too courteous. After Ling Yun was Ling Feiyu and Ling Jai. Ling Feiyu, 19 years old, Spirit Profound Realm Level 9. Ling Jai, 16 years old, Spirit Profound Realm Level 6. The entire audience also shook from the results of the other 2 beside Ling Yun. Heavenly Sword Villa was after all Heavenly Sword Villa, and Ling Jai was also the only 16-year-old participating disciple in this ranking tournament. Unlike Ling Yun's calmness like the cloud, he was high-spirited, and his eyes were brimmed with excitement. His look of eagerness looked as though he wished to be able to immediately fight a couple of rounds with someone. As expected of Ling Yun's little brother, this Ling Jai's progress in this 8 months is not that simple. Yun Qi muttered to himself in his heart. Right after Heavenly Sword Villa, the name Blue Wind Imperial Family finally sounded. Blue Wind Imperial Family. After shouting the name, Ling Wugu suddenly paused. After fixating his eyes on the name list for a moment, he continued to shout with a weird tone of voice. Yun Qi. Although the Blue Wind Imperial Family's placing in the ranking tournament wasn't that great, it was still the Imperial Family. It controlled the largest amount of political power within the Blue Wind Empire. As a result, when the name Blue Wind Imperial Family came out, it immediately caught the attention of entire audience. But after the name Yun Qi came out, Ling Wugu's gaze had then left the name list and did not announce the next name. There was only this one name. It's my turn. Yun Qi immediately got up and walked towards the profound assessing stone. The surroundings immediately echoed with the sound of whispers. Hey, what's going on? Only him? Looks like it. What the hell? The Imperial family seriously only sent one person to participate this year. It was probably influenced by the turmoil within the Imperial family. Hush, don't speak nonsense. Perhaps this person's profound strength is so high that it is enough for the Imperial family to just send one person. After all, the power rankings of the sects depends on their highest-ranked disciple. Yun Qi walked down from his seat and walked in the midst of everyone's line of sight. From frozen Cloud Asgard's seating area, Xia Qingyu, who had always been tranquil and silent, widened her beautiful eyes that carried a trace of deep shock when she saw Yun Qi. She murmured in a low tone of voice, How could it be him?" The moment Yun Qi came out, the ice auroras surrounding Chu Yuechen instantly became chaotic as her eyes also momentarily became absent-minded. But immediately afterwards, everything became calm once more. She turned her gaze and no longer looked at Xianxia. It was not known what she was thinking. Eh? Chu Yueli fixed her gaze at Xianxia and her expression became more and more doubtful. When Xianxia stood in front of the profound assessing stone, she tilted her head and spoke in Xia Qingyu's direction. "Qingyu, don't you feel like he resembles someone?" "Xianxia, Xiaoqi, Xiaoqi." Xia Qingyu slowly muttered, then shook her head gently. "They look really similar, but it is impossible that it's him. His profound veins are crippled and are impossible to restore, so it is even more impossible for him to have any connections with the imperial family." Chu Yueli looked at Xianxia again for a while more, and then said softly, "Right, it is indeed impossible that it's him, but there's actually two people in this world that this much alike. You've seen this person before?" Chu Yuechen suddenly raised her brows and asked. "No," Chu Yueli shook her head, "but he looks similar to someone I've met before." "Who?" "It is exactly the person Qingyu insisted on marrying that year. That person's name was Xiaoqi. This person's name is Xianxia. Not only do they look alike, even their names are similar. What a shocking coincidence." Chu Yueli explained. "Chu Yuechen." "Elder sister, what's wrong?" Sensing that Chu Yuechen's aura had suddenly become chaotic, Chu Yueli immediately tilted her head as she asked in astonishment. "Nothing." Chu Yuechen closed her eyes and said in an ice-cold voice. But immediately afterwards, a crushing sound suddenly sounded from her right-hand side. The seat's armrest that was already in the midst of the floating ice auroras became dust. "Elder sister, you aren't allowed to ask any more, I'm fine." Chu Yuechen closed her charming eyes and coldly rebuked. Excluding the Asgard mistress, Chu Yuechen possessed the highest position and prestige within Frozen Cloud Asgard. Although she was also one of Frozen Cloud's 7 fairies and Chu Yuechen's little sister, Chu Yueli still held her in full reverence. Even though her suspicions grew larger and larger, she still did not dare to ask any further. She could only repeatedly think it over in her heart. Xianxia, 17 years old, True Profound Realm Level 10. Once this result came out, the entire audience hissed with displeasure. Subsequently, the sounds of answering snickers filled the area in all directions. Even though the entire surroundings were filled with snickering, the snickering then became the clear sounds unrestrained laughter. The audience was flooded with all sorts of hearty laughter and jeers, that even a few elders of virtue and prestige had also involuntarily laughed after seeing this result. True Profound Realm. A True Profound Realm had actually appeared in this year's ranking tournament. Even a True Profound Realm is brave enough to participate in this ranking tournament. PFF HAHAHAHA. The Blue Wind Imperial family had actually sent out such a disciple to participate. And I'd thought that it would be a shocker. FCK. It is indeed a shocker. It's actually a True Profound Realm. Did the Blue Wind Imperial family come here to be funny this year? Looks like there's no need to worry about being first place from the bottom anymore, ha ha ha. I think I've never heard of a True Profound Realm appearing in the ranking tournament. The Blue Wind Imperial family seriously do not care about their face anymore. Tusk. If the Blue Wind Imperial family doesn't place first from the bottom, I'll eat shit in public. Sigh. Actually seeing a True Profound Realm appear here feels like the entire ranking tournament's quality has been dragged down. I'm blushing in shame for them, but this kid actually had the guts to stand out there, Tusk. He's not an ordinary character. His face is thicker than the skin on my butt. The innate talent of a 17-year-old in the 10th level of the True Profound Realm was considered not bad. Amongst all the disciples participating in the ranking tournament, it could barely rank in the lower levels, and at the age of 20, it reaching around the 3rd level of the Spirit Profound Realm could be a possibility. If he entered the ranking tournament at that time, nobody would ridicule him. What everyone present was mocking was not his innate talent, but rather that a True Profound Realm actually had the ego and courage to join the assembly of talents at the ranking tournament. Even if he did not want his face anymore, the imperial family he belonged to ought to right. Out of all the ranking tournaments thus far, a True Profound Realm had indeed never appeared before. Although the ranking tournament had no fixed rules about the participating disciples' profound strength level, if they could not bring out 3 disciples from the ages of 16 to 20 at the Spirit Profound Realm, they were essentially unworthy of participating in the ranking tournament, so much that they were not worthy of even getting an invitation. After some sects greatly declined, if they truly could not bring out 3 Spirit Profound disciples, they had to renounce the ranking tournament. If they could only bring 2 or even 1 disciple at the Spirit Profound Realm, they would still never bring along a true profound realm to fill in their numbers. And this year, history had been broken just like that. A true profound realm participant had appeared, was even the representative of the Blue Wind Imperial family, and was even Blue Wind Imperial family's only participant. A large number of people were stupefied, and an even larger number of people rocked back and forth with laughter. An intense kind of sect and self-strength superiority involuntarily arose. What they were comparing against was nevertheless the Blue Wind Imperial family that dominated and ruled over the Blue Wind Empire. And this kind of superior feeling was especially strong. He actually really came. On Heavenly Sword Villa's side, Ling Yun spoke with a face full of shock. Yuwa, he's actually already at the 10th level of the true profound realm. Amazing. Completely different from the surrounding sounds of ridicule, Ling Jai opened his mouth wide with a face brimming with amazement. Oh! Their reactions made Ling Yuefeng raise his brows. You two know this person? Ling Yun slightly nodded. He's that person little Jai described to you that time with a delighted smile. The last time we saw him was half a year ago. At that time, his profound strength was only at the 3rd level of the true profound realm, but he had actually blocked 3 of little Jai's strikes. It has only been half a year since then, yet he is actually already at the 10th level of the true profound realm. This kind of advancement rate has far surpassed the previous me. What? A hint of surprise flashed across Ling Yuefeng's face. He started to closely examine Yun Qi with a completely different look in his eyes. Being able to withstand 3 strikes from the Ling Jai in the 3rd level of the spirit profound realm at the 3rd level of the true profound realm. His strength absolutely cannot be measured by his revealed profound strength. I believe that he is the same as Ling Jai and I. He is completely capable of prevailing over opponents who are several levels higher than his own. Ling Yun said calmly. Profound strength level alone indeed does not represent one's complete level of strength. Ling Yuefeng nodded slightly. But it is nevertheless the most important indication of strength. Even if one could challenge another above their level, how far could they possibly step over? Under the Earth profound realm, 3 levels is essentially the maximum limit one could go. Even if he actually is how you describe him and is indeed a talent worthy of attention, unfortunately, he has come too early. Yes, he did indeed come too early. Ling Yun nodded with complete belief. When I first saw him, I had even hinted that to him and Princess Kang Yue. I said that he should represent the imperial family and participate in the next ranking tournament. At that time, the 20-year-old him would certainly amaze the world when representing the imperial family in the next ranking tournament. I never expected that he would actually come this year. The sounds of hissing, sneering, and ridicule in his surroundings were all within his expectations. But how could all these rouse any ripples within his heart? After drawing his number, he walked down without any changes in expression. His gaze and expression were incomparably calm and composed, as if everything that had happened had nothing to do with him. This kind of behavior made Ling Yuefeng's evaluation of him become slightly higher. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to die from laughter. The Blue Wind Imperial family actually sent out a trash that's only in the true profound realm. Do they seriously want to make a fool of themselves? Ha 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 ha, the team that the uselessly beautiful and noble Blue Moon Princess brought. Fen Jubai laughed out loud. After suddenly discovering that not only did Fen Jucheng's face not have a trace of a smile, but was instead stiff, he asked, Hey, big bro, what's wrong? Why do you look so bad? Fen Jucheng's brows sunk a little as he answered with a frightening somber voice. That person is named Yun Qi. That's right. Could it be that big bro knows of this person? Fen Jubai also stopped laughing as his expression became serious. As the young clan master of the Burning Heaven clan, there were no one that had ever dared to provoke Fen Jucheng. It has already been a few years since he had saw Feng Jucheng making such a face. Yun Qi, ha, very good, it really is great, too great. Fen Jucheng's voice and complexion became more and more overcast, and even started to emit a burst of ice-cold killing intent. His hands that grasped the chair's armrests was already bulging with veins. Clearly, he was already furious to the extremity in his heart. He first knew of the name Yun Qi from 3rd Prince Kang Xiu. Even though Kang Xiu had told him that Yun Qi was already dead, he still ordered someone to investigate it. He found that Yun Qi really was very close with Princess Kang Yue, but his death in the wasteland of death was also the truth. But now this Yun Qi actually appeared in front of him alive and well. Having just this one participating disciple, who was also merely at true profound realm, yet Princess Kang Yue had personally lead the group. If he was told that Kang Yue had not come here for the purpose to accompany this Xianxia, he would not believe it even if he was to be beaten to death. However, just these were actually not enough for him to become as furious as he did. He recalled from last night the strange voice he heard when he stood in front of Princess Kang Yue's door, as well as the slight trembling in Kang Yue's voice as she spoke the last sentence. That time he had only felt that it was slightly odd, but didn't put it to mind at all since he didn't have any reason to think toward that direction. But thinking back on it now, that was clearly some sort of moan from being suddenly stimulated by something, as well as the sounds of her climaxing from being teased. Bang, bang. The armrests on both sides of Fen Jucheng were simultaneously squeezed into pieces by him. The knuckles of his tightly clenched hands became white, and cracking sounds of bones being displaced made one feel terrified. His face was as unsightly as if he had just consumed feces. "Big bro, what's wrong? I've never seen you get this angry before," Fen Jubai asked in shock. Fen Jucheng took in a deep breath and said with a low tone, "Get someone to investigate the number that Xianxia had drawn in the shortest amount of time possible. Then contact every single battle opponent in the group he belongs to. Tell them to be heavy-handed when they face against Xianxia for me. Even if they can't kill him in public, they must at least make sure thoroughly cripple him. Preferably destroy his face at the same time." The mannerisms of Fen Jucheng made Fen Jubai unable to dare ask any further. He understood deeply that even though Fen Jucheng normally appeared polite and gentle, he would be so exceedingly frightening when he truly became furious. He immediately nodded and agreed. "Okay, just a mere true profound realm. Killing him is as easy as killing a chicken. I'll immediately order someone to do so. Once he leaves this heavenly sword villa, to either kill him or make him wish that he was dead, wouldn't it just be the matter of a single word from Big Bro?" Fen Jucheng heavily took a breath in once again, yet the flames of fury in his chest still could not subside at all. He brooded lowly in his heart. "Kang Yue, I had thought you were so pure and clean, so incomparably charming, and so impeccably noble. Qualified enough to make me forget my identity as the Burning Heaven Clan's young clan master in order to capture your mind and body. Unexpectedly, so unexpectedly, you actually brought me such a huge surprise, and brought me such great rage and shame as well. These people are simply too much. They're all mocking and ridiculing. HMPH, when the ranking tournament starts, junior brother Yun will definitely make them obediently shut their mouths." Kang Yue raged without any semblance of the air a princess should have. The mockery from everywhere were all targeted towards Xianxia and the Blue Wind Imperial family, making her feel much more aggrieved than if she herself had been jeered at. "You don't need to take offense. This is still a perfectly normal situation." Qin Wushang's expression did not change at all as he said calmly. From what he saw, not being ridiculed would be abnormal instead. If this had happened to other sects, he would naturally be scornful of them, even if he would not laugh out loud. "Brother-in-law, what number did you pick?" When Xianxia returned, Xia Yuanba went up to him and asked impatiently. Xianxia showed the tablet he had taken. The number displayed on it was 15-5. Taking a clear look at the number, Qin Wushang explained, "This number decides which area and what order you will fight in for the first group competition. 15-5 means that you are allocated to Group 15 and will compete in Sword Discourse Arena number 15. Your first match will be the 5th showing, and your first opponent is number 1545. The first round of group fights will continue for 3 days, and there are 30 small groups in total. Within each group, there are an average of 50 or so disciples who will be taking part in the competition. All 50 competitors from each group will have to participate in 12 full fights, and the top 10 ranked disciples from each group, which will come to a total of 300 disciples, will then enter the second round of group matches. The 1,200 disciples who do not enter the second round will then move on to the subsequent area to take part in ranking fights. However, other than the affiliated sects, nobody will take notice of the ranking matches in this second area." At this, Qin Wushang sighed dully. This was because Blue Wind Imperial City had always been transferred to the second competition area after the first round of group matches had ended. At least for the few decades since he had been born, Blue Wind Imperial City had never had anyone move on to the second round matches. The dreams of the being in the top 100 was so far away that it seemed to be forever unattainable. The second round of group matches will have a total of 300 competing disciples, and like before, it will continue for 3 days. Each disciple will have to finish a full 15 fights, after which rankings will be made based on the number of fights each disciple wins. The first 100 spots will be listed, as well as the 32 strongest. Subsequently, those who did not make it into the top 100 will similarly be transferred to the secondary arena. The rankings for the 33rd to the 100th competitors will thus be completed. If there is anyone who is dissatisfied, they can challenge a competitor who is higher ranked than them in the secondary arena. The challenged must accept the challenge, and if the challenger wins, they will then take the ranking of the person who has lost. In the main arena, elimination matches for the 32 disciples who have won the most fights will then commence. These rankings are all rankings of the participating disciples. The ranking of the sect forces will be ranked based on the final rankings of their disciples. Xia Yuanba touched his fingertips, and then his eyes opened wide as he asked, "That is to say, if you enter the second round of group matches, you'll have to fight a full 27 rounds of matches within 6 days. So much?" Kang Yue answered with a completely serious face. "That's right. The atmosphere has always been tense for the ranking tournaments. However, the pace for the first group matches are very fast, and it'll be very easy to see the large disparity in strength between competitors, and the fights will end very quickly. It's perfectly normal for each small group to conduct a few dozen fights, or even up to 100 per day. Junior brother Yun, you have to give it all you've got. Don't forget the goal we've set previously, placing in the individual top 100. MN, of course I haven't forgotten." Yun Qi smiled gently while nodding, and his gaze concentrated on the faces of each participating disciple who were present. If he could enter the top 100, he'd definitely shock everybody and cause those who had mocked him to be stupefied. At the same time, he'd be able to be renowned across the land. Allow Blue Wind Profound Palace to puff out its chest in pride, and also let Kang Yue and Qin Wusheng become boundlessly happy. However, his goal was definitely not to just enter this insignificant top 100. On the Sword Discourse Arena, the profound strength assessments for all participating disciples were finally finished. Ling Wugu then used a very long time to read aloud the ranking tournament's basic procedure and guidelines. After which, this year's Blue Wind Ranking Tournament had finally, officially begun. When fighting, a person loses when he falls onto the ground for more than 10 breaths of time, or when he concedes the match. No matter for what reason, any competitor who takes more than 30 breaths of time to go up on stage will be seen as admitting defeat. Now, this old man declares that the Blue Wind Ranking Tournament has officially begun. After Ling Wugu's voice fell, a large area of profound energy fluctuation came from all around. On top of the 30 small Sword Discourse Arenas, transparent profound energy protective screens appeared simultaneously. These profound energy barriers could isolate the two competitors such that their profound energy would not affect the surroundings when both parties were in combat. At the same time, to a certain extent, it also sets a restriction on the area in which both parties would fight. 30 well-prepared middle-aged men also flew up and descended to the side of the 30 small Sword Discourse Arenas. These were the referees for the first round of small group matches, and these 30 people could all use the profound floating technique, which meant that they were all Sky Profound Realm experts. This fact made many observing disciples to immediately go slack-jawed. The 30 small Sword Discourse Arenas were evenly spread out around the main Sword Discourse Arena. To the practitioners watching from any seat, the circumstances of each small Sword Discourse Arena could be plainly visible just by shifting their gazes a little. Following the appearance of the 30 judges and the profound energy barriers, the numbers of 60 disciples flashed brightly at the same time. Very quickly, 60 competitors climbed onto their respective Sword Discourse stage, and the first match was officially begun. We've already checked through. Yun Cheese will be competing on Sword Discourse Stage 15, and his number is 15-5. His next few opponents have all been briefed through. Under the circumstance that they can't kill him, then we'll trash him as hard as they possibly can to ensure that he can't hold on until the second round before he loses half his life. No, he might even have lost a few limbs after the first stage for all we know. Fen Jubai returned to his seat and spoke quietly in Fen Jucheng's ear. Fen Jucheng glanced at Sword Discourse Arena number 15 and nodded slowly. Yun Qi was coincidentally sitting very close to the 15th Sword Discourse Arena. His first match was arranged to be the 5th match, so he did not immediately move beside the 15th Sword Discourse Arena. Rather, he sat at his seat and quietly observed the battles around him. There were over 500 sect forces, and some mainly used swords, while others mainly used knives or axes or even whips. All sorts of weapons could be seen, and even more so, all sorts of profound attributes made the scene messy and confusing. All the different heavy, light, and even gaudy profound skills displayed were enough to overwhelm a person. At least, Xianxia already felt deeply that 2 eyes just weren't enough. Currently, it was only the first round of the small group matches, which was also the most basic round of competition in the entire ranking tournament. However, each match there would be considered an extremely heroic showdown to the outside world, because both parties fighting were all below 20, at the spirit profound realm, and were all geniuses of the ultimate pinnacle to the letter. This was a match of the ranking tournament that only belonged to the most extremely talented geniuses. Quick look, it's Big Sis! Xianxia suddenly gave a surprised shout and pointed towards the 9th Sword Discourse Arena. A quarter of an hour passed by, and the 9th Sword Discourse Arena had already finished 3 matches. During the 4th match, a completely veiled Xianxia appeared on the Sword Discourse Arena and caused the 9th Sword Discourse Arena to become the center of attention through the entire arena. Whenever a disciple from any of the 4 major sects appeared, they would definitely become the focal point. Opposite Xianxia, a 20-year-old youth walked up. However, his expression was terrible. Within his heart, he was inwardly complaining about his bitter lot. His profound strength was at the 4th level of the spirit profound realm, and within Group 9, he was in the upper middle tier, but never did he expect to get a disciple of the frozen cloud Asgard as his first opponent. However, his opponent was only a young girl of 17. He simply could not lose face by admitting defeat, so he could only brace himself and pull out his sword. Illusory Sword Clan's Han Yunjai requests this fairy to bestow unto him some guidance. As his voice fell, he stepped forward and thrusted his sword outward. From the start, he was already using his strongest ultimate move, the Sword of 3 Lives. The surging sword aura coagulated into 3 sword blossoms, and the power of each of the 3 points all attacking towards Xianxia. Xianxia's gaze was tranquil and calm. Her feet had not moved. Facing Han Yunjai's sword aura, her snow-like right hand moved gently, whoosh. A cold wind breezed past and cut at Han Yunjai's face like numerous blades of knives. His sword aura was defeated in a matter of seconds, and it was as if his entire body had been plunged into the extremities of a frozen prison. His 4 limbs were impossibly rigid, and he was made to stagnate there, kept in his pose of wielding a sword and rushing forward. Let alone being able to continue brandishing his sword, he couldn't even move his fingers at all. In the blink of an eye, a layer of gorgeous hoar frost extended from his sword's tip to cover his entire body. All the sect disciples who were seeing the might of frozen cloud Asgard's, frozen cloud art, for the first time were all stunned. I admit defeat. Han Yunjai's mouth trembled as he squeezed out those 3 words. He had originally thought that even though there was a difference of 4 levels between them, he could at least withstand 5 to 6 moves. But he hadn't thought that he wouldn't even meet the criteria to meet face-to-face with his opponent. Illusory Sword Clan's Han Yunjai admits defeat. Frozen Cloud Asgard's Xianxia wins. At the loud verdict of the referee for the 9th Sword Discourse Arena, the ice on Han Yunjai's body disappeared. All at once, he fell to kneel on the ground. After taking in large gulps of air, he looked at Xianxia with eyes filled with insurmountable respect before weakly walking off the Sword Discourse Arena. The Heavenly Sword Villa, Frozen Cloud Asgard, Xiao Sect, and Burning Heaven Clan comprised the highly acclaimed 4 major sects, and there had never been a need for them to deign to accept another to form the 5 major sects. This was because, apart from these 4 large sects, there had not even been any other sects that were qualified to make up for the shortfall in number. Their distance from all the other sects was practically akin to the distance between the skies and the earth. Heritage, resources, strength of skills, all these constituted for the fame and prestige of the 4 major sects, and they also contributed to the reasons for the extremely large gap between them and the other sects. For several hundred years, the first 10 spots for the individual rankings in the ranking tournaments had always been snatched up by disciples from the 4 major sects, and no disciples from any other sect had ever dared to intrude. There had been no exceptions. So strong, Big Sister's actually so strong. Xianxia stared with his eyes wide and did not blink until after Xianxia had walked off the Sword Discourse stage. After a while, he asked blankly, "Brother-in-law, did you see how strong Big Sister actually was? See, can you beat Big Sis?" He, of course that's impossible. Qin Wusheng laughed and replied, "If my guess is not wrong, your sister should be a main disciple that frozen cloud Asgard has been nurturing these past few years. This sort of person who is spoiled by the heavens is definitely not someone our blue wind profound palace can match." Yun Qi just watched the competition calmly without speaking. At this time, a referee's loud cry came from Sword Discourse Arena number 15. Group 15, fifth match, Blue Wind Imperial Families, Yun Qi versus Southern Jade Cloud Factions, Fu Yanji. Once the name Yun Qi rang, Kang Yue's reaction was quicker than Yun Qi's. She immediately grabbed Yun Qi's hand. Then she spoke with a nervous and excited manner. "Junior brother Yun, it's your turn. Brother-in-law, good luck. Go beat up all your opponents and show those people who mock us who's boss," Xia Yuanba said with clenched fists. "I'll be back soon." Yun Qi casually said that without thinking as he left his seat and walked up to the Sword Discourse Arena. And the 15th Sword Discourse Arena suddenly became the focal point. "Hurry, look, the kid from the Blue Wind Imperial family's up. Tusk, that Fu Yanji's truly lucky to be going against this guy in the first match. Why can't I be that fortunate? I think I remember that Fu Yanji was at the second level of the Spirit Profound Realm. I'd reckon that he'll beat him sprawling in 3 moves, ha. Why wasn't I placed in the 15th group? Because even if I lose the 11 other matches, I'll at least be able to pleasurably oppress this kid from the Blue Wind Imperial family." The surroundings immediately echoed with roars of laughter. Yun Qi didn't respond to the surrounding voices as they filled his ears. He was silently looking at the opponent before him. His first opponent had wide shoulders and a round waist, as well as a robust frame. A huge machete of 8 feet in length was held in his hand. However, all of these were not the points that Yun Qi was paying attention to. What Yun Qi was paying attention to was the slight sneer on the corner of this person's mouth, as well as the unceasingly flickering cruelty in his eyes. Yun Qi's brows lowered slightly as the corners of his mouth curled into an extremely light sneer. "Match start!" As the referee's voice faded, the enormous blade in Fu Yanji's was ferociously swung out, carrying a gust of howling wind with it. He looked at Yun Qi, and in midst of sneering, said with a very low voice, "Yun Qi, consider it your misfortune to have met me. Obediently lay flat onto the ground for me." Amidst his sneer, Fu Yanji did not wait for Yun Qi to take out weapons and rushed forward with a brisk pace. His frame was robust and huge, and the blade in his hand was also quite enormous, but his speed was not slow in the slightest. With a low cry, he raised the enormous blade and slashed down toward Yun Qi's left arm while utilizing profound energy. In the seating area of Burning Heaven Clan, Fen Jubai said while laughing heartily, "Big bro, just wait and watch the show. This person had already been especially informed. He won't give any chance for Yun Qi to surrender and will chop off one of his arms as fast as possible and then give him a slice on the face along the way." "Very good." Fen Jucheng's mouth twitched as he laughed coldly. The wind blade that came toward him was extremely vicious, without the slightest intent of holding back. Yun Qi slightly shifted his body to the side and dodged the blade strike, yet Fu Yanji's blade then swept upwards in the next instant. The direction of its sweep was clearly Yun Qi's face. Yun Qi's gaze focused. Then he flew into an extreme rage. "I could forgive breaking my arm, and I can even endure losing half my life, but this mother F-seeker actually wants to ruin my face. This cannot be tolerated and forgiven by any means. Even if an old uncle can endure and tolerate his wife, I still won't tolerate this." A glimmer of vicious light flashed through Yun Qi's eyes. He shifted his body down low, dodging this blade strike. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He suddenly rushed forward like a bolt of lightning, and his elbow violently smashed onto Fu Yanji's abdominal region. "Holy crap, this guy's looking to die. Is this kid crazy? Fu Yanji doesn't even need to open his eyes. Just a convenient swing on the way downwards can directly end his life there. He really is young in the end. Not only is his profound strength low, his battle experience is also extremely trashy and lacking." However, the next scene made everyone freeze right then, and there, Yun Qi's forcefully advanced and attacked Fu Yanji's abdomen, yet Fu Yanji's blade that was suspended above him did not conveniently swing down, but froze there. After Yun Qi straightened his posture and took 2 steps back, his arm still did not drop down. Clang, the blade in Fu Yanji's hand fell down onto the ground. Ugh, hoarse sounds leaked out from his mouth. Fu Yanji's eyes fixedly stared wide and bulged out in an extremely exaggerated manner, as if they were almost jumping out from their sockets. He slowly knelt down onto the ground, held his abdomen with both hands in agony, and curled up there like a baby shrimp. His entire body trembled, and the cold sweat on his head flowed down like a rainstorm. The fresh blood in his mouth mixed with white foam and flowed out together. Even though that elbow blow of Xianxia's earlier did not strike him backwards even half a step, the overbearing energy had already dispersed into countless streams and violently entered his body, making him lose his ability to fight in an instant amidst the immense pain. If not for that, this was the arena, and Xianxia didn't want any possibility of being disqualified because of this. Just based on Fu Yanji's intentions of ruining Face alone, he would have definitely crippled him thoroughly. Xianxia looked down at the Fu Yanji beside his feet, who was in extreme agony, and coldly spoke with an overcast voice. "There are no prior grievances and grudges between you and I, and you don't have any reason to viciously harm me. Seems like you were used by someone like a marionette. I can't guess who was the one that ordered you just yet, but I believe that I'll find out soon enough. Go back and tell that person that I have received his provocations. I'm afraid, however, that the consequences will be too much for him to take." Fu Yanji was still curled up on the floor and could not even utter a distinct word. Fu Yanji down for 10 breaths of time. Blue Wind Imperial Family's Xianxia wins. Xianxia leisurely walked down from the Sword Discourse Arena, while Fu Yanji was still curled up there, unable to get up for a good while. Only after a long time had passed did his 2 other clan members go up and drag him down with reddened faces. The sect disciples, who were originally expecting to see a one-sided show, instantly became wide-eyed and slack-jawed as they looked at each other's faces. What's going on? Fu Yanji actually lost. It should be that Xianxia's strike earlier had just happened hit Fu Yanji's Danshan energy gate and made Fu Yanji lose all of his strength in an instant. It should be like that, right? Seems like that's the only way it can be explained anyway. But this Fu Yanji actually lost under the hand of someone of the true profound realm. It's really just too humiliating. The pace at which Xianxia walked down was very slow. He narrowed his eyes halfway and concentrated his focus, perceiving the surrounding presences without any expression on his face. Not long after, he felt a slight hint of killing intent coming toward him. This hint of killing intent was extremely insignificant, however. Xianxia was truly way too familiar and sensitive to this kind of thing called killing intent. He turned his head in a flash, his gaze meeting the owner of the emitted killing intent. An instant after, he retracted his gaze and returned to the seating area. Fen Jiucheng. Ha, so it was him. Xianxia coldly smiled, thought about what happened last night in association, and instantly understood everything. With merely an instant of their gazes meeting, and since it was flat-out impossible for Fen Jiucheng to possess the kind of frighteningly sharp sense Xianxia did, he naturally did not notice that Xianxia had already found out about him secretly pulling the strings. The result of this battle caused Fen Jiucheng's complexion to darken once more. Seems like we have underestimated this Xianxia. Tusk. Fen Jiubai, however, was extremely disdainful. No matter what, he's only a laughable true profound realm. It's obvious that Fu Yanji lost because he underestimated the enemy too much and was too unlucky. If nothing out of expectation happens, Xianxia's opponent for the next round would coincidentally be Fu Yanji's twin brother. His profound strength is even 1 rank higher than Fu Yanji and would definitely not let Xianxia have any more strokes of luck. The first round of group stage matches proceeded like a raging fire. Just as Kang Yue said, the pace of the group stage matches was very fast. A mere 3 hours had passed, and the average number of matches that proceeded in each Sword Discourse Arena had already surpassed 30. There were matches that ended quickly, as well as matches with dragged-on bitter battles. Yet when faced with someone from the 4 major sects, most would forfeit right away. Especially when met with super raid bosses like Ling Yun, Xiao Quangle, Yan Jin, and Shui Wuxuang. Their opponents would directly forfeit without even having the thought of fighting. Otherwise, if the other side accidentally struck out a little too heavy, and one ends up being gravely injured or something, it would definitely affect their performance in other matches. It was better to forfeit directly and conserve strength. Group 15's 35th match, Blue Wind Imperial Family's Xianxia versus Southern Jade Cloud Faction's Fu Yanji. Xianxia's second match was about to start, but the opponent of this match made him stare blankly for a bit. How could it coincidentally be the Southern Jade Cloud Faction again? And this name sounds quite familiar as well. Xianxia walked into the Sword Discourse Arena and looked at the opponent in front of him while feeling very speechless. He also had wide shoulders and a round waist as well as a robust frame. Other than his different clothing, he looked just like the Fu Yanji who was struck off the stage by him earlier. Even their weapon was one and the same, an enormous machete. "This daddy here is Fu Yanji. You actually dared to severely injure my younger twin brother earlier. This daddy will destroy you." Fu Yanji raised up great machete and roared with rage. His eyes that wasn't very big were brimmed with ferocious and malicious intent. Haha, not only did these two twin brothers get assigned to the same group, they even met the same opponent. How really interesting. Fu Yanji, quickly beat that brat up and vent the hatred in your little brother's stead. He lost that match so hard that it went to his granny's place. If you were to also lose, you two brothers had best immediately go look for some tofu to crash into and die. Ha 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 ha. Yunqi's gaze indifferently swept across the surroundings. Fen Jiucheng's malicious sneer, those mocking faces and mouth of those sectoral disciples who thought that they were hotshot, as well as the contemptuous and malicious gaze of the Fu Yanji before him. He received all of them under his eyelids. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Yunqi began to slightly smile coldly. "Ha, do you seriously think that I, Yunqi, is a soft persimmon that could be molded and played around with in any way you want? With just you lot, you think you are worthy of judge me with a contemptuous attitude, and worthy of mocking me. Match start. I'm going to destroy you." Right after the referee's voice faded, Feng Yinji lifted the enormous blade and rushed toward Yunqi while roaring loudly. From the viewpoint of an outsider, Feng Yinji's rage was perfectly normal since Yunqi made Fu Yanji lose a great amount of face, and even left him heavily injured. However, Yunqi was very clear about the reason behind his rage. "With just you?" Yunqi laughed with disdain. In midst of Many's cry of shock, he empty-handedly greeted toward the Fu Yanji's enormous blade, and his arm instantly smashed onto the back of the blade. Bang, along with an extremely ear-piercing shattering sound, the great blade that Fu Yanji had filled with abundant, profound energy directly shattered into several pieces. Before Fu Yanji had the chance to even scream from shock, Yunqi's right foot had already flown up and kicked at his chest. With a bang sound, Fu Yanji's profound energy defense was directly penetrated like a sheet of scrap paper, and 6 of his ribs snapped with the sound. His robust frame flew backwards for several tens of meters as if a cannonball, and violently smashed onto the profound energy barrier behind him. The collision even made the entire profound energy barrier tremble slightly. Fu Yanji's body slid down along the profound energy barrier and slumped down onto the ground. He had already lost consciousness. Breaking a blade empty-handed and defeating an opponent in one strike, everything had occurred in an instant. Everyone who was watching this place lost their voice, and even the referee could not react in time. "HMPH?" Yunqi made an indifferent cold snort. Without taking another glance at Fu Yanji, he expressionlessly walked off the Sword Discourse Arena. As if woken up from a dream, it was only just now that the referee hurriedly announced, "Blue Wind Imperial Family's Yunqi wins." Those who ridiculed him, scorned him, jeered at him, and commented on him, at that very instant, they were all dumbfounded. Even Fen Jiubai's and Fen Jiucheng's expressions stiffened for a moment. Everyone thought it was plausible that the reason why Fu Yanji was struck down with a single hit from Yunqi was because of the combination of Fu Yanji's underestimation of his opponent and bad luck, as Yunqi just happened to attack his weakness. But earlier, everyone could evidently see that Fu Yanji used his full strength in his attack and did not hold anything back. Everyone could clearly hear the howling of the sharp blade slicing through the air from dozens of meters away. A full-powered slash like that, the only option an average opponent of the same level have was dodge, even if the opponent were to block it. He might not be able to completely suppress it. But not only did Yunqi not dodge it, he met the attack with his bare hands, instantly breaking the blade which was infused with profound energy with his hands. At the same time, with a kick or with nothing but a simple kick, he instantly struck Fu Yanji down and caused him to faint on stage. Even an idiot would not think that it was still a mere coincidence. At least none of those sect disciples who used their haughty attitude to ridicule, jeer, and show their sense of superiority was capable of achieving this feat. Collectively, they stopped making any noise, and was no longer able to a single word of scorn. All of them simply looked at Yunqi with dumbfounded expressions. Each of their gaze, which was initially filled with underestimation and pride, instantly turned dull, with hints of fear. Their faces were even completely red. Is he really at the true profound realm? A problem probably occurred with the profound assessing stone. Both Fu Yanji and Fu Yingji were instantly defeated. One of them was at the second level of the Spirit Profound Realm, while the other was at the third level of the Spirit Profound Realm. With strength like that, how could he possibly be someone with just the strength at the true Profound Realm? Yuan Qi finished his second round cleanly. Initially, he had planned on trying not to perform this flashy in the grouping matches, so as to avoid being the center of attraction. However, he did not expect that, the moment the tournament began, there would actually be people preparing to plot against him, and it was even a plot from the Burning Heaven clan. Since that was the case, he had no need to hold back. He struck down Fu Yinji with a single blow, giving the people who were scorning him a slap on the face, and at the same time, it was an announcement to Fen Jucheng. If you plan on plotting against me, Yuan Qi, at the very least, find someone with the qualifications to go against me. Father, did you see that? Personally observing that extremely short battle earlier, Ling Yun shifted his gaze and said with a low voice, Ling Yuefeng nodded slightly. He's indeed astounding. He has even exceeded my expectations. He even lightly added in another line, even after I renew my expectations of him now, he might even be more astounding than that. He might even possess the strength to earn a place in the top 100. A true Profound Realm practitioner entering the top 100 of the ranking tournament, this will definitely create an unbelievable history. Ling Yun nodded gently. I have the same thoughts as well. I'm very curious. He, who is simply a disciple from the Blue Wind Profound Palace, with no advantages in resources and profound arts, is actually able to wield his profound energy to display power that surpasses his level of profound strength. Just how does he do it? Unless he's really talented and gifted to this extent? Ever since the official start of the ranking tournament, Yuan Qi received an extreme high level of attention. After the 2 continuous instant victories, the level of attention he received shot up in a vertical slope. However, the former attention held the nature of scorn, while the latter was astoundment and disbelief. A true Profound Realm disciple actually defeated 2 Spirit Profound Realm opponents in a row, and they were both instant victories. Not just the young disciples, even those powerful elders who accompanied them, were greatly surprised in their hearts. When Yuan Qi's third battle began, there were no longer jeers from the vicinity, and the number of people watching the battle once again increased explosively. This time, his opponent had the strength at the third level of the Spirit Profound Realm. However, his opponent no longer had the attitude of, as though he had victory in just grasp. Rather, he was more cautious, and only after probing a few times did he begin swinging his weapon and wielding his profound energy to attack Yuan Qi. As to his attack, Yuan Qi did not even bother looking at it. Straightening his right arm like pulling out hay, his fist instantly penetrated through the opponent's heavy sword silhouette and profound energy defenses, accurately hitting his upper chest, causing him to tumble in the air dozens of times. When he landed on the ground, he was already in a daze, and the longsword in his hands had flown God knows where. Thank you for going lenient on me. I admit my defeat. His opponent stood up shakily, gave Yuan Qi a respectful salute, and then left the stage. He was clear that Yuan Qi's earlier blow was completely capable of easily dealing him a heavy blow. But his continuous tumble in the air caused the powerful horizontal force he suffered to reduce in strength bit by bit. And when he landed, he basically did not suffer any injuries. Blue Wind Imperial Family's Yuan Qi wins. The third battle was another instant victory. This time, every eye on Yuan Qi no longer held any hints of scorn or ridicule. There was only shock and deep disbelief. Probably because of good luck, Yuan Qi's group did not have any strong practitioners. There were not even practitioners who were somewhat strong. In a single day, Yuan Qi fought a total of 5 matches, and every match was an easy victory. And after every victory, his name was engraved even deeper into everyone's hearts. There would always be one or more dark horse appearing in every ranking tournament, but there was never such an exaggerated dark horse. With strength at the true Profound Realm, even though he had the lowest profound strength out of all the participating disciples, and even though he had a difference of an entire large realm with the second strongest participating disciple, he actually obtained 5 straight victories in the first small grouping tournament. The sun had already begun to set, and thus the curtains closed for the matches on the first day. More than 2,000 matches had undergone on 30 arenas. Within these many matches, there would definitely be some that were spectacular and thrilling. But after the first day of the tournament ended, the hottest topic brought up was not about any of those matches, but about the unexpected dark horse. Xianxia. No, if it was a disciple from some other sect defeating a disciple of the same level from the four major sects, then that disciple would be called a dark horse. But Xianxia's level of profound strength was clearly stated, yet he continuously obtained victories over opponents with higher level of profound strength. He could no longer be called a dark horse, but a freak capable of shocking every single person. Ha ha! Brother-in-law, you simply don't know how spectacular the expressions of those people were. When I looked at them, their eyes seemed as though they were about to fall onto the ground. Hee, I just knew that, the moment brother-in-law shows his hand, you will definitely give them a good fright. Xianxia said exultantly. His excited look was basically as though he had personally obtained a great victory in the ranking tournament. I have looked at the information of the participants in the 15th group. There's basically no strong practitioners inside. At the very least, there's not a single disciple from the four great sects. I can only say that our luck is pretty good. Qin Wusheng said calmly. That's why, Xianxia, do not be complacent after obtaining the easy victories today. The opponents you went up against today all possess strength at the very bottom of the spectrum. None of them have the qualifications to enter the top 700 places. I understand. Xianxia nodded. At this time in front of them, 5 white-clothed, fairy-like figures flowing with ice spirits slowly walked over. With a single glance, it looked as though 5 goddesses had descended from the clouds, allowing people to slightly feel as though they had arrived at the realm of immortals. Looking at them, Xianxia was slightly startled, and he subconsciously stopped walking. Ah, it's Big Sis! Big Sis, Big Sis! Growing up with Xianxia, who was such a world-class beauty, and adding that he had a few screws loose in his brain, Xianxia had a rather strong immunity to beautiful girls. These stunning girls from the frozen cloud Asgard, coupled with their extraordinary temperament, were enough to cause even elders who were rich in experience to be trapped in a daze for a long while, let alone energetic youths. But Xianxia was completely untroubled in this area, immediately shouted out of delight, and lightly sprinted towards Xianxia, as though he did not notice the other girls from the frozen cloud Asgard around her. Yuanba, Xianxia's beautiful eyes showed hints of astonishment. She stopped her steps and was absolutely surprised from encountering Xianxia here. Looking at her brother, who had grown even bigger and muscular, the chill in her eyes had completely dispersed, and with hints of surprise, she said with a gentle voice, "Why are you here?" Xianxia's giant figure stopped before Xianxia, and his expression was filled with excitement. Back then, Xianxia had always stayed within the house, and this was also the first time he was away from Xianxia for such a long time. Obviously, he would miss her greatly. Now that they were finally able to meet each other, he was obviously happy beyond compare. Big Sis, brother-in-law and I are no longer at Floating Cloud City. We first arrived at New Moon City, and then, 8 months ago, we went to the Blue Wind Profound Palace together. This time, I'm accompanying brother-in-law in his participation in the ranking tournament, and I just knew I would meet Big Sis. Big Sis, you have become so strong now. I have seen all your matches. If Dad were to know that you have become so incredible now, he will definitely be unbelievably happy. Big Sis, are you doing well over there? Is anyone bullying you? When are you returning home? The excited Xianxia poured a large bunch of words onto Xianxia. When he brought up brother-in-law, Shui Wushwang and Wu Zuxin, who was beside Xianxia, gave a sidelong glance at the same time, revealing similar weird looks. Xianxia's eyes flurried and looked towards Xianxia, who was in front of her. Yuanba, could he be? Xianxia gave Xianxia a glance and then shifted his gaze back at Xianxia. He scratched his head and said with widened eyes, "He's brother-in-law. It's only been a year and a half and Big Sis no longer recognizes him. Strange, even though brother-in-law's looks did not really change in these 2 years." Xianxia. Chu Yueli clearly heard Xianxia's words as well. She shifted his gaze and looked at Xianxia with slight astonishment. "You're that Xianxia who married King Yu at Floating Cloud City." "Ah!" Shui Wushwang and Wu Zuxin exclaimed uncontrollably at the same time, and they looked at Xianxia with their widened, beautiful eyes. Only Chu Yuechen, although she stopped walking as well, had a cold expression. She simply stared straight into the distance, as if she was an outsider of the mortal realm. Xianxia, this ultimate dark horse, had garnered the attention of the entire audience, and naturally it included the frozen cloud Asgard. But to Xianxia and Chu Yueli, although Xianxia looked somewhat similar to the Xianxia they knew, they had never thought that Xianxia was Xianxia, because the difference between the two was simply too great. So great that they could be said to be completely different, and that it was impossible for the two of them to belong in the same world. They firmly believed that this Xianxia just happened to have almost the same appearance as Xiaoqi. Shui Wuxuang and Wu Zuxin did not expect that the person they had been talking about for so long was actually the husband that Xia Qingyu had married with. But wasn't it said that the person she married had crippled profound veins and could only be a cripple his entire life? Then how? Xianxia took a step forward and said respectfully, Xianxia, disciple of Blue Wind Profound Palace, is happy to meet the fairies of Frozen Cloud Asgard. Back then in Floating Cloud City, this disciple did indeed have the name Xiaoqi, but currently this disciple is now named Xianxia. His gaze shifted to Xia Qingyu and gave a slight smile. Qingyu, it's been a while. Xia Qingyu slightly nodded as a response, with a posture that was light and elegant. Hearing the confirmation from Xianxia himself, Chu Yueli's eyes was in a state of turmoil and her expression was filled with shock. Back then, when Xiaoqi was chased out of the Xiao clan, she had personally witnessed the entire scene from the skies above. Xiaoqi, at that time, still had crippled profound veins, and those veins had been crippled since he was born. When he had matured, the crippling had already been deeply ingrained into him, so it was basically impossible to restore them. Besides, even if he did encounter a heavenly miracle the next day and had his profound veins restored, it had only been 18 months. When his profound veins were restored, he had to train from the beginning. In other words, the time taken for Xianxia to train from nothing to the 10th level of the true profound realm was merely 18 months. Even as one of the Frozen Cloud's 7 fairies, this was a truth that she was unable to completely believe and accept. It looks like you must have had various strange encounters that allowed to you to greatly reform your body. This is due to your good luck. Chu Yueli slightly nodded. From now on, I believe that Qingyu will be more relieved. But her gaze grew cold. I hope you won't forget about the status of Frozen Cloud Asgard disciples and moreover, won't forget why Frozen Cloud Asgard permitted her marriage to you. I don't want you to harbor any intentions that you should not have just because you no longer have crippled profound veins. Xianxia smiled indifferently and said, Senior should be at ease. With respect to Qingyu, Junior only has unlimited admiration and gratitude. Junior would definitely not do anything that would ever inconvenience her. Even though those words were meant to deal with Chu Yueli, but behind her back, they actually had a second meaning, to never inconvenience her. As for whether or not she would be inconvenienced, Chu Yueli took a glance at Chu Yuechen. She knew that Chu Yuechen had an aloof nature and did not like to socialize with others. She immediately said, Let's go. Yuanba, take good care of yourself and father. Xia Qingyu told Xia Yuanba in a gentle voice. A pair of beautiful eyes swept across Xianxia's face and then turned to leave with Chu Yuechen and Chu Yueli. Oh, big sis, I still have so many things to tell you. Xianxia held back Xia Yuanba, who was trying to chase after his sister, and shook his head. That's enough, Yuanba. Do not go over there. The day that she became a Frozen Cloud Asgard disciple, she could no longer be considered a member of the Xia family. Even after disciples of the Frozen Cloud Asgard Palace die, their bodies eternally remain within Asgard. Oh, Xia Yuanba nodded his head. No one could tell whether he really understood. His lips curled up in a laugh. No matter, at least brother-in-law is still here. When Big Sis went there for 2 years, you already became so powerful. She will definitely be very happy. Xianxia was suddenly left speechless for a long time by Xia Yuanba's big heart. I heard that the ones leading the Frozen Cloud Asgard team this time are the Fairy of Frozen Glass, Chu Yueli, and the Fairy of Frozen Beauty, Chu Yuechen, who has not made a public appearance in a long time. The one by Chu Yueli's side should be the Chu Yuechen who pulled the souls and plagued the dreams of uncountable handsome and outstanding youths in the past. Kang Yue walked over and said, Too bad she's wearing a veil. I would really like to see how beautiful Blue Wind's #1 beauty, whom my father has been harping about for half his life, is. This Fairy of Frozen Beauty is as cold and aloof as rumored. Simply looking at her for a while makes me feel like my soul is getting frozen, giving me no confidence to go up and speak to her. Kang Yue gently petted her chest. Chu Yuechen's incomparably cold attitude left her an immeasurably deep impression. She carefully said, However, it's strange. It's rumored that she usually stays at the Frozen Cloud Asgard and has never left for a few years or even a few decades now. It's harder for someone to meet her than to ascend to heaven. Why did she choose to come to this particular ranking tournament? Perhaps the frozen cloud Asgard was too dull for too long, so she came out to get a breath of fresh air, Yuan-Chi randomly said, before sighing faintly in his heart. A while ago, he had been looking at Chu Yuechen continuously, hoping to catch her gaze. Even if his target was cold and unfeeling, any apathetic glance would do, but Chu Yuechen concentrated on her tasks from beginning to end, and was as cold as an ice statue. The face behind the veil was serene and completely ignored his existence. The way she was ignoring him was worse than if she simply had no feelings. But I still get the feeling that Chu Yuechen seems to be stealing glances at you, Kang Yue suddenly said. Stealing glances at me? Yun-Chi's mouth grew wide open. She was clearly just standing there without even moving. How do you know that she's stealing glances at me? Kang Yue's small head was shocked. After thinking it through for a while with an entirely serious face, she replied, A woman's intuition, Yun-Chi. In this boundless universe, there just aren't any impossible miracles. Even a person who originally had completely crippled profound veins managed to show a shocking performance at this ranking tournament in not even 2 years. Looks like I had been staring at the sky from the bottom of the well when I stayed in frozen Cloud Asgard for these past years. Chu Yueli sighed as she lamented. Clearly, Yun-Chi's dramatic transformation had given her a big shock. Elder sister, do you know of any method in this world that would let a person whose profound veins, which had been destroyed since they were young, be completely restored? Chu Yueli faced Chu Yuechen and asked. However, even after waiting for quite a while, she did not get a reply. Chu Yuechen looked straight ahead, the light in her eyes like the reflection of a clear pool of still water, completely without ripples. It seemed like she did not even hear what she had said at all. Elder sister? Chu Yuechen still did not respond. Chu Yueli no longer said anything. Ever since Chu Yuechen suddenly left the palace half a year ago and came back, she suddenly seemed to have become a different person. Even as her younger sister who understood her the most, she could not guess what she was thinking at all. Behind her, Shui Wuxuang and Wu Zuxin gathered around Xia Qingyu on her left and right, having a private conversation. Junior sister Xia, is that really your brother? The difference between you siblings is really great. You have such a soft and weak body, but your brother is like a small giant. That Yun-Chi is the person that you married. It's such a surprise to have met him here. However, he's actually quite good-looking, junior sister Xia. The reason you persisted in marrying him, was it because you actually like him just a little bit? Xia Qingyu gently shook her head. The only reason I married him was to fulfill the promise my father made in the past, and because of my gratitude about his father's rescue that saved my life. Since I have already become a disciple of frozen Cloud Asgard, how could I have developed feelings for him? Having said to her, her mind flashed to a scene of when she saw Yun-Chi for the first time. He was walking together with a maid who had an elegant air and a pretty face, and they were obviously quite close. Her heart suddenly felt just a tad uncomfortable, but this uncomfortable feeling was very slight, and it disappeared in a flash. On the second and third day, the first round of the Blue Wind ranking tournament continued. In this first round of group stages, Yun-Chi was indeed quite lucky. In the group of 50 people that he was in, not only were there no disciples from the 4 major sects, the strongest practitioner was only at the 5th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. But of the 6 disciples that were at the 5th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, he did not even meet a single one. Within 3 days, he fought 12 battles, and the strongest expert he met was only at the 4th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. With his undefeated streak of 12 wins, he entered the top 300 ranking, entering into the second round of group stage matches. This result was enough to make anyone drop their spectacles. Damn, even though I admit that this person of the true profound realm is much stronger than expected to even be able to fight with others of a higher realm, but to actually enter into the second round of the group stage with an undefeated streak, this is just too exaggerated. This guy's luck is just too good. The strongest opponent he met was just at the 4th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. My luck is not as good. Everyone I met was abnormally strong. If I was in his shoes, I would have an undefeated streak too. Forget it. It's easy talking about it, but getting it done is another matter. Why don't you try fighting with someone at the 3rd or 4th level of the Spirit Realm while you're only at the 10th level of the True Profound Realm? Without any suspense, Xia Qingyu and Ling Yun were also able to clear the first round of group stages with undefeated streaks. Of their 12 rounds, about half their opponents surrendered without a fight. The efficiency simply could not be any higher. After the first round of group stages ended, Xia Yuanba pumped his fist and cheered. Kang Yue was beaming, and Qin Wusheng could not contain his smiles any longer. Even though he was confident that Xianxia could make it into the second round of group stages, when it finally happened, he was still unable to control his emotions. Because this was the first time ever that the disciples representing the Blue Wind Imperial family made into the second round of group stages. The first time a disciple entered into the top 300 rankings. I will immediately send news to the Emperor. He will be very happy upon receiving this news. Perhaps if his mood improves greatly, then his health might make a turn towards improving. Qin Wusheng said in an incomparably emotional way. Without waiting any further, he found a corner to send news to the Emperor. This is too wonderful, junior brother Yun. You have established a new ranking record for disciples representing the Imperial family. After Father receives news of this, he will certainly be very happy. If you could reach the top 100 ranks, then even if Father had to return to heaven, he could do so without any regrets. Junior brother Yun, I sincerely thank you. A red flush filled Kang Yue's face. She gently held Xianxia's hand, as her brows curved into two beautiful crescent moons. Xianxia was about to say something when he suddenly felt a faintly discernible killing intent drift across his face. With the smile not leaving his face, he gripped Kang Yue's hands and gently said, "Then, senior sister, how do you intend to reward me?" "Ah, what kind of reward do you want?" Kang Yue blinked her beautiful eyes. "I want senior sister to kiss me." Xianxia slightly turned his face and grinned. "Ah, right here." Kang Yue looked around in all four directions, and a shade of pink spread across her absolutely beautiful face. Her lips puckered slightly. She suddenly moved forward, left a quick kiss on Xianxia's face, and then immediately lowered her head with her heart pounding fiercely. Not far away, Fen Jucheng was looking at Xianxia and Kang Yue. From his hands came a bang sound. The second armrest of his chair had been broken in his fury. "Big bro, what's the matter?" Upon hearing this sound, Fen Jubai turned his head to ask. The flesh on Fen Jucheng's face spasmed. His face, which was originally handsome, now had a sinister air spread throughout. His eyes were filled with a shocking venom. "I'm going to chop this little bastard into thousands of pieces." On the fourth day of the Blue Wind ranking tournament, the second round of group stages officially started. At the same time, the 1,200 disciples that were eliminated in the first round went to the secondary venue in the rear hills to compete for the rankings below the top 300. It was only that the ranking tournament at the secondary venue had a far smaller audience. Both the quality and atmosphere of the secondary venue could not compare to that of the main venue. The second round of group stages was likewise held on the 30 little sword arenas. Even though the number of participating disciples were condensed to only 300, every person had to fight a full 15 matches. At the same time, even though this round of group stages was still by group matches, the competitors were no longer divided into groups. Everyone's opponent was no longer restricted to a small range and could be drawn from the entire set of disciples who had entered into the second round. This allowed the highest chance of making sure that everything was fair. However, there was no such thing as absolute fairness. Even though the second round was not divided into groups, the opponent that was selected for every match was still something to watch out for. If someone originally had the ability to rank within the top 100, but was so unlucky as to encounter opponents from the four major sects for all 15 of his battles, then he could only cradle his head and cry in pain. There was no way to logically debate against that. And someone else, whose strength was only average but only met opponents who were below average, could manage to win all his battles. Of course, the chances of either of these two extremes happening were very low. Everyone's 15 matches were on the whole bound to be fair and equal. Sword Discourse Arena number 7, first match. Blue Wind Imperial Family's Xianxia versus Thunderbolt Lightning Pavilion's Lei Zhenshan. The battles at the 30 Sword Discourse Arenas proceeded at the same time. Xianxia's first opponent was already standing in front of him. With an incomparably stout body, he was only 20 years old but looked like a buff 40-year-old man. The weapons in his hands were two large round hammers. The Xianxia who had exploded into the second round of group stages with an undefeated record naturally drew more attention. Looking at his next opponent, everybody's heart had exactly the same idea. This time, this Xianxia would lose for certain. He could defeat opponents at the third level of the Spirit Profound Realm and opponents at the fourth level of the Spirit Profound Realm. But no matter how overpowered he was, there must be a limit, and this Lei Zhenshan was the young pavilion master of the Thunderbolt Lightning Pavilion from the northwestern reaches of the mighty Jolt region. His profound strength was at the 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. The twin thunderbolt hammers he held in his hands were sufficient to smash a large boulder into small pieces. If smashed onto a person's head, it would directly turn them into pulp. "Junior brother Yun, do your best." Kang Yue gripped the hem of her skirts with both hands and nervously mumbled. Seeing that his opponent was Yun Qi, Lei Zhenchen was evidently startled for a moment, and then began to laugh out loud. "I didn't expect that my first opponent today was actually you, brat. Looks like this great dark horse is about to become a dead horse soon. Reveal your weapon. Then that will depend on whether you have the capability," Yun Qi said indifferently. If the opponent who said that was several levels higher than him, he would have been all right with it. However, the person who said this was someone who was only at the true profound realm. Undoubtedly, he instantly went into a rage. Without saying anything more, he swung his twin hammers, creating two fierce and abnormal waves of wind which struck directly towards Yun Qi's chest. Lei Zhenchen's twin thunderbolt hammers weighed 400 kilos each, but in his hands, they were incomparably light and nimble, and the roaring of the wind brought by the swings were especially deep and heavy. Bang, 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 bang. 6 incomparably fierce hammer strikes were entirely blocked by the back of Yun Qi's hands. Those concentrated banging sounds were completely unlike the sound of impact between a heavy hammer and a human body, and were more like the sound of a heavy hammer smashing onto a rock. When these 6 blows landed, shock surfaced from Lei Zhenchen's expression. With the twin thunderbolt hammers that weighed a total of 800 kilos together, and adding his innate profound strength, they were actually blocked continuously by his opponent's bare hands. And after blocking them, forget about injuries, there were not even reddened marks on his hands. Is his body actually made of iron? I simply won't believe that you'll be able to continue blocking all of them. Lei Zhenchen's gaze darkened. The profound energy in his entire body began to flow wildly, and just like a blazing wheel of fire, his body began to spin at high speed. Like a fierce hurricane, he smashed his twin thunderbolt hammers towards Yun Qi, with each strike fiercer than the previous one. Bang, 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 bang. In a few breaths of time, dozens of crazy hammer strikes had landed, yet still none of them had stained Yun Qi's clothes. All of them were blocked by the back of his hands and wrists. The more Lei Zhenchen struck, the more shocked he became. Finally, with a great roar, his sect's profound art exploded out instantly. Rumbling thunderbolt, the twin thunderbolt hammers suddenly smashed down at the same time with a pressure that was much stronger than earlier by several times. Yun Qi frowned. He did not take the hit directly. Instead, he retreated a distance of 3 body lengths. When the 2 hammers struck empty air, they suddenly smashed against each other. A bolt of lightning which contained a strong concentration of lightning energy was suddenly released, charging straight towards Yun Qi's side. Crack, with a deafening screech, the bolt of lightning exploded as it made contact with the floor, causing a big portion of the floor to turn crisp black. As for Yun Qi, he had already leaped far behind. When he landed with a swing of his arms, he held onto the Overlord's colossal sword in front of him with his 2 hands. For the first time in the ranking tournament, he finally revealed his heavy sword. The hell! What a big sword! So that's his weapon. Is that the legendary heavy sword? He's actually using a heavy sword as his weapon. Can he actually swing it? The moment Yun Qi brought out his heavy sword, it brought about a huge wave of astonishment and whispering voices. On the Sword Discourse Arena, Lei Zhenchen's expression shook, because he realized that the moment Yun Qi wielded his heavy sword, he had changed into a completely different person. Heavy swords were excessively large. No matter the weight or size, they were extremely difficult to wield. However, when Yun Qi was wielding such a huge sword in his hands, it actually looked very fitting, and there was not even a hint of incoordination, as though the sword was birthed just for him, forming a single entity with Yun Qi. It was not grabbed onto by his hands, rather, it grew from his hands and was a part of his body in the first place. The atmosphere around Yun Qi had undergone an earth-shaking change as well. Earlier, he saw that under Yun Qi's calmness, there was a hint of mysteriousness, but he had not possessed any sharp edges. However, the moment he brought out his heavy sword, it was as though he was looking at a towering mountain with an indiscernible peak in front of him. A thought of basically no possible way of winning quickly sprouted in his heart, causing him to grip onto his 2 hammers even more tightly. However, even after a long while, he did not dare to take a step forward. Just what kind of freak is this? I had once tried a heavy sword-type weapon, but I was completely incapable of wielding it, hence, I could only give up on it. But this person, not only can he wield a heavy sword, His compatibility with the heavy sword could actually reach such an extent. With the heavy sword's characteristics, even if it's a genius, he would at least require or even hundreds of years to reach a realm as high as this. As he thought of this, Lei Zhenqian's back was drenched with even more sweat. "Receive my blow." Xianxia wielded his heavy sword horizontally, and with a flash of his body, he instantly closed the distance by 15 meters. Lei Zhenqian quickly regained his senses. With a loud roar, he poured all of his strength into his two arms. Taking the blow head-on, the heavy sword in his hands moved so quickly that it might be possible that his heavy sword was simply large in size, while its actual weight was not that heavier than a light sword. Only when the twin thunderbolt hammers clashed against the Overlord's colossal sword did Lei Zhenqian realize that the thought he had in his mind was nothing but laughable imagination. A majestically large force that exceeded far beyond his expectations came from right in front of him, causing the hands he was wielding his two hammers with to momentarily numb. As though it had been blown away by a hurricane, his body was sent flying high in the air, bang. Lei Zhenqian struck heavily onto the profound energy barrier in the rear, tumbled down onto the ground, and he was completely in a daze. When he finally managed to stand himself up, his twin thunderbolt hammers had long flown away from his hands. "Do you still want to fight?" Xianxia lightly tapped his heavy sword on the ground. With the tip of the sword as the starting point, a fissure appeared on the incomparably hard floor of the Sword Discourse Arena. If he had not pulled out his heavy sword, Lei Zhenqian could still stand up against him. However, the moment he wielded his heavy sword, Lei Zhenqian simply turned into fodder. It could be said that, when compared to his unarmed state, Xianxia's combat strength wielding his heavy sword was in a completely different realm. Recalling the catastrophic strength he demonstrated earlier, although Lei Zhenqian did not receive any substantive injuries, he no longer had the courage to continue the battle. With a bow, he softly said, "I admit defeat. Since you're able to wield a heavy sword, which I am not capable of even after working so hard to do so, I'm well convinced about my loss." Lei Zhenqian admits defeat. Blue Wind Imperial family's Xianxia wins. The people who paid attention to this match, who waited for Xianxia to lose terribly, were once again completely dumbfounded. Even Lei Zhenqian had actually lost in the hands of a disciple from Blue Wind Imperial family who only possessed the strength at the 10th level of the true profound realm. A result like this could only be described incredible. In Xianxia's second match, his opponent was a spear-using practitioner with strength at the 5th level of the spirit profound realm. This time, Xianxia wielded his heavy sword the moment the match started, and after 3 exchanges of blows, his opponent's spear was sent flying, and his opponent was sent flying as well after the 4th exchange. Blue Wind Imperial family's Xianxia wins. Third match, Blue Wind Imperial family's Xianxia wins. Fourth match, Blue Wind Imperial family's Xianxia wins. Fifth match, sixth match, seventh match, eighth match. Xianxia's matches began to receive even more attention with each subsequent match, to the point when, the moment he stepped onto the Sword Discourse Arena, even if disciples from the 4 major sects were competing on another Sword Discourse Arena, a large number of eyes would still immediately shift onto his Sword Discourse Arena. And then they saw him obtain victory. Victory, victory, another victory, and still another victory. Their expressions toward him would change over and over as well: startlement, astonishment, shock, horror. And at the end, they were basically numbed. Every one of them still recalled the first day of the ranking tournament. That burst of laughter that resounded through the entire audience when Xianxia came up on stage for the profound strength assessment. But now he used one match after another, with each match capable of being crowned as impossible and miraculous victories, to respectfully give every one of those who laughed at him a resounding slap on the face in turn. Whenever each match began, everyone would think that he would definitely lose that match, but he still turned out victorious. Everyone then began to feel like watching a match he would lose in, but they were still left disappointed. In the first round of group stages, Xianxia obtained complete victories in all 12 matches. Even during the second round of group stages, as each match went by, he still obtained victory in every one of them, not giving them the chance to see a single loss. If he was at the peak of the spirit profound realm, or a practitioner at the 6th or 7th level, then everyone would be shocked when he obtained successive victories, but they would not feel that it was unacceptable. But this Xianxia, his strength was merely at the true profound realm, a profound realm in which they thought was simply unworthy of participating in the ranking tournament. Yet he swept through one spirit-profound realm absolute genius after another, and he swept through their understanding as well. As Xianxia accumulated victories, Qin Wushang's expression became more and more agitated as well. When Xianxia won his 10th match, he was so agitated that he stood up from his seat and momentarily teared up. Because with these 10 victories, even if he were to lose all of the 5 remaining matches, it would still be enough for him to place in the top 100 of the individual ranking. Blue Wind Imperial Family's group ranking might even directly enter the top 50 as well. Not only did it break Blue Wind Imperial Family's history of never being in the top 100 of the ranking tournament, it was even a huge breakthrough. Covering her lips with her 2 hands, Kang Yue's cheeks were also stained in tears. She looked at Xianxia, who was walking down the Sword Discourse Arena. Her vision was become more and more blurry, and in her heart she was screaming this over and over. "Father, are you seeing this? Junior brother Yun has carried us to the top 100 rankings. Father, your dream has truly been fulfilled. With this one vent of frustration, our Blue Wind Imperial family will no longer be ridiculed by others. Father, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this?" Where there were happy people, there would naturally be angry ones as well. At the burning Heaven Clan's seating area, Fen Jucheng's expression was sullen, and his lungs were about to explode from anger. He was currently really regretting coming to the Heavenly Sword Villa personally. Otherwise, he would not be so angry to the extreme, because he was unable to personally take action, and had to suppress his rage so much that he felt like dying. He wanted to see Xianxia being ridiculed. He wanted to see him tortured by his opponents. Yet, what he saw was Xianxia taking the spotlight time and time again, while grabbing everyone's eyes time and time again. He even suppressed the spotlight of all the 4 major sect's disciples. These 2 rounds of small group matches were basically his own personal performance matches. "Big bro, it's completely unnecessary for you to be so angry over such a small figure," Fen Jubai said slowly. "For him to be capable of winning up till now, I can only say that his luck is simply too great. In the first set of small group matches, he was basically allotted into the group with the weakest average strength. And in this second set of group matches, did you see all those trashy opponents he encountered? Until now, his strongest opponent was only at the 6th level of the Spirit Profound realm. If he had encountered any single disciple from the top 10 sects, he would have been thrashed so hard his own mother would have been incapable of recognizing him." "HMPH?" Fen Jucheng gave him a glare. "When you're at the 10th level of the true Profound realm, were you able to defeat an opponent at the 6th level of the Spirit Profound realm?" Fen Jubai was momentarily at a loss of words, and then he simply pouted his lips. "If you put it that way, then he's indeed a freak, but currently I really wish to see him continue winning until he enters the top 32. Fen Jucheng's eyes flashed. "Are you saying?" If he were to really reach the top 32, enter the elimination matches, and unfortunately be matched up with me, Tusksk. Fen Jubai licked his lips, his expression revealing a smile like that of a poisonous snake. "I have a way to turn this freak into trash. The exhilaration from personally destroying a freak-level genius, big brother, you know of it as well. It's a wonderful sensation that cannot be described." The wind was blowing loudly in the pitch-black night. The moonlight was dull and the stars were sparse. It was prime time to secretly sneak around, to secretly night crawl. Tomorrow was the last day for the second round of the group stage. Xianxia, who won 10 out of 10 matches, had already secured his rank in the top 100. Xianxia didn't even think of it as anything special himself, yet Qin Wushang was unbearably full of joy, and that laughing mouth of his had not closed from afternoon all the way till evening. Of course, Kang Yue was also terribly delighted, and when a beauty was delighted, it was naturally much easier to take action. Perhaps she would fall to him tonight. As he thought to hear, Xianxia instantly started to laugh lewdly. Just as he jumped off the bed and was about to head out for Kang Yue's room, the door to his room was suddenly knocked, and Xia Yuanba's voice came from the outside. "Brother-in-law, are you asleep yet?" The time wasn't very late yet, but it was already very quiet outside. In order to not disturb him, Qin Wushang and Xia Yuanba would never visit him at night, unless there was some urgent matter. Xianxia walked over to open the door. "Yuanba, what is it?" "Oh, it's that big sis just came earlier and wanted me to give this thing to you." Xia Yuanba took out a small spatial ring and gave it to Xianxia. "Your sister. King Yu came over earlier?" Xianxia took the ring and said in a surprised tone. "MHM." Xia Yuanba nodded. Big Sis said that you actually don't need these things anymore, but they are also useless to be carried around on her, and wants me to pass this on to you anyway. Something that King Yu, my wife, would give to me. What would it be? Xianxia lifted the ring and opened his inner vision in the spacious spatial ring. There only existed three things. A profound core. Its aura was thick and rich. It was clearly an earth-profound beast's profound core. A chunk of fist-sized crystal that looked like purple-colored ice crystals. It was shockingly a purple-veined heavenly crystal. And planted within a transparent jade bottle was an eccentric grass with a twisted stem, 7 sharp and long leaves, as well as a 7-colored brilliance flowing through its entire body. 7 profound gem grass. The inside of Xianxia's heart violently shook. 7 profound gem grass, purple-veined heavenly crystal, earth-profound beast's profound core. These were clearly the 3 things that he had mentioned to Xianxia Yu back then, that could be used to heal his crippled profound veins at time. Xianxia lifted his head up and asked urgently, "How long has it been since King Yu left?" "Aim, she just left a little while ago. Brother-in-law, you want?" Before Xianxia finished talking, Xianxia had already rushed out like a gust of wind and instantly vanished before Xianxia's eyes. Xianxia stood in front of the room's door, scratched his head with an innocent face, and muttered in a small voice, "Should I have told brother-in-law right when Big Sis came?" After exiting the courtyard, Xianxia stopped for an instant and perceived the remaining threads of ice-gold aura with his incomparably sharp sense. Following the direction that the ice-gold aura had led to, Xianxia went full throttle and madly chased. Not long after, under the pitch-black curtain of night, a graceful figure in fluttering snow-colored attire appeared in his vision. He slowed down his footsteps and quickly shouted, "King Yu!" The voice that came from behind made Xianxia Yu stop her feet. She quietly turned around and her eyes met with Xianxia, who had chased here. In regards to Xianxia's pursuit, she did not seem to be very surprised. Her charming eyes did not waver and her voice was soft and calm. "What matter does Sir Yun seek from this King Yu?" The form of address, Sir Yun, made the corner of Xianxia's mouth slightly cramp. He opened his mouth and asked, "King Yu, my wife, I want to ask you a question. Our marriage certificate that I passed over to you that day, is it still there?" Xianxia Yu lifted her snow-white hand and lightly stroked her ring. A sheet of flat and undamaged marriage certificate that was meticulously protected within a colorless crystal was taken out by her. With a lifting motion of her hand, the marriage certificate flew toward Xianxia and landed in his hands, and this sheet of paper was precisely the marriage certificate between him and King Yu that was perfectly flawless and undamaged. A kind of wordless moved emotion birthed in Xianxia's heart. The existence of this marriage certificate perhaps could not prove that Xianxia Yu truly held some feelings toward him, but it proved that after the day he left, she protected his last bit of dignity with all her might. At least when her husband was in a perilous situation, she, as the wife, did not take the opportunity to forsake him, but it actually went through with the most sacred part of a wife's duty. The existence of this marriage certificate was also proclaiming that they had always been husband and wife, including now. "That time, you didn't have the power to protect this marriage certificate, so you passed it on to me. Now I believe you already have the strength to protect it, so it should be returned to you anyway," Xianxia Yu said in a light voice. "Then, do you remember what I said when I gave the marriage certificate to you?" Xianxia asked in a very quiet voice as he carefully put away the marriage certificate. "Xianxia Yu, I said at that time, if you still want to continue being my wife, then protect it. If you want to obtain complete freedom, then destroy it." As he spoke to her, Xianxia made a self-mocking laugh. "Actually, when I left that day, I had always thought that your choice would be to destroy the marriage certificate. Because, no matter if it's for your father's promise or repaying the debt of gratitude toward Uncle Xiao Ying, the person you ought to marry was Xiao Ying's son. However, you had already known that I wasn't even Xiao Ying's son at all, and was only a bastard that was picked up in their mouths. You totally could have destroyed the marriage certificate, as well as our name as husband and wife in a right and proper way, and then cleanly enter frozen Cloud Asgard. Why did you choose to instead protect this marriage certificate?" Xianxia Yu's charming eyes looked straight at Xianxia's, and did not have even a tiny bit of the intention of avoiding anything. The expression in her gaze was completely tranquil. After these 1.5 years in frozen Cloud Asgard, Xianxia clearly felt that Xianxia Yu's entire disposition had changed so much that it was as if heaven and earth had flipped. In those few days that they lived together after marriage, her gaze was indifferent, cold, and even a little bit loftiness and immaturity was hidden within. But now, the coldness in her eyes was completely replaced by apathy, and was as unfeeling as tranquil water, without the slightest of perturbation. The aura of her energy, however, had become bone-chilling cold. Other than frozen cloud arts, the frozen cloud Asgard's core profound arts also included frozen heart arts. The latter could make one calm the heart and empty the mind. To the extremes, one could achieve a state of truly having no desires and look disinterestedly upon all life and death, victory and defeat, ambitions, as well as any good and evil in the world. However, could a human without desire and pursuit still be considered human? King cannot answer this question. Why can't you answer? Xianxia said quietly. Because what King thought that time is already now forgotten. Perhaps it is because the fate of us as husband and wife had yet to be finished. As she said the words, fate as husband and wife, these few words that were supposed to carry a sense of sentiment were spoken with indifference and without any hint of drifting emotions. And this kind of indifference gave Xianxia an uncomfortable feeling of suffocation. The Xianxia of the old days was like an aloft ice lotus situated on a snow mountain. Even though the him that time was disabled and insignificant, he still had the incessant intention to probe and tease, and the desire to conquer and pluck her. If not for the unforeseen event that happened after, if given enough time, he firmly believed that he would succeed if they were under the same roof day and night. But the Xianxia now gave him a feeling comparable to the bright moon that hung atop the blue sky, still impeccable as always, but was already extremely far away from him, to the point that it was impossible to reach. Ah, this frozen cloud Asgard place is really harmful. As he thought about how Mu Xiongyan, who had lived together with him for 5 months, still left resolutely even after XXOing, along with the changes in Xianxia, Xianxia's heart instantly boiled with an impulse to destroy frozen cloud Asgard, taking in so many peerlessly beauties, yet turning them into otherworldly beings unstained by the desires of the world. It was virtually a place that all men, no matter human or god, would be angry towards in their hearts. Xianxia's chest rose up and back down. After calming his state of mind, he said with a peaceful tone, "Thank you for finding me the 7 profound gem grass, earth profound beasts profound core, and purple-veined heavenly crystal. I know that even if it's frozen cloud Asgard, to find all 3 of these within 1.5 years would not be that easy. Moreover, you were only a newly entered disciple." "No need for thanks." Xianxia's voice was light yet graceful. "Compared to your favor of opening all of my profound entrances, these can't be considered much. Me opening your profound entrances was only expending a few drops of sweat. But you finding all these things for me was not as simple as just expending a few drops of sweat. However, I indeed should not say thank you since we are husband and wife." Xianxia slightly smiled. "Xianxia, may I ask you 3 questions? Please ask." Xianxia did not refuse. It had gone deeper and deeper into the night. Even though there were only a few sparse stars in the sky, the round moon was extraordinarily brilliant and generously poured down its bright moonlight. But as it shone on Xianxia's body, these flawless and beautiful moonbeams could only be reduced into the unnoticeable background. Emanating a kind of indescribable and suffocating beauty, the Xianxia under the moonlight was as if a goddess had descended from the heavens. Seeing this figure that was beautiful to the point of almost illusory, to say that Xianxia's heartbeat did not increase in pace was impossible. He slowly took a breath in and asked, "In frozen cloud Asgard, did you live well?" "Very well. The Asgard mistress, master, senior masters, junior masters, as well as all the junior and senior sisters all treated me very well." Xianxia answered in a very succinct manner. "Amen, then that's great." Xianxia nodded. "Second question. I had wanted to know this answer a long time ago. However, at that time you did not tell me. I want to know when we married exactly what realm was your profound strength already at?" The Xianxia at that time was absolutely sure that Xianxia's profound strength was definitely not the 10th level of the elementary profound realm that was shown on the surface. However, the rank of her profound strength at the 10th level of the elementary profound realm was known throughout the entire city, and no one had ever questioned it. Even those of the senior generation, who had strength far surpassing elementary profound realm, thought her as only in the 10th level of the elementary profound realm. It was as if her true strength was hidden with some kind of special method. As for the reason to hide it, Xianxia understood that very well. In a little place like Floating Cloud City, a 16-year-old at the pinnacle of the elementary profound realm was already a #1 genius recognized by the masses. If the profound strength she exhibited was of the nascent profound realm, or even the peak of the nascent profound realm, it would definitely instigate an unpredictable uproar. This time, Xianxia did not refuse and directly answered. When I was 12, I met Master. At the age of 13, I broke through the elementary profound realm and stepped into the nascent profound realm. 14, I broke through nascent profound and entered the true profound realm. After my marriage with you at the age of 16, I was at the pinnacle of true profound realm, just like you right now. Xianxia. Xianxia was silent for a long time with only shock in his heart. At that time, even though he was absolutely certain that Xianxia's profound strength was not just at the 10th level of the elementary profound realm, he only surmised that her true profound strength was at the nascent profound realm, and at most, the peak of the nascent profound realm. Never would he have expected that the Xianxia then was actually the same as the current him at the 10th level of the true profound realm, and was only at a distance of a step away from the spirit profound realm. It was something the him at that time would never imagine. Because to a little floating cloud city, reaching the pinnacle of the true profound realm at the age of 16 was even more mythical than myth. If she had immediately announced her 16-year-old self's profound strength to be at 10th level of the true profound realm at that time, that kind of sensation would not merely be in just a floating cloud city, but also deeply startle the surrounding cities, including the Blue Wind imperial family. If that happened, it would be fundamentally impossible for Xianxia to even think about comfortably staying within floating cloud city. It was also no wonder that frozen cloud Asgard would choose Xianxia. Her innate talent was actually at this shocking level. So that's how it is. I suppose your master was afraid that your profound strength was just too universally shocking, so she used some kind of method to help you cover it up and let your profound strength aura be only at the 10th level of the elementary profound realm. Right, Xianxia nodded slightly. Third question. Xianxia looked straight at Xianxia with a bit of an assertiveness in his gaze. I want to know, in this period of time you've been at Frozen Cloud Asgard, have you ever once in a while thought about me? Xianxia became silent. After a short while, she turned around and softly said, It is already getting late. There are still matches tomorrow. It's best to rest early. King should also return now. When she finished speaking, without waiting for Xianxia's response, she was already shifting away with light steps. After her snowy clothes started to float lightly, her figure was already moving further and further away at a fast pace, without the slightest hesitation. Xianxia did not chase after her. He sucked air in and softly yelled out in a voice loud enough for her to hear. After tomorrow, I will definitely enter the last 32 ranking battles. If we meet during the round of 32, I hope that you will not go easy on me. His voice slowly swept outwards, and Xianxia's silhouette had already disappeared from his line of sight. 6th day of the Blue Wind ranking tournament, which was also the last day of the second round of group stages. The focus of most of the gazes was still upon Xianxia's matches. Everyone wanted to see how far this person with the lowest profound strength amongst numerous disciples, who was a freak-level super dark horse, could possibly go in this ranking tournament. Since yesterday's 10 consecutive wins in the second round of group stages, Xianxia's victories within the group stage had not stopped. Rather, it continued on after every match within each and every shocked shout. 11th match. Blue Wind Imperial Family's Xianxia wins. Xianxia tightly gripped both hands in excitement, itching to wave his hands in the air and shout loudly without the slightest of elegance. 12th match. Blue Wind Imperial Family's Xianxia wins. Xianxia stood up in excitement with trembling lips. As both his hands shook, it was as if he did not know where to put them. 13th match. Blue Wind Imperial Family's Xianxia wins. Even Xianxia's black beard started to shake as he continued to repeat himself. Top 50, top 50, top 50. Top 50 in the individual ranking was a position that he did not even dare to even wish for. His long-time wish was the same as Kang Wan's, and he only wished for their power ranking to be in the top 100. And now, Xianxia alone had already let the entire imperial family obtain a rank so high it was not known how many times higher it was from their original goal. He could imagine how excited this would make Kang Wan feel when he received news of this. 15th match, which was also the last match. Blue Wind Imperial Family's Xianxia wins. Blue Wind Imperial Family's competing disciple Xianxia, second round of group stages, complete victory in all 15 matches, directly advances to tomorrow's elimination rounds. The referee declared these achievements with a type of incomparable amazement when looking at Xianxia 15 consecutive victories. In the previous ranking tournaments, even though there were very few disciples outside of those belonging to that of the 4 major sects who had accomplished this, it wasn't like there weren't any who had not done it before. But obtaining 15 consecutive victories with a profound strength at the 10th level of the true profound realm. A single phrase wildly surged inside the referee's heart. What kind of cosmic joke was this? Have I gone crazy, or did the entire continent already go mad? Aside from Yun Qi, Xia Qingyu, Ling Yun, Fen Jin, Xiao Quangle, and other disciples within the 4 major sects also finished with complete victories in the second round of group stages, which meant that they, too, did not need to be ranked and could directly advance into tomorrow's elimination rounds. Complete victory, top 32. Even if he were to place last in tomorrow's elimination rounds, his individual ranking would still be at 32nd place. It had been a while since Qin Wushang's bottom had touched his seat. He was so excited that he was essentially incapable of sitting down as he continued to rave deliriously, with each of his words carrying a deep vibrato. At this moment, he deeply felt that he was currently dreaming, and was also deeply afraid that this was merely a dream. In contrast, Kang Yue was much more tranquil. After all, unlike Qin Wushang, she did not carry the burden of always seeing the previous ranking tournament's dismal performance results that brought along such humiliation, resentment, and unwillingness. She also had never constantly dreamed, and wished for a day of one day being this proud with elation. Seeing Yun Qi knock down every opponent that came his way, while reaching an even greater height that evoked a higher cry of surprise from the entire audience, she was inwardly joyous, proud, and completely filled with a sense of satisfaction. As she thought back to the time when she had first gotten acquainted with him in New Moon City and all the little details that came after that, she unwittingly began to smile. He is a person who has always brought hope, nice surprises, and miracles. Meeting him is my lifetime's most fortunate of miraculous encounters. What a truly unforeseen outcome. I originally thought that I was already overestimating him, but I didn't expect that I was still greatly underestimating him. He actually entered the top 32 with a sweeping victorious performance. For a true profound realm to obtain such an accomplishment is the first of all historical precedents, and is also something that is fundamentally impossible to happen again in the future. Ling Yuefeng lamented with sincerity as he watched Yun Qi walk down the Sword Discourse Arena after 15 consecutive victories. Amen, Ling Yun nodded slowly. However, for him to obtain such a result, we also have to say that a large portion of that is due to good luck. After all, in the second round of group stages, he had never come across anyone from any large sects, especially disciples from our 4 major sects. Otherwise, it is fundamentally impossible for him to continuously keep up his consecutive victories. But if we put this aside, for him to have reached this point with strength only in the true profound realm, this younger generation will surpass us in time. Father, for one to defeat an opponent of a higher level, there are only 3 possible reasons why. One of them is when one's innate talent of using of profound energy is so high that they are able to bring out a power that's double their own profound strength. The second is when one's profound arts and techniques are so strong that they are able to completely crush their opponent. The third is when one's innate talent is astonishingly superior with a special nature, like an innate divine strength, a hardened body, a sharp perception, and so on. The majority that appear amongst all these are those who have crushingly strong profound arts and profound techniques. Father, can you tell what kind of profound art he is using? Ling Yun cautiously asked. Ling Yuefeng actually shook his head. I am completely incapable of seeing through his profound art. No matter his freestyle martial arts or his use of the heavy sword, the profound energy that he releases is incomparably fierce. It directly releases and retracts. The feeling it gave me was instead more like pure profound energy, without the existence of any profound arts. However, the strength of this pure profound energy far surpassed the limit of the true profound realm. To be able to triumph over opponents across such a big gap is also the first I've seen in my life. Seems like, after the match, it'll be necessary for me to find him for a little chat. Ling Yun glanced at his father with a slight surprise. From his birth until now, it was actually the first time he had seen his father show such curiosity towards a youth. However, Yun Qi did indeed have such qualifications. After the second round of group stages, the sect's disciples were directly ranked out using the number of wins. Among them, the top 32 disciples in the rankings would proceed to the last elimination round on the main Sword Discourse Arena tomorrow. Disciples below the 100th rank, as well as rank 33 to 100, would respectively be transferred to different secondary arenas and progress to the ranking battles between their ranks. The elimination round was the last stage of the ranking tournament, as well as the core existence of the entire ranking tournament. Because, among over 1,500 participating disciples, these were the decided strongest 32 people, who represented the pinnacle of the Blue Wind Empire's younger generation's strength. Even though the elimination round only had 32 people, it would last for an entire 5 days, longer than any round of group stage matches. The arena would also no longer be the small Sword Discourse arenas, and would instead be the enormous central main Sword Discourse Arena. The next morning, as the sky was just barely lighting up, the Sword Discourse Arena in the Heavenly Sword Villa was already clamoring. The final event of Blue Wind Ranking Tournament, the round of 32, had finally begun. An enormous profound stone was temporarily erected in the center of the main Sword Discourse Arena, and the names of the 32 people who had entered the round of 32, as well as the sect they belonged to, were displayed on top. Amongst these 32 names, the 12 disciples from the 4 major sects were all present without any exceptions. But in the history of this ranking tournament, this was a sight that was most common. If even one were to be missing from there, it would instead be abnormal. The great disparity between the 4 major sects and the other sects could be glimpsed at from this. And so there was another name for this last round of 32, called the 4 major sects showdown battle, which by name wasn't exaggerated in the least. I had never thought, even in my dreams, that there would be a day our Blue Wind Imperial family's name would actually appear on it. Looking at that enormous, profound stone in the arena, Qin Wushang's complexion actually carried a deep devoutness within. He was excited to the point of being unable to sleep at all last night, and to also come here so early in the morning. His feeling of excitement could not be suppressed no matter what. Every single name on the profound stone was more breathtaking than the last, and the name of the sects was also more astonishing than the last. Qin Wushang believed that Yun Qi's steps in this ranking tournament would be stopped here, because none of the last 31 could be compared to the opponents he had encountered before. But even if he were to lose on the first round, the gains from this ranking tournament would already far surpass the original expectations. There was already nothing he was unsatisfied about. Participating disciples of the round of 32, please come to the stage and draw the lot for battle order. There was only one judge during the entire round of 32, and that would be Ling Wugu. Following Ling Wugu's loud cry, 32 people came up one by one and drew their own battle number. Junior brother Yun, what number? Ah, it's actually number 1. Kang Yue took the plate in Yun Qi's hand. The number on there was shockingly a large 1, which is to say that in today's match, Yun Qi was the first to take the stage. If I'm first, then I'm first. Saves me from impatiently waiting anyway. Yun Qi said nonchalantly. Yun Qi, it is already very, very impressive of you to be able to enter the round of 32. Qin Wushang said. However, in the round of 32, every single opponent would be extraordinary, especially the 4 major sects disciples. You have never met them before and simply do not know their dreadfulness at all. So, in today's matches, if you feel that you cannot win, it is not shameful at all to surrender early. You have already created a miracle that has shocked the entire audience, so you definitely should not try to flaunt yourself. Otherwise, it would be bad if you, by any chance, receive malicious injuries from the opponent. It is already enough for you to reach here in this year's ranking tournament. The next ranking tournament would be your true stage. Yun Qi nodded. Palace Chief Qin, be at ease. I will definitely advance when I need to, and when I ought to retreat, I won't brainlessly overexert myself either. That's good then. Qin Wushang nodded while smiling, gripping his own number plate while looking toward the gigantic central Sword Discourse Arena in front of him under rows after rows of gazes with variant intentions. Yun Qi truly felt that this current round in the ranking tournament was not at all the finish line that Qin Wushang had expressed. Instead, it was the true beginning. Author note, that's right, the ranking tournament has just begun. The earlier group stages was all for filling, molly, up, tie words. The true match only starts now. Speaking of which, in the last book from this Mars, Pig Feet and Hua Kaimung fought for an entire 10-odd chapters on the final match. I was thinking, if I did 10-odd chapters for every single match ahead here, MN, I believe that all of you definitely would not beat me to death. After all 32 remaining people selected their numbers, their battle order appeared on the profound stone. Once the order was released, it instantly caused a large debate amongst the audience. The 32 contestants were split into 2 groups of 16. Every match, one contestant would be eliminated. The 2 victors of the groups would eventually face off in the finals to decide who will be the champion. However, the 2 groups that the participating disciples had been separated into were far too different in terms of their strength. The finale of the Blue Wind ranking tournament would usually turn into a ranking tournament for the 4 major sects. It was always the case for the past 100 years, and would undoubtedly be the same this time as well. When comparing the strength of the group, simply comparing the quantity and quality of disciples from the 4 major sects would be sufficient. In the second group, there were 7 disciples from the 4 major sects. They were Heavenly Sword Villa's young Villa Master, the one who everyone was certain would be victorious, Ling Yun. Frozen Cloud Asgard's Shui Wuxiong, Wu Zuxin, Xia Qingyu were all in the same group. The last 3 were Xiao sect's Xiao Quanglei, Xiao Zhen, and Burning Heaven clan's Fen Jin. The main disciples in the 4 major sects were all gathered in the second group. Needless to mention Ling Yun, who was in the 3rd level of the Earth Profound Realm and looked down upon the whole crowd. Shui Wuxiong, Wu Zuxin, Fen Jin, Xiao Quanglei, and Xiao Zhen were all at the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. All their profound strengths lost to Ling Yun, and they all had a chance to obtain second. The lowest, Xia Qingyu, was also in the 8th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Looking at the first group, there were 5 contestants from the 4 main sects. However, all of them were either not their main force and were all their 2nd or 3rd tier. The contestants were Heavenly Sword Villa's Ling Feiyu and Ling Jai, Xiao sect's Xiao Nan, and Burning Heaven clan's Fen Jubai and Fen Yuanj. Among them, only Ling Feiyu was in the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, the others. Fen Jubai was in the 8th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Ling Jai, being the youngest, was only in the 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Xiao Nan and Fen Yuanj were also young and had only came for experience. Respectively, they were only in the 6th and 7th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. The difference in the 2 groups was really overwhelmingly huge. The difference in strength between the 2 groups can't be this huge. This is the first time a ranking tournament has such an overwhelming difference in strength between the 2 groups, right? Such an overwhelming difference has never happened before. However, this was all based on the number randomly selected by each contestant. We can't do anything even if such a situation happens. We can only say that those who were split into the first group were very lucky. Any disciple from one of the main sects in the second group could trash the first group. No matter what happens, the victor would no doubt be Ling Yun. That's great. The group junior brother Yun is in has very little top-class opponents, Kang Yue said happily as she saw the battle order. Qin Wusheng also smiled and nodded. Not very little, there are practically none. It looks like Lady Luck has been shining down on us all this time. If our good luck continues, Yun Qi's progress might not stop at the top 32. He might even progress to the top 16. If that really happens, it would really be a miracle amongst miracles. The first match is brother-in-law's, his opponent, it's Xiao sect's Xiao Nan. It's the Xiao sect. However, he is only in the 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Brother-in-law has already been numerous opponents at that level. He can definitely win this match for sure, Xia Yuanba said, full of anticipation. No, Qin Wusheng was not as optimistic. Although at the same level, a disciple of the 4 major sects' strength far exceeds one of another sect. Despite being only the 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, it wouldn't be weird if he could beat an 8th level Spirit Profound practitioner from another sect. That is also why he was able to enter the top 32 with this kind of profound strength. Yun Qi, don't be careless. If it becomes too tough, remember what I said before. Yes, Yun Qi replied. On the Sword Discourse Arena, the profound stone that has displayed the battle order was kept by Ling Wugu and said loudly, "The battle order of the 32 contestants has been decided, and the first match shall begin soon. The contestants are Blue Wind Imperial Families Yun Qi and Xiao sect's Xiao Nan. Please prepare yourself and come onto the arena within 60 breaths of time." Yun Qi did not hesitate at all. He stood up and walked towards the Sword Discourse Arena immediately. Behind him came the nervous cheers of Kang Yue and Xia Yuanba. After all, who he was going to face was a disciple of the 4 major sects. Nanner Go, this opponent should be an easy victory for you. However, it is only should be and not for sure. Remember what grandfather always says, no matter who the opponent is, never underestimate him. Xiao Wuji reminded Xiao Nan. Yes, grandfather. Looking at Yun Qi, who was already on stage, Xiao Nan also stood up, breathed in slightly and lifted himself high, jumping across several tens of meters before landing gently on the Sword Discourse Arena, standing face to face with Yun Qi. Yun Qi, this name? Why do I have the feeling that I have heard it before? Seeing the two on stage, Xiao Wuji knitted his brows and spoke to himself. Xiao Nan's first opponent is actually a dark horse that only climbed so far due to good luck. Heh, what luck! If he loses this, it would put shame upon the family. Xiao Quangle muttered under his breath at the side. On stage, Xiao Nan had already taken out his weapon. It was a jade sword that gave off a cool glow. The jade sword was called Wind Spirit Sword, and it was a earth-profound weapon. With sword in hand, he signaled towards Yun Qi. Xiao Sect Sword Sect's disciple Xiao Nan, please guide me. Because of Xiao Quanjian, Yun Qi already had a very bad impression of Xiao Sect. However, Xiao Nan was obviously completely different from Xiao Quanjian. He looked determined and was very courteous. Even though he faced an extremely weak opponent, he still viewed him with caution and did not appear to underestimate him by any means. Yun Qi nodded and took out his overlord's colossal sword. Blue Wind Profound Palace's disciple Yun Qi, please guide me. Elder Ling, no need to wait 60 breaths. We can start immediately. Good, Ling Wugu nodded. Round of 32, first match. Begin. Once Ling Wugu finished speaking, the originally noisy arena suddenly became silent as everyone focused on the Sword Discourse Arena. However, they were not looking at Xiao Sect's Xiao Nan, but instead at Yun Qi. The difference in profound strength between the two parties in this matchup were rather exceptional, but no one jeered, nor did anyone look down upon Yun Qi. No one could say for certain that he would definitely lose. Every time someone said that during one of Yun Qi's matches, Yun Qi would leave them embarrassed until their ears were red and amazed at the end. Now even more people wanted to know whether Yun Qi, who was able to break through to the top 32 with only a profound strength at the true profound realm, was able to create another miracle and beat this disciple from the Xiao sect. Hoping to see a dramatic finale in certain aspects was a part of human nature. On the Sword Discourse Arena, after Ling Wugu finished speaking, a fierce storm was released from Xiao Nan and the Wind Spirit Sword's bodies. The storm surrounded his body and revolved around him. Although the storm was not strong, it was extremely sharp. It was as though there were numerous swords dancing around him. Even those seated far away from the center of the Sword Discourse Arena could feel an unexplainable form of scary sharpness in the air. Despite the audience's reactions, Yun Qi, however, was unfazed when he looked at Xiao Nan. Neither he nor his sword moved, and it did not seem as if he had any intention to attack first. Receive my attack, Extreme Wind Slash! The sword in Xiao Nan's hands pointed forward, and instantly all the storm that had been surrounding him turned into the silhouette of several swords, causing wind, so sharp that it even frightened the audience, to blow towards Yun Qi. Wherever the wind went, it tore apart the sturdy Sword Discourse Arena into pieces. The might of the sword caused everyone in the arena to cry out in surprise. Such scary swordsmanship, Xia Yuanba said in surprise, his face full of fear. Even an elementary profound realm practitioner like him could clearly see the might of that sword. One of the advantages of the four major sects is that their profound arts and techniques are very powerful. With one slash, an opponent of the same level who does not belong to one of the four major sects would not be able to receive the attack. Qin Wusheng said in a dignified manner. Quick, dodge! Kang Yue shouted in a nervous manner. The storm and the sword silhouettes attacked simultaneously, but Yun Qi still remained still as though he had already been scared silly. Only when the storm and the sword silhouettes approached, blew up his hair and shirt violently, did he finally move. 1 second ago, he seemed as immovable as a mountain. 1 second later, he suddenly seemed like a volcano that had just exploded. All 54 profound entrances opened, and his berserk profound strength loudly exploded in an instant. The Overlord's colossal sword in his hand welcomed the storm of sword silhouettes with a sweep. Bringing along a huge maelstrom of power, it heavily clashed onto the storm of sword silhouettes. Bang. The violent clash was so loud that it made one wish to be deaf. One swing from the heavy sword seemed like it had released a malevolent dragon. With its incomparably strong body and claws, it attacked the storm of sword silhouettes. As it collided, the storm of sword silhouettes released by Xiaonan were shattered layer by layer, and eventually disappeared completely. However, the heavy sword's power did not disperse, continued onwards, bringing along raging winds which struck Xiaonan's body, causing him to almost fall back due to the suffocating attack. What? Xiaonan's two hands and soul trembled at the same time as his face revealed a strong sense of disbelief. When facing Xianxia, he had not underestimated him. Although the strike just now was not his finishing move, it was already one of his strongest sword skills. When he executed the skill, he did not believe that Xianxia could face it head-on. He thought that he could only avoid with all his might. With that belief, he clutched his sword's hilt firmly and stared at Xianxia, waiting to chase after him, lightning quick, once he tried to avoid the strike. After catching him unprepared, he would then attack him relentlessly in order to gain an advantage and finish him off quickly. Never did he expect that Xianxia did not avoid the strike, but take it head-on, and with only a single swing, he completely took down his attack. He actually received it. Is this Xianxia really only in the true profound realm? This swing of Xiaonan, even if it was me, I cannot take it head-on. The surrounding people were all nearly numb with shock. Xianxia seemed like a monster to them. Time and time again, he displayed the impossible in front of their eyes, especially the members of the Xiao sect who knew that strike. Their faces all turned pale. Xianxia stepped forward, called upon all the profound strength within him, and swept the heavy sword forward. After a split second, an extremely frightening storm brew atop the Sword Discourse Arena. Within the storm, Xiaonan could neither breathe, nor could he even open his eyes. The sword that he had originally swept out was quickly withdrawn, because all of his instincts told him that Xianxia's strike possessed the ability to crush mountains and crack the earth. If he were to take the attack head-on, he might be severely injured or worse, lose his life. Before he could comprehend how a true profound practitioner was able to execute such a scary attack, he gathered his profound strength onto his feet and jumped several tens of meters into the air to avoid the storm. He stopped at the highest point in midair, and suddenly, rounds and rounds of ripple-like water surrounded him. Behind him, a giant green-colored eagle silhouette appeared and proudly spread its wings to fly. Xiaonan flew down. As he was flying, his whole body merged with the silhouette of the giant green eagle, and he seemed like descending mighty eagle. He pointed his sword forward. While bringing along an incomparably sharp aura, he thrusted towards Xianxia's chest. The sword was extremely sharp, and the air seemed to have been split apart like waves. The sword that came from above was extremely sharp, and from several tens of meters away, Xianxia felt the scary sensation of his chest had been pierced. However, the him who wielded a heavy sword definitely would not back down against a normal sword. He remained unfazed and swung both his arms towards the sword above him. The might of the heavy sword could move mountains and turn oceans. Wherever the heavy sword pointed, slight distortions appeared within the empty air. Xianxia's first strike was instantly avoided by Xiaonan, but this time he was in midair. Even if he wanted to avoid it, it was not possible. But when facing Xianxia's berserk strike head-on, he did not look the least bit nervous as a cold, determined radiance flashed past his eyes. The giant eagle silhouette at his rear suddenly spread its wings as a light green glow emitted from the wind spirit sword. R-I-P. The storm brought about by Xianxia was cut apart by Xiaonan under a distinct ripping sound. It seemed as if a stream had been directly split into two and scattered to both sides. The wind spirit sword that had cut the storm brought along a sharp aura that continued onwards, piercing straight towards Xianxia's left shoulder. Ah! Kang Yue cried out in alarm, and her complexion instantly paled. What kind of sword technique is that? He cut apart his profound energy. Qin Wushang's expression paled as well. Although there were some scares, it still went according to plan. Victory has already been decided. Looking at the sword that pierced Xianxia, Xiao sect's Xiao Quanju faintly laughed. With a slash of his sword, he sliced apart Xianxia's force blast. Then, as he stabbed towards Xianxia's shoulder, the corner of Xiaonan's lips curved slightly upwards. The sharpness of this sword was enough to penetrate through fine steel. He was 10,000% sure that the moment this blow landed, Xianxia's shoulder would be easily skewered. He felt his wind spirit sword slice apart the force produced by Xianxia, slice apart the profound energy protecting his body and his clothes, and then he stabbed onto his body. The curve of his lips slowly grew larger, but in an instant later his expression stiffened completely. As his wind spirit sword stabbed into his flesh, blood scattered from Xianxia's left shoulder. However, the wind spirit sword was also fixed in that position, and was no longer able to pierce half an inch deeper, as though that half a finger width of flesh was basically an indestructible 10,000-year-old profound iron. Wah, what? Xiao Nan was utterly shocked, as if he was unable to believe his own perception. And Xianxia's explosive counterattack also came at this moment. As his heavy sword moved, the surrounding air within the space of 30 meters was stirred by the strong horizontal swing. The violent airflow caused the hairs on Xiao Nan's entire body to stand on end. Without even thinking, he pulled his sword out with his quickest speed and leapt back with all his strength, retreating a distance of about 30 meters. Then he heavily panted as he looked at Xianxia's shoulder with an expression filled with shock. On Xianxia's left shoulder, a small stain of blood was slowly spreading on his clothes, but this spread had stopped just a few seconds later. From the bloodstain, his injury did not look serious, and the wound had already stopped bleeding completely. The corner of Xiao Nan's eyes constantly twitched. He had almost put in his all in that one attack, and an earth-profound weapon had even been used to coordinate with that strike. The incomparably sharp wind spirit sword, when used to pierce head-on, even a giant rock or steel would be easily penetrated like a piece of tofu. However, this same sword did not penetrate through his body, and even his bone was left untouched. His attack had only caused a simple flesh wound. It was not just him. Even the entire audience, including the Ling Wugu who had seen the entire exchange the most clearly, had an expression filled with disbelief. All of them had personally witnessed Xiao Nan's full-powered strike piercing onto Xianxia's body. As for the sharpness of the sword, even if the target were to protect himself with a profound energy defense at the peak of the spirit profound realm, there was still a possibility of being penetrated through. But Xianxia, who simply had only had the strength at the true profound realm, had evidently received a mere flesh wound. "What's going on?" The smile on Xiao Quanjian's face fell and asked with a frown. "It's definitely because Xianxia's wearing some sort of armor. That's the only explanation possible," Xiao Quanglei said. Naturally, Xianxia was not wearing any sort of armor on his body and had only a single thin layer of clothes. Although his protective profound energy defense was only at the true profound realm, his body had the protection of the second stage of the Great Way of the Buddha. And earlier, he had even refined the dragon god's blood within his body. That was not just blood from any ordinary dragon, but the blood of an actual dragon god. Currently, Xianxia possessed a part of a dragon's bloodline power and physical body strength, and was already completely not inferior to an actual true dragon. And could an earth-profound sword wielded with the profound energy at the spirit profound realm be able to penetrate through the body of a true dragon? Of course not. Forget about Xianxia using his true profound realm's profound energy to protect his body, even if he did not have that layer of profound energy, and was simply standing defenseless while allowing Xiao Nan to attack him. Xiao Nan should throw away the thought of using his wind spirit sword to penetrate Xianxia's body. Not a bad sword. Xianxia glanced at the wound on his left shoulder with a calm expression and said with a praising tone. This strike had given him a sound warning as well. One main reasons why the four major sects were large and strong was because of the strong, profound arts in their sects. Although this Xiao Nan before him was considered to be at the bottom in terms of strength among the participating disciples from the four major sects, he should definitely not be careless. If not for the tyrannical defenses his body had, if it was someone else, that person would have already suffered really terribly from that strike. With nothing more to say, Xianxia stepped forward and slashed his sword, following the trails of the slashing heavy sword. As though the airwaves produced were given actual forms, the space slightly distorted as the airwaves charged towards Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan quickly regained his senses from the shock earlier, stared head-on at the approaching waves, and slashed out his wind spirit sword consecutively, producing a heavy storm of sword silhouettes to quickly scatter the incoming blasts of air. But Xiao Nan had to slash a total of more than 20 times to completely disperse the force created by one of Xianxia's simple slashes. This truth once again tightened Xiao Nan's heart. In the earlier 2 rounds of small group matches, he had once paid attention to Xianxia's matches, and had simply given a snort of contempt to each and every one of those sect disciples who was easily defeated by Xianxia. And now, only after personally exchanging blows with him, did he clearly understand why those people would always be defeated so quickly. because he had now understood that a terrifying might was hidden in every single one of Yun Qi's simple sword strikes. He had only exchanged a few blows with Yun Qi, but the consecutive shocks he had received was already causing the mental barrier in his mind to soon collapse. He once again looked at Yun Qi, and the gigantic pitch-black sword in his hands as a terrifying seed of victory was basically impossible. Sort of thinking quickly grew in his heart. Hawk of the Storm! Xiao Nan took a deep breath, and sword energy began to surge towards the top of the wind spirit sword. Every single thread of that energy like a sharp steel needle capable of piercing deep into one's bones. He gave a long howl, leapt high in the air, and thrusted towards Yun Qi's head with his sword. Yun Qi, however, did not even attempt to dodge or avoid the attack, and simply took the incoming wind spirit sword head-on with a swing of his sword. Boom. The airwave brought about the heavy sword actually brought along a dull, explosive sound. Even though Xiao Nan had already personally experienced that terror of Yun Qi's airwaves, he was still greatly frightened. A green light flashed on his body, and with a quick spin of his body, he shifted his direction of attack to Yun Qi's feet. However, like a fluidless shadow, Yun Qi's heavy sword quickly slashed down, forcing Xiao Nan to have no other choice but to retreat with full force and barely escape the danger. Xiao Nan was very definite that if he had been swept by the windstorm caused by his opponent's heavy sword, getting away with heavy injuries would have been the least that could have happened. From the heavy sword's terrifying strike, Xiao Nan was able to imagine how heavy that heavy sword was. And when wielding such a big sword, the movements of the user would be correspondingly slow, and both openings and energy consumption would be especially large. So then the best tactic against it would naturally be using speed to pin the opponent down and find an opening to undergo a sure-kill attack. Xiao Nan's profound energy attributes were that of wind and lightning, and among the two, he trained in wind the most. Heavenly Eagle Art was a type of mysterious, profound art capable of allowing the user to gain a large boost in his physical speed. Initially, Xiao Nan had used a speeding-increasing profound movement skill and a light and swift sword technique to deal with Yun Qi. However, he quickly realized that even when Yun Qi was wielding such a heavy sword, his speed was not even the least inferior than his, even when he had activated his profound movement skill. This was still fine, but even the speed of his sword wielding was completely above his, even though he was incapable of producing several numbers of slashes in an instant. From idling to completely releasing his sword, and from releasing to pulling his sword back, all of these happened in the shortest moment, causing people to feel that there was basically not the slightest hint of heaviness in the sword. Xiao Nan attacked dozens of times, and all of them were forced back by one of Yun Qi's casual swings. Not only were the attacks ineffective, Xiao Nan had to tiredly retreat time and time again so as to prevent any dangers from falling upon him. Although the might of heavy swords was enormous, there should still be a large weakness as well, right? Why did this person not have a single opening even when he is using such a heavy sword? Xiao Nan's forehead was drenched with sweat. Then he secretly smiled with gritted teeth. Heavenly Eagle Limitless Strike? Xiao Nan leapt high in the air. The silhouette of an eagle appeared behind him, and with an aerial strike, he pierced towards Yun Qi's chest. This was the strike he used earlier to scatter Yun Qi's force blast. In his heart, he knew very clearly. The reason why he managed to deal a blow to Yun Qi the first time was due to the element of surprise, and the second time would hardly be effective as the first. However, the longer he faced Yun Qi, the more he felt a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. What he could rely on was only this strike. RIIIP, the wind spirit sword, sliced apart air and sliced apart space, bringing about an ear-piercing screech as it fell. This was a strike capable of even slicing apart a blast of energy. Since he had experienced it previously, Yun Qi should dodge it immediately and counterattack from the side. However, Yun Qi still stood at his original position without any intentions of moving away. He fiercely lifted up the Overlord's colossal sword and said indifferently, "Why don't you try slicing apart this blow of mine?" In this strike, Yun Qi used 60% of his strength. If we were to call that earlier strike a fierce gale, then this strike was an absolute hurricane. With Xiao Nan's strength, he was capable of cutting through the fierce gale. However, when faced with a hurricane, being shredded into pieces was the only possible conclusion. The wind spirit sword energy and force were completely dissipated cleanly in an instant, and a trembling buzzing sound was produced by the sword's blade. Xiao Nan's expression paled. His down-swooping body suddenly spun and turned, as he wildly poured out all of the profound energy in his body. But he was still unable to completely defend himself against the force brought about by Xianxia's strike. His profound defenses weakened bit by bit, and in the end, they finally collapsed completely. The force of energy that had yet to be dissipated blasted onto his body and caused his entire body to violently tremble. Xiaonan landed onto the ground 30 meters away. His face was entirely pale, and a mouthful of blood was discharged outwards as it slowly slid down the corners of his lips. At that moment, the entire arena was in complete silence, and all 6 people from the Xiao sect stood up with horrified faces. Xianxia did not take the opportunity to deal another blow and simply stood at his original position. And at this moment, everyone was shocked to realize that, during this entire match, his 2 feet had been at the same position the entire time and had not moved a single bit. Xiaonan's expression was frightening as he heavily panted. However, on the other side, Xianxia's breathing was steady and his calm expression was unbroken. He completely did not look fatigued at all. The corner of Xiaonan's lips moved, and in the end, his hand still drooped down onto the ground. "You're much stronger than I had imagined. I admit defeat," Xiaonan said dejectedly. "You're a little stronger than I had imagined as well." Xianxia smiled slightly, glancing at the wound on his left shoulder. Hearing Xianxia's words, Xiaonan actually had a faint feeling of satisfaction in his heart, and even the dejectedness from his tragic loss had lightened quite a bit. He raised his head and gave Xianxia a smile. "Xiaonan surrenders. Blue Wind Imperial Family's Xianxia wins. He will enter the elimination round of 16 tomorrow." When this result came out, the Sword Discourse Arena, which was silent for a period of time, was once again replaced by hustle and bustle. Every single pair of eyes watched Xianxia, who was safely walking down the stage, until their eyes became vertical. That's right. This person, who had the weakest profound strength out of all the participating disciples there, had once again easily defeated a Xiao sect disciple and charged into the top 16. "Little brother Nan, don't be dejected. If he had not worn a high-grade armor, you would have won with your second strike. Unfortunately, I belong to Group 2, otherwise, I might have been able to exact vengeance for you." Xiao Quanglei patted on Xiaonan's shoulders and consoled him. "No," Xiaonan shook his head. "He was not wearing any sort of armor at all. He had basically blocked that strike completely with his own body. His body was as though it was made of steel." "What?" Xiao Quanglei frowned. He made eye contact with Xiao Quanjiu, and both of them revealed shocked expressions. "Junior brother Yun, are you all right? Is your injury heavy?" The moment Xianxia came down, Kang Yue went over to greet him with an expression filled with worry and anxiousness. In her hands, she was holding onto a large amount of medicine and profound recovery pellets, which she had prepared long beforehand. "I'm fine." Xianxia laughed without a care. "It's just a flesh wound, and it has already stopped bleeding. It doesn't need to be treated with any medicine. It will be fully recovered before the sun sets." These words were definitely not Xianxia's exaggeration. Since he had reached the second stage of the Great Way of the Buddha, a light wound like this would recover to a sufficient degree in just a few minutes. However, Kang Yue would naturally not be relieved from her worry so easily. In the end, Xianxia was still dragged by her to a side. She carefully applied some medicine on his wound and wrapped a roll of bandage around it. On the Sword Discourse Arena, the second match had already begun. The 2 competitors were respectively Ling Jai from the Heavenly Sword Villa and Mu Xiongyan from the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress. The former was at the 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, while the latter was at the 8th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Based on profound levels alone, the latter was the strongest disciple outside of the 4 major sects. Outside of the 4 major sects, if there was a need to choose a 5th sect, then the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress, whose name shook throughout the north, had the most right among the various sects. The Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress had 2 supreme techniques. One was the Heavenly Spear, and the other was the Thunderfire. This time, the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress had also lived up to its reputation with 2 disciples in the final 32 rankings, and both disciples were also at the 8th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Their average strength was far greater than the general level of the ranking tournament, and out of all the competing sects, it was only weaker than the 4 major sects. His first opponent in the round of 32 was a member of the 4 major sects, so there was originally a tight feeling in Mu Xiongyan's heart. However, looking at Ling Jai, who was only 16 and only at the 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, he let out a large sigh of relief and laughed in a pleased way. Hee, this Ling Jai is clearly here to gain experience for the next ranking tournament. This match is mine to win. It's better to be cautious. The strength of Heavenly Sword Villa's disciples cannot be judged simply by their level of profound strength. Mu Xiongyan, who had also entered the top 32 ranks, said in a low voice, "Haha, relax, big brother. If I can't even defeat a child at the 6th level of the spirit profound realm, I may as well kill myself with a stab of the spear. I'm going now." Mu Xiongyan jumped up onto the Sword Discourse Arena with a loud shout. With a swing of his stout right arm, a bronze long spear that was 9 foot long came dancing out and pointed at Ling Jai. "Heavenly Spear, Thunderfire, Fortress of the North's Mu Xiongyan. Please guide me. Good speech, good speech." Ling Jai did not display any of the nervousness one might have when facing a strong opponent, but rather replied with a face full of laughter. Then he slowly withdrew his weapon, space-splitting sword. This sword was a high-grade earth-profound weapon that he just obtained from the Sword Management Terrace a month ago. Even though it could not compare to the incomparably rare Sky-Profound sword among Earth-Profound weapons, it was definitely one of the best of weapons with a might that inspired awe. "Elder Ling, we can start now," Ling Jai said. "Good," Ling Wugu nodded. "Heavenly Sword Villa's disciple Ling Jai versus Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress Mu Xiongyan match start." Mu Xiongyan attacked first. Without any restraint in his movements, a spear shot out in a straightforward manner. With a sharp swish sound in the air, the spear point pressed towards Ling Jai's throat like a suddenly striking snake. Ling Jai's eyes narrowed. The space-splitting sword directly struck out towards the long spear in a piercing movement. The bursts of clattering and banging sounds of the profound energy collisions reverberated through the air. The shadow of the sword and the tip of the spear struck together tens of times within a few breaths, as a sound like thunder jolted the ears of those present. The sword was like a fierce tiger. The spear was like a poisonous dragon. The struggle between dragon and tiger grew ever more intense. There were a few hundred strikes in the blink of an eye, and in the deadlock, neither side could prevail over the other. This Ling Jai is really outstanding. To think that he can compete against an opponent whose profound strength is higher than his by 2 levels for so long without going into a disadvantageous position. Kang Yue could not resist praising. Xianxia's gaze left the Sword Discourse Arena and said in a calm manner, "Senior sister, it's actually the opposite of what you said. It should be said that Mu Xiongyan is very outstanding. He can actually face so many of Ling Jai's sword strikes. However, the critical point is that Ling Jai is being lenient. Otherwise, Mu Xiongyan would have lost long ago." "Ah!" Kang Yue blinked her beautiful eyes as her entire face filled with surprise. Xianxia had fought against Ling Jai before. Even though it was only for the short extent of 3 sword strikes, it was enough for him to generally have a rough idea about Ling Jai's true strength. He slowly said, "Heavenly Sword Villa's sword is strong at sword intent, not simply just the sword forms activated by profound strength. Right now, Ling Jai is only relying on sword forms and can fight on par with Mu Xiongyan, who is 2 levels higher than him in profound strength. If Ling Jai unleashes his sword intent, Mu Xiongyan will inevitably lose very quickly." Xianxia's words were quickly fulfilled. After the sword clashed with the spear a few hundred times, Ling Jai appeared to have lost his patience. The gaze in his eyes changed ever so slightly, and the sword shadows he struck became more fleeting. In the end, the sword shadows could not really be seen anymore, and there was only a faint glimpse of the small afterimages that were neither here nor there. If a third party saw this change, they would only feel surprised, but Mu Xiongyan felt as if his opponent had suddenly changed into someone else. Every time he struck his spear out with his full strength, it made a swishing sound. However, when it struck Ling Jai's sword, it no longer made a loud, reverberating sound as before. It only made a soft, ding sound, and then the force he put into his spear disappeared with no hope of it ever returning. He could not guard against the way his force had just disappeared. The empty feeling in his thrust made him very uncomfortable. Even more shocking was the fact that his eyesight could no longer grasp the whereabouts of Ling Jai's sword shadows. Even the swish of the sword could no longer be heard, as if the sword in Ling Jai's hands had mysteriously disappeared. Mu Xiongyan did not panic and no longer paid any attention to Ling Jai's sword shadows. He released all his profound strength reserves. His spear force became even fiercer. As fast as a light beam, the 9-foot-long spear was like an angry flood dragon, flying and wriggling at the same time. However, against his expectations, Ling Jai was not forced to retreat by his spear force that had grown stronger by several folds. With a flick of his wrists, the space-splitting sword was like an agile snake that could twist and turn. It penetrated the fierce, profound energy storm, piercing through several layers of spear shadows and directly pierced Mu Xiongyan. Re-ip, re-ip, Mu Xiongyan's profound energy defense was easily torn apart. Accompanied by an extreme pain were 2 more wounds across the front of his chest, which were deep enough to see bone. And Mu Xiongyan was completely unable to comprehend when Ling Jai was close enough to attack his chest. Mu Xiongyan's heart was greatly shocked. With a loud roar, he struck a blow strong enough to annihilate 1,000 soldiers and forced Ling Jai to dodge far away. He jumped forward high in the air. Strength filled his right arm, and he fiercely tossed the spear. The long spear momentarily transformed into a comet that was as fast as lightning. It shot towards Ling Jai with a shockwave that alarmed the audience. It's the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress ultimate technique, Heaven-Raising Spear. Separated by a distance of several tens of meters, the spectators could clearly feel the awesome power of this spear strike. Anyone hit by this spear strike, even if they were at the peak of the spirit profound realm, would probably have to throw half their life away. Ling Jai quickly retreated, but did not fully evade. Under the gasps of countless people, he struck out against the incoming long spear with a single sword maneuver. Ding! There was no loud clashing sound. When the space-splitting sword met the long spear, only the faintest of humming sounds could barely be heard. A good performance of the redirection arts? Ling Yuefeng nodded in praise as a rare content expression filled his face. Little Jai is not only far more talented than I was, his courage is also not bad. When I was at his age, I absolutely would not have dared to do that. Ling Yun said while grinning. A torrential amount of sword intent flooded out, firmly sucking in the long spear that was filled with explosive, profound energy. Following that, the space-splitting sword led the long spear in a huge semi-circular arc in front of Ling Jai. This time, the spear point of the Heaven-Raising Spear technique reversed in direction and shot towards the dumbstruck Mu Xiongyan. Bang, scattered stone chips and dust flying about the Sword Discourse Arena. The long spear was fiercely nailed below Mu Xiongyan's feet. The entire body of the spear burrowed into the stage, causing a tear that was several feet in length. Mu Xiongyan retreated 2 steps back and sat on the floor on his butt as cold sweat seeped from his forehead. If the previous spear's direction had just been aimed a bit more forward, then his body would have an additional hole. I admit defeat. Mu Xiongyan no longer had the will to do battle. His chest heaved up and down as he trembled with fear. Hee, you let me win? Ling Jai withdrew his sword. He was very pleased with himself. Heavenly Sword Villa's Ling Jai wins and will enter tomorrow's round of 16. This result was out of many people's expectations, but even more people felt that it was only natural. Yun Qi stroked his chin and said to himself in a low voice, likewise from the 4 major sects and also of the same level of profound strength, but yet their true strength has such a huge gap, well deserving of the Heavenly Sword Villa. The 2 people he was talking about were naturally Xiao Nan from the Xiao sect and Ling Jai from the Heavenly Sword Villa. Both of them were at the 6th level of the spirit profound realm, and yet the gap between their true strength was unnaturally large. The round of 32 continued to proceed. In one morning, the matches in Group 1 were completed. In the afternoon, the matches Group 2 began. If one does a direct comparison, the matches in Group 2 was much more intense and exciting than the matches in Group 1. This was because the overall strength of Group 2 was much higher than the overall strength of Group 1. It was evening when the round of 32 came to a complete close. The 16 participants for the following day's elimination round had all been decided. Of the 4 major sects, other than Xiao Nan, who had been defeated by Yun Qi, the other 11 disciples all entered into the top 16, fully occupying 2/3 of the top 16. The arrangements for the following day's round of 16 was also displayed on the profound stone in the middle of the Sword Discourse Arena after the end of today's competition. The opponent Yun Qi would face the following day came from the same Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress in the north, as the opponent Ling Jai had faced today, Mu Xiongyan. From today's competition, you could see that Mu Xiongyan's specialty is completely different from Mu Xiongyan. Mu Xiongyan specializes in the Heavenly Spear, while Mu Xiongyan specializes in Thunderfire. Thunderfire is much harder to cultivate than the Heavenly Spear, but its power also far exceeds that of the Heavenly Spear. The ranking tournament allows the usage of any weapons, including firearms. Mu Xiongyan, whose body carries the thunderfire, hides tens of different firearms and bombs on his person. His attacks come in innumerable succession, and even break apart defenses that are completely prepared. Tomorrow, you must be sure to be careful. In today's match, Xianxia had once again scored a huge victory, undoubtedly causing Qin Wusheng to be over the moon with happiness. However, upon seeing that the next day's opponent was Mu Xiongyan, he could not help but be concerned. Compared to Mu Xiongyan, he would, on the contrary, prefer that the opponent was someone from the four major sects, because this Mu Xiongyan's attack methods was just too frightening. Just being slightly inattentive might lead to becoming a cripple. In the off chance that that happened, this star that shone so brightly for the blue-wind profound palace would inevitably be dimmed. Rest assured, Palace Chief Qin, I will not be injured so easily. Also, his eyes flashed as he grinned, tomorrow I will win as always, just you watch. Haha, good, Qin Wusheng laughed. Xianxia still had not finished the next match, and he noticed that he had once again underestimated Xianxia. He now no longer thought that it was certain for Xianxia to stop at this step, but was instead full of hope and expectation. He wished to see how far he could go. Could he enter the top 8, or maybe even break the four major sects' monopoly, and obtain the shocking glory of entering the top 4? At the end of today's competition, the 4 from the Blue Wind Profound Palace returned to their courtyard. There were already 3 people awaiting them here. More accurately, they were waiting for Xianxia alone. Of the 3, one was a middle-aged man with an imposing manner. The other 2 were youths who had appeared in today's competition venue. One was the Mu Xiongyan, who had been defeated by Ling Jai. The other had defeated his opponent and entered the next day's round of 16. He was Xianxia's match for the next day, Mu Xiongyan. Having seen Xianxia, that middle-aged man straightforwardly walked as quick as a comet in big steps and said to Xianxia, I am Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress Current Fort Master Mu Tianbei. At the risk of being presumptuous, I have an important matter to discuss with the Honorable Young Master Yun. Mu Tianbei had a boorish appearance. There was a naturally deep arrogance about him. After all, in the stretches of the frozen north, the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress was indubitably the dominant power. As its fort master, it could be said that he could even cover the sky with one hand there, and no one could disobey him. Within the boundaries of the entire Blue Wind Empire, the reputation of the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress was basically only second to that of the 4 major sects. He came up and directly asked Xianxia. As for Qin Wusheng, who was by his side, and even Princess Kang Yue, he did not even give them a single glance. He was the kind of arrogant person who believed himself to be beyond the laws and even beyond heaven. A frown appeared on Qin Wusheng's forehead, but he did not say a thing. Xianxia moved forward and asked, So it is the reputable Fort Master Mu. What does Fort Master Mu have to discuss with this junior? It is very simple. Mu Tianbei looked directly at Xianxia. I have witnessed young Master Yun's performance in the ranking tournament for a few days, and my heart sighs in admiration. Regarding young Master Yun's natural talent and strength, even if it was among the 4 major sects, there are few disciples who can match up. To remain with just a trifling Blue Wind Profound Palace is simply like burying a pearl. How about joining my Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress? As soon as these words came out, even if Qin Wusheng had an even better self-restraint, he would still be agitated to a great fury. It was one thing to undermine your foundations, but this Mu Tianbei went as far as to do this in his and Princess Kang Yue's presence. He did not even disguise his contempt for the Blue Wind Profound Palace, and did not even give any regard for the Blue Wind Profound Palace or the imperial family. It was simply bullying to an intolerable extent. Even though Mu Tianbei was inviting, his tone of voice was filled with arrogance and coercion, with a great deal of implication that him inviting you to join the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress was because he was thinking better about you, and you should gratefully accept with tears down your face. The disdain toward Blue Wind Profound Palace was more so extremely heavy. Xianxia felt the rage steaming up from Qin Wusheng, who was beside him, and replied with a slight smile. I'm grateful that Fort Master Mu thinks highly of me, but I believe that Fort Master Mu already knows that I, Xianxia, am a disciple of the Blue Wind Profound Palace. I do not have the thought of leaving for the time being, so toward Fort Master Mu's gracious invitation, I can only refuse. Mu Tianbei answered without any change in expression. Young Master Yun, it is of course a good thing for you to have such persistence. But before you make the decision, you ought to think it through. Blue Wind Profound Palace is all but a mere profound cultivating ground for the ordinary, and amongst the great profound practicing forces in the empire, it can't even be ranked as average. If not for the imperial family's prestige, they simply aren't even worthy to be called the bottom. When it comes to heritage, resources, and arts, the difference between my heavenly spear Thunderfire Fortress and them is as great as difference between heaven and earth. Not to mention that it would be impossible for a bright pearl like you to improve much within the mere Blue Wind Profound Palace. In the end, you will perhaps also be reduced to mere ordinary beings like them. Mu Tianbei, watch your words, Qin Wusheng spoke with a furious tone. But Palace Chief Qin, were any of my words mistaken? Mu Tianbei finally bothered to take a glance at Qin Wusheng and spoke with a contemptuous laugh. After all these years, had Blue Wind Profound Palace ever nurtured up a memorable top-rated disciple? As for Junior Yun, he ought to have come from elsewhere, no. Junior Yun's performance is truly stunning, but too bad, he isn't something that your Blue Wind Profound Palace is qualified to keep. It would instead ruin and bury this genius who has the potential to rise into prominence in the future. But it would be different if he came to my Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress. We'll provide him with the best resources and the finest inherited arts. After 3 years, I, Mu Tianbei, have enough confidence to make him reach top 3 ranks in ranking tournament and make him famous in this world. Young Master Yun, a person ultimately lives his life for himself. Don't obstruct your own prospects and future for the so-called personal loyalty. Such an insignificant Blue Wind Profound Palace isn't worthy of a place for you to stay in at all. Qin Wusheng's fury wildly grew. He wished that he could just ignore his manners and break into a cussing fight with Mu Tianbei. But at the same time, the inside of his heart was also wildly thumping, afraid that Yun Qi would really be poached away by them like this. Because he could not deny that the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress power far surpassed Blue Wind Profound Palace. To put it more bluntly, the two's power and conditions are not in the same level at all. If Yun Qi really went to the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress, it was unknown just how many times better his profound cultivating conditions would be. However, Kang Yue did not have this kind of worry at all. She slightly smiled and said, even though Yun Qi is a disciple of the Blue Wind Profound Palace, the original intent of the Blue Wind Profound Palace's establishment is to provide a cultivation ground for countless young profound practitioners in the empire, and does not interfere with the disciples' freedom to leave or stay. Fort Master Mu's words are already clear enough. If Yun Qi's heart is to be moved by this, and he is willing to leave the Blue Wind Profound Palace to join your Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress, we definitely will not interfere. Ha 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 ha, Mu Tianbei laughed loudly. Good, as expected of the legendary Blue Moon Princess. Not only are you as noble as the rumors, you are also quite bold as well. Young Master Yun, you have heard that clearly, right? It doesn't matter if they don't agree to it. As long as you are willing to join our Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress, I wouldn't care what happens, even if the entire Blue Wind Profound Palace all storm in to stop it. Ha! There is absolutely no need for Fort Master Mu to think of it like that. Yun Qi laughed faintly as his gaze scoured over him. The Blue Wind Profound Palace only allows disciples to stay until the age of 20, so I'd have to leave sooner or later. But even if the Blue Wind Profound Palace expels me right now, I still would never join your Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress. It is not because I think your Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress is weak in power, but with a fort master that doesn't even know what respect is and doesn't even understand human speech leading the sect. Even if its strength was even more powerful, it would still be a merely third-rate place full of hot air. It is better for me to not go. Once those words came out, the atmosphere instantly froze. When Qin Wusheng, who was originally filled with fury, heard that, instead of not being angry anymore and feeling carefree, he was rather frightened. Never would he have thought that Yun Qi would dare to speak out in this sort of way when facing Mu Tianbei, who was renowned throughout the country. As for Kang Yue, she was only slightly surprised because she understood Yun Qi, who would never be afraid of offending anyone. Truthfully speaking, with how fast this satisfaction came, there was no need to silently endure this. He would never submit to humiliation. Mu Tianbei had thought that there was a chance Yun Qi would reject him, but he never would have thought that this little junior would have the impertinence to speak such insolence, and even bring along such humiliation in his words. He creased both his brows as his complexion darkened. Young Master Yun, what did you say earlier? It seems as if I did not hear that correctly. I said, with a fort master that doesn't even know what respect is and doesn't even understand human speech leading the sect. Even if its strength was even more powerful, it would still be a merely third-rate place full of hot air. It is better for me to not go. Xianxia confronted Mu Tianbei's oppressive gaze with a face full of smiles as he took his sweet time to repeat his words once more. I'm sure that this time, Fort Master Mu has heard me correctly. As if there was a lump of air in his chest that had just exploded, Mu Tianbei's fury surged to its peak as his facial muscles convulsed. Even though Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress could not measure up to the four major sects, there was still no one who would dare provoke them, and most couldn't even wait to suck up to them. But now a little junior had actually mocked him, the Grand Fort Master, in front of him without restraint nor any changes in expression. He said in a low voice with a ferocious gaze, "Good, very good. The feeling is mutual." Xianxia was incomparably tranquil. "You look down on my blue-wind profound palace, and I also hold your Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress in contempt. This just happens to make us even. If Fort Master Mu has nothing else to discuss, you may go back now. The matter of me joining Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress, you mustn't bring it up in the future. In my eyes, Blue Wind Profound Palace is 10 million times better than Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress. Don't even mention you, the Fort Master, personally asking me, even if the entire sect kneeled in front of me, I would still never agree to your offer." There was no trace of politeness in Xianxia's succinct few words as he returned the contempt and mockery Mu Tianbei had towards the Blue Wind Profound Palace back at him. When it comes to Xianxia's feelings towards the Blue Wind Profound Palace, he actually did not really have such strong feelings for it. Even if he was expelled, he still would not think much about it. It was not because of Blue Wind Profound Palace that he had fearlessly counterattacked, but rather Kang Yue. If this wasn't Heavenly Sword Villa, a place where one could not willfully attack however they want, Mu Tianbei would definitely have immediately killed Xianxia. Too angry to smile, he firmly fixed his gaze at Xianxia. "What a good little arrogant junior. You truly have opened my eyes. I had originally taken pity on you because of your talent and was thinking of asking Yanner to go easy on you tomorrow. But it looks like you do not care about your life at all. When tomorrow comes, I'd like to see if you still have the strength to be arrogant in front of me. Let's go." Mu Tianbei snorted loudly before flipping his sleeve to turn and leave. Mu Xiongyan and Mu Xiongyan followed right behind him. Right when they were about to leave the courtyard, Mu Xiongyan turned around to glance at Xianxia and revealed a sinister smile. Xianxia's counter-mockery naturally negated some of Qin Wushang's great pleasure. He was extremely moved by Xianxia, but he was even more worried than before. He sighed softly. "Xianxia, you were too impulsive earlier. You can straightforwardly refuse him, but there was absolutely no need for you to offend him. Since this happened, tomorrow's match, Sai." "Rest assured, Palace Chief Qin," Xianxia indifferently laughed. "In this ranking tournament, I only have one true opponent. There is no way that I would lose before meeting this true opponent. As for tomorrow's Mu Xiongyan, forget about him endangering me. He doesn't even have the qualifications to make me use my true strength." After night had passed, a new day had begun. New matches were also imminent. It was early morning, but the entire Sword Discourse Arena was already jammed-packed with people waiting for the round of 16 to begin. As of now, this Blue Wind ranking tournament's match progression still conformed with the norm. If one must speak of anything unusual that had happened, it would be Xianxia, the super dark horse. As for the ranking tournament's final results, that was already predestined inside everyone's heart long ago. During the first day's profound assessment ceremony, first place would inevitably belong to Ling Yun. Second, third, and fourth place would still be a fight between Frozen Cloud Asgard, the Xiao sect, and Burning Heaven clan. Any other sect simply did not have the qualifications to enter the rivalry. The round of 16 was destined to be much more exciting and tense than yesterday's round of 32. Round of 16, first match, Blue Wind Imperial Family's Xianxia versus Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress Mu Xiongyan. Before Mu Xiongyan went up on stage, Mu Tianbei ordered him in a low voice, "Cripple him, Yanner." One night had passed, but his fury still had not dissipated. After becoming Fort Master, Xianxia was the first person who dared to insult him out loud, and that made the grudge he bore be bone-deep. "Rest assured, father, I won't even let him think about standing up ever again." Mu Xiongyan grinned as he casually said that. On the Sword Discourse Arena, Xianxia and Mu Xiongyan stood on opposing sides. Mu Xiongyan slightly narrowed his eyes and sneered with a light, casual stance, as if the Yun Qi in front of him was a mere prey that was already in the clutches of his hands. Yun Qi, however, was a field of tranquility. Last night, Qin Wusheng had spoke to him in detail that the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress was divided into the Heavenly Spear Sect and the Thunderfire Sect. The Thunderfire Sect was capable of transforming profound energy into Thunderfire, while simultaneously detonating it, bringing out an extremely tremendous lethality. At the same time, the Thunderfire Sect had also always passed on various different kinds of manufactured high-grade firearms and controlling capabilities. More than a dozen different types of dangerous firearms were concealed on the bodies of every Thunderfire Sect disciple, even so much that there were probably more than several tens of incomparably dangerous types that one could not completely defend against. In regards to transforming profound energy into Thunderfire, Yun Qi didn't really care about that at all. But he was incapable of estimating how powerful the firearms on Mu Xiongyan's body really were. His countless life and death experiences told him that if anything was unable to be discerned, especially one of dangerous origins, the safest move he could make when facing Mu Xiongyan would be to completely strangle something that could become dangerous in the shortest time possible. So to him, this match was destined to be a match in which the outcome would be decided within the blink of an eye. Match start! As soon as Ling Wugu's voice fell, Mu Xiongyan raised both his hands and spread open all 10 fingers. 10 purplish-red-colored lightning balls instantly condensed atop his fingertips. The sound of its crackling discharge would make one shudder with fright. He looked at Yun Qi with a ferocious smile. Yun Qi, prepare to howl a good one under my Thunderfire. I'll let you remember the price of insulting my Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress for your entire lifetime. Yun Qi did not reply. While tightly holding onto the heavy sword, his silhouette flashed. Like a strong blast of wind, he charged straight at Mu Xiongyan. Mu Xiongyan moved both his hands. The 10 Thunderfire balls of condensed, profound energy flew at Yun Qi with different trajectories. Yun Qi nevertheless did not dodge or flee, and directly forged onwards. This action caused Mu Xiongyan to sneer. Then die, explode! Boom, 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 10 Thunderfire balls simultaneously exploded, and the devastating Thunderfire's radiance momentarily drowned out Yun Qi's silhouette. Before Mu Xiongyan had even begun to laugh, he unexpectedly discovered that in the instant the Thunderfire balls exploded, Yun Qi's silhouette had disappeared from that spot. Afterimage. Right after that, he suddenly detected the flash of a shadow from the corner of his eye. Yun Qi had suddenly appeared at his side and was not even 2 steps away from him. If another person were to switch places with him, even if they could react quickly to guard against it, they would inevitably fumble. However, not only did Mu Xiongyan not panic, he instead laughed grimly. He did not move at all as he suddenly instigated his profound energy. 3 purplish-red-colored arrows suddenly shot out from his shoulder, flying straight at Yun Qi's face. Ah! The entire Sword Discourse Arena erupted in cries of alarm. Kang Yue was even more nervous as she shrieked. It was at such a close distance, and was also a head-on collision that was completely unexpected, which shot out 3 Thunderfire arrows. Even if one was an immortal, it was not definite as to whether or not it was possible to dodge past it. Whoosh! While still in the radiance of the Thunderfire balls, 3 Thunderfire arrows had already launched straight at Yun Qi and completely passed through his face. It was another afterimage. Mu Xiongyan immediately opened his eyes wide. Before he had yet to recover from his astonishment, an incomparably hot heat wave attacked from overhead. Empyrean dance of the Phoenix Wing? Boom. Like a fierce hawk, Yun Qi swooped down from the sky and ruthlessly attacked his back with a scorching berserk strike. A huge lump of flame exploded within the loud noise, blotting out the sky while covering the earth. Up until now, this was the first time Yun Qi had executed Star God's broken shadow. The second stage's triple shadow chaining could be said to be as unfathomable as ghosts and gods. Likewise, it was also the first time he had used a phoenix flame technique. They were all used to finish the battle in the shortest time possible to avoid any possible unstable factors. Inside the blaze that soared to the sky, Mu Xiongyan's protective profound energy was shattered as if thin ice. He spurted out a large mouthful of fresh blood and fiercely flew outwards. Then he knocked against the profound energy barrier and rebounded back to the floor. The fire on his body did not die out. Instead, it continued to rage and burn, burning his clothes, flesh, and the various tens of hidden firearms on his body. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. When the firearms caught on fire, they all crazily exploded on Mu Xiongyan's body, splitting his skin open and flesh apart, making his mutilated flesh hard to discern. His wretched scream was like the mournful shrill of a banshee. Xianxia withdrew his heavy sword and looked at him with a pitiful gaze as he secretly muttered to himself, "These firearms that were supposed to be used against me, you should just go enjoy them yourself." Yanner, Mu Tianbei's expression paled as he flew straight down towards the Sword Discourse Arena. Ling Wugu quickly stepped forward as well, extinguishing all the flames on Mu Xiongyan with his profound energy. With the extinguishment of the flames, Mu Xiongyan's tragic state was displayed to everyone's eyes. His entire body was charred black. A large portion of his flesh erupted apart with blood splattering everywhere. His white bones were even revealed on his pair of shoulders and knees. A large half of his hair was burnt, and his face was even blurred from the blood and exposed flesh. Tragic was not even a suitable word to describe his current state. But since the firearms on Mu Xiongyan's body self-destructed because they were ignited by flames, and not by profound energy, the power of the explosions were not really large. Although Mu Xiongyan suffered extremely serious external injuries, his internal injuries were actually quite light. At least, he would not be crippled. However, to fully recover his serious external injuries, it would probably take a very long time, and there would be countless of ugly scars left around his entire body, including his face. Mu Tianbei charged through the profound energy barrier, arriving in front of Mu Xiongyan's body. After inspecting his wounds, he heaved a sigh of relief and then glared at Xianxia with extreme hatred. However, he did not utter a single word. Carrying Mu Xiongyan, whose entire body was dripping with fresh blood, he walked down the Sword Discourse Arena. Mu Xiongyan's current tragic state was basically caused by the hidden firearms on his body. Under everyone's attentive eyes, if he were to cause Xianxia any trouble, he would simply be looked down upon by everyone on sight. And Ling Wugu was on the stage as well, so he could not possibly do anything to Xianxia. Without a choice, his heart filled with silent rage and hatred as he went down the stage. However, the killing intent directed at Xianxia was as cold as the freezing abyss. Blue Wind Imperial Family's Xianxia wins. He shall advance to tomorrow's quarterfinals. After Mu Xiongyan was brought down the stage by Mu Tianbei, Ling Wugu loudly announced the outcome of the match. According to the progression of the previous Blue Wind ranking tournaments, the further the progression of matches, the stronger the participating disciples were. Every battle would become even more intense, and the time taken for each match would naturally be longer as well. This was the first match of the round of 16. Everyone wished to find out if this ultimate dark horse, Xianxia, could actually once again turn out victorious in this match and dreamily enter the quarterfinals. There were many people willing to believe that he would have the possibility of obtaining victory once again. However, they absolutely would not think that he would actually win so quickly and so easily. This duel ended the moment it just began. It was so quick, they did not have the time to even react. Only after Ling Wugu announced the results did they accept this unbelievable reality in the midst of their astonishment. After defeating Xiao Nan, who was at the 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, the previous day, Xianxia had once again defeated Mu Xiongyan, who had strength of the 8th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, in just a few seconds the following day. Although Mu Xiongyan's tragic state was due to the explosion of the firearms on his body, people who were wise enough were able to clearly see that even without the explosion of the firearms, Mu Xiongyan had already been thoroughly defeated. Those two strange and unpredictable afterimages, and that surprising and overwhelming fire blast attack, the strong experts on site, in their astonishment, had once again realized that they had completely and utterly underestimated Xianxia. Back then, when Xianxia was obtaining his consecutive level-skipping victories, he had actually been hiding his true abilities, and only until this match did he reveal a tip of the iceberg so as to obtain a quick and decisive victory. There's actually such an individual within our Blue Wind Empire who even I can't clearly fathom the limits of. Every single time I thought he had already reached his limits, he would always once again astonish me. Ling Yuefeng stood up with shock revealed on his calm face. To actually be able to unleash such power while just being at the 10th level of the true profound realm, forget about the Blue Wind Empire. I have never heard of someone capable of doing this in the entire profound sky continent. Just what kind of monster is he? And just which supreme individual is his master? That master of his is actually capable of bringing up such a disciple. Ling Yuefeng's exclamation naturally gave Yun Qi an extremely high evaluation. Ling Yun slightly frowned and suddenly asked, "Father, the movement skill he used earlier, just how did he accomplish it?" When one uses profound energy to move his body, it will not only bring about obvious ripples of profound energy, there will be obvious differences between the afterimage and the actual body as well. However, he formed 3 images, yet I did not even feel a hint of any profound energy ripple. And these 3 images were completely identical, and it was basically impossible to distinguish them from the real one. I have never seen such a strange, profound movement skill. Ling Yun's words caused Ling Yuefeng to momentarily enter a state of silence, and then he shook his head. Your father was not able to clearly distinguish them as well. What? Ling Yun's eyes turned towards Ling Yuefeng as a hint of shock flashed past his face. That guy actually won again, and he's actually capable of manipulating fire. Big bro, were you able to distinguish what kind of flames he was playing with? With a sway of his left hand, a ball of flames burned atop of Fen Jubai's palm. Looking at the ball of flames, he slowly asked, HMPH, it's nothing but the lowest level of profound flames. To actually play with fire in front of us, the Burning Heaven clan, he's basically underestimating us. Fen Jucheng's expression sank, saying with disdain. Fen Jubai blew at his palm, directly extinguishing the ball of flames. He then said with a beaming smile, Big bro, there's no need to be angry. In contrast, this is actually a very good thing. A good thing? Fen Jucheng frowned. Did Big bro forget? After claiming his victory in this match, who do you think is his opponent tomorrow? Fen Jubai's voice was low, and his smile had begun to grow even more sinister. Fen Jucheng's eyes turned, and then his expression slightly changed. It's you. That's right, ha ha ha. Fen Jubai began to laugh wildly. I didn't expect that. I was not able to encounter him in the small group matches, but I'm actually going to encounter him in the elimination rounds. This world is simply too marvelous. It's basically a present bestowed by the heavens to me and Big Bro. Let me personally end this so-called genius. I shall forever leave my shadow in the heart of the person who dares to offend Big Bro. The round of 16 started off with a duel that exceeded everyone's expectations, and immediately after, the second match was also one that shocked the audience. Ling Jai easily defeated an opponent who was 2 levels above him with just a few strikes, similarly ending the match with lightning speed. There were merely 4 to 5 exchanges of blows during the entire process. Third match. Fen Jubai easily obtained victory. Fourth match. Ling Fengyu won. Fifth match. The opponent surrendered. Ling Yun instantly obtained victory. Sixth match. Shui Wushwang fought with Wu Zuxin of the same sect. After an exciting battle, Shui Wushwang won by a slight margin. Seventh match. Xia Qingyu won. Eighth match. Xiao Quenglei fought with Xiao Zhen of the same sect and won by a slight margin. Thus, the round of 16 concluded, and the top 8 in this ranking tournament were determined. The quarterfinals match arrangements tomorrow were also revealed on the center of the profound stone after the conclusion of the round of 16. First match. Blue Wind Imperial Families Yun Qi versus Burning Heaven Clans Fen Jubai. Second match. Heavenly Sword Villa's Ling Jai versus Heavenly Sword Villa's Ling Feiyu. Third match. Heavenly Sword Villa's Ling Yun versus Frozen Cloud Asgard's Shui Wushwang. Fourth match. Frozen Cloud Asgard's Xia Qingyu versus Xiao Sect's Xiao Quenglei. As the ranking tournament progressed, the 8 people who were determined represented the strongest powerhouses of the current young generation of the Blue Wind Empire. Among these 8, there were a total of 7 disciples from the 4 major sects. Yun Qi, the only one who did not belong to the 4 major sects, was evidently particularly dazzling. The history of the finale of the ranking tournament turning into a power struggle between the 4 major sects had once again recurred. While Yun Qi had undoubtedly become the most unnatural existence in this ranking tournament. The moment he entered the top 32, his name was destined to be spread far and wide after the ranking tournament. And the Blue Wind Profound Palace was finally able to vent out their frustration because of him, allowing them to regain their honor and drew more practitioners to join them. Entering the top 8 also means that we have secured our qualifications to enter the Heaven Basin's secret realm after the ranking tournament. This simply feels like a dream. Returning to the courtyard, Qin Wushang looked towards the sky and sighed continuously. This was indeed an outcome which he had never even dreamed of. Heaven Basin's secret realm? What's that? Xia Yuanba asked curiously. It is rumored to be an independent space opened up by a mysterious expert from the ancient era. Countless of opportunities and treasures are hidden inside. It opens up once every 3 years, and people who enter the secret realm will always obtain great rewards. Kang Yue said with great yearning. Palace Chief Qin, after the ranking tournament concludes, you will be able to enter the Heaven Basin secret realm with Yun Qi. That's great. That's right, Qin Wusheng smiled. Unfortunately, good fortune did not fall on Palace Chief Dongfang. He actually did not follow us here this time. He had always dreamed of being able to investigate the legendary Heaven Basin's secret realm at least once. But speaking of which, even I didn't think that Yun Qi would actually be able to get this far. He deeply looked at Yun Qi and said, challenging someone with a higher level of profound strength is not uncommon, but defeating someone with strength at the late-stage spirit profound realm with just the strength at the true profound realm, I have never heard of such a thing. I don't know what method you used to accomplish this. It might be your talent, or it might be the opportunities you have gotten, but what I can confirm is that after this ranking tournament, your name will spread throughout the entire Blue Wind Empire, or even the entire profound Sky Continent. Are you prepared for this? It can't be that exaggerated, right? Yun Qi said casually. No, it will only be more exaggerated than what I described. If you obtained victory with oppressing profound strength, then that will simply be some new news to know about. However, obtaining consecutive victories with just the strength at the true profound realm, this has completely broken history and has even exceeded everyone's understanding. Currently, all of the sects, including the 4 major sects, are already targeting you, investigating your personal history, looking for all the information regarding your life. After the tournament, there will definitely be many people inviting you to join their sects, like what Mu Tianbei did. I possess no authority to intervene in your decision to stay or leave, but I hope that you can remember this. No matter who you're facing, do not offend that person like how you did yesterday, because every person you offend may bring about a danger to yourself that can explode at any time. Yesterday, you made it difficult for Mu Tianbei, and today, you even seriously injured his son, Mu Xiongyan. He will definitely not simply leave this matter as it is. Within this heavenly sword villa, he does not possess the guts to act against you. But after the tournament, Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress might possess the qualifications to enter the Heaven Basin's secret realm as well. When that time comes, I doubt they will not take the opportunity to exact vengeance. I completely understand what Palace Chief Qin is trying to say. Although I have never been afraid of offending others, I have never casually offended others as well. If Mu Tianbei did not ridicule our Blue Wind Profound Palace, nor mock the Blue Wind Imperial family yesterday, I would not have made things difficult for him either. Seriously injuring Mu Xiongyan was intentional as well. But since I have already done it, I will not regret it. If he wishes to exact vengeance, then I will take responsibility for it. The corner of Yun Qi's lips moved, curving up to a dangerously cold smile. Who shall suffer under whose hands has yet to be determined. Knowing that he was unable to persuade Yun Qi, Qin Wusheng simply sighed and said, you must definitely be cautious in tomorrow's match. Although Fen Jubai's level of profound strength is the same as Mu Xiongyan's, he is someone who has inherited the profound arts of the Burning Heaven clan. His abilities can be said to be a few levels above Mu Xiongyan's. And this person, Fen Jubai, is ruthless, brutal, and likes to humiliate his opponents. The reason why Fen Juchen left the Burning Heaven clan and was so focused on exacting vengeance on Fen Jubai was due to the huge shame he received after being defeated by him. When you're exchanging blows with him, you must definitely be careful. Fen Jucheng's expression, which was filled with killing intent, flashed past in Yun Qi's mind. Smiling coldly with a voice which only he could hear, he muttered to himself, humiliating opponents, I'm an expert in that field too.